J'ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 67(1) of the Official Languages Act, a special report of the Commissioner of Official Languages entitled Air Canada, on the road to increased compliance through an effective enforcement regime. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3F, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Acts of the Commissioner of Lobbying for the year 2015-16. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 10 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration du ministre.
Statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Ms. Lockhart, seconded by Ms. Young, moves the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2016, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a true privilege today to rise and speak about the Canadian dairy industry as the member from Fundy Royal, the dairy centre of the Maritimes. The farms in my riding contribute to approximately half of the province of New Brunswick's milk production. I'm also particularly proud to rise today as the granddaughter of a dairy farmer, Reg Tabor, who probably never imagined that I would be here in this House delivering my maiden speech on in support of Canadian dairy farmers. I'm standing here today to raise an important issue in this House on behalf of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. As stated in the tabled report, the government strongly supports supply management, dairy producers, and the Canadian dairy industry. Likewise, as stated in the report, we recognize the magnitude of the issue of diafiltered milk to the Canadian dairy industry, and recognize the industry is calling for a resolution of the problem, and our government is actively engaged on the issue. On May 2nd, 2016, our government announced its intention to initiate discussions within 30 days to help the dairy industry adjust to CETA. The government has delivered on that commitment, Mr. Speaker, and continues its important and productive conversations with the industry. While meeting with stakeholders, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and the Parliamentary Secretary discussed CETA, the issue of diafiltered milk, as well as sustainable solutions to modernize Canada's dairy industry. Mr. Speaker, the government is moving forward on all points in this report. And I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the government understands very well the challenges that milk producers face on a daily basis. In fact, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, along with the Parliamentary Secretary, were both dairy producers. The Minister's farm in Prince Edward Island, while the Parliamentary Secretary's farm is now in its 4th generation in Quebec. The supply-managed Canadian dairy sector is one of the largest agriculture and food sectors in the country, and is essential to a strong and prosperous Canadian economy. It supports over 12,000 farms and farm families, 200,000 Canadian jobs, and contributes nearly $20 billion to the Canadian economy. On this side of the House, support for the Canadian supply management is clear. Our system, a model of stability around the world, which provides a fair price for farmers, stability for processors, safe, high-quality products for consumers at affordable prices. Supply management preserves and sustains Canadian farms, farm families, and rural communities across this country, including in my riding of Fundy Royal. Recently, I have found it shameful that the Conservative leadership contestant is advocating for an end to this crucial Canadian system. That member has said that Conservative values are not in line with supply management. The Liberal Party is the party that fought for and implemented supply management, and we will continue to protect and defend it for all of those who would like to see it destroyed. I want to assure this House that Liberal values are in line with supply management and will continue to be. The position of the member for Beauce is frankly disturbing, especially given the large number of dairy farms and farm families in his region. I can only imagine the type of feedback the honourable member will receive from the hardworking farmers and their families in his riding who depend on supply management for their future. Perhaps even more disturbing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative Deputy Critic for Agriculture, the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, is the co-chair for the leadership campaign calling for the end of supply management. Not only that, but the former Conservative Finance Minister, Joe Oliver, has also recently come out against supply management. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the Conservative record and the Conservative position. But I want to be clear. On this side of the House, we support supply management and dairy farmers. Our government is committed to supporting a bright future for Canada's dynamic dairy industry. This year, the government announced an additional federal investment of $1.75 million in the dairy research cluster. This investment will support the work of scientists at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in two key areas. Number one, increasing the energy content of Canadian forage crops to help increase milk production. And number two, understanding the role played by dairy fat products, including their positive impact on type 2 diabetes. The total federal investment in the dairy cluster is $13.75 million. Madam Speaker, our message has been clear from the beginning. The Government of Canada strongly supports Canada's supply management industries. I want to speak about an experience I had yesterday. I was able to visit the Bullman Dairy Farm in the riding of my colleague, the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. What I witnessed there was a family working together, embracing technology, and planning for the future because of the stability offered to them by the supply management program. The work they are doing not only provides Canadians with world-class milk, their farm is an economic driver in the community of St. Isidore, Ontario. And this farm is not unique, and it's not one of a kind. In fact, innovation of our dairy farmers can be seen from coast to coast, from Scott and Sabrina Robinson's farm in Wards Creek, New Brunswick, to the Hambuckers farm in Enderby, British Columbia. As the Executive Director of Dairy Farmers of Canada said yesterday, it's important for elected officials to meet with dairy families to see firsthand the dedication and care that goes into operating a modern dairy farm. I think this might be good advice for the honourable member across the way. Innovation is critical to the success of Canada's dairy industry. Farmers are making great strides in productivity and sustainability. Canadian dairy farmers can now produce the same quantity of milk as they did 20 years ago, with close to half the number of cows and producing 20% fewer greenhouse gases. Canadian dairy farmers are among the global leaders of their industry when it comes to the environment. Madam Speaker, our dairy farmers have a smaller footprint of carbon, water, and land than almost all leading dairy farmers around the world. Our farmers are taking action on the environment, but they do need the resources to do so. Earlier this year, the Minister of Agriculture and the Parliamentary Secretary of Agriculture were at McGill University to announce federal funding and an investment of $27 million over 5 years to help producers find ways to reduce greenhouse gases on their farms. This investment is part of the Government of Canada's efforts to support a competitive, viable, innovative, and sustainable agriculture sector, and that includes the dairy sector, Madam Speaker. To further help farmers implement green measures on the farm, Budget 2016 is investing $1.9 million in green jobs for young people. Not only will this get farmers the help that they need, it will also inspire our young people to consider a future in agriculture. Dairy Farmers of Canada is also showing strong leadership on the environment. DFC has launched a sustainability initiative called ProAction. This program highlights farmers' commitment to high standards of care on their farm, from milk quality to food safety to animal care to traceability, biosecurity, and to the environment. Dairy farmers clearly demonstrate responsible stewardship of their animals and the environment, sustainability, producing high-quality, safe, and nutritious food for consumers. As I said, Madam Speaker, our government is fully engaged with the industry over the concerns in respect of diafiltered milk and the making of cheese. Our government is working hard on this issue, Madam Speaker, and in line with this report from the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Consultations with producers and processors from all across Canada have been very cooperative and productive, and discussions are continuing on this important issue. The Minister, as well as government officials, are in regular contact with dairy stakeholders in order to find long-term, sustainable solutions to the very serious issue. Our government also understands the importance of the transition support to the dairy sector, resulting from the increased access to cheese under the Canadian-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, which we refer to as CETA. In anticipation of Canadian ratification of CETA, we will move forward with a plan to help the industry adjust to market access concessions. Several meetings have been held with the dairy industry to obtain their views on the program and investment options for producers and processors. Engaging with the dairy sector is crucial to developing the best options possible to help sector transition in the face of both challenges and opportunities. The result will inform our government's important work towards long-term sustainable solutions for the Canadian dairy industry. So there are challenges that we need to address, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that here in this chamber. But it's important to remember that the challenges also come with opportunities. The Canadian dairy industry is doing great work in growing markets through branding, collaborating with industry, and harnessing innovation. The Canadian dairy industry is second to none. Further development of unique Canadian dairy products that meet changing consumer preferences will help sustain and strengthen demand amongst Canadian consumers. A report from Farm Credit Canada, released in April, notes that the Canadian dairy consumption is projected to continue to increase by 6.8% over the coming decade. This is largely due to positive consumption trends of butter, yogurt, and specialty cheeses. We will continue to work with the industry to help dairy farmers take full advantage of new marketing opportunities here in Canada and throughout the world. In order to capture the tremendous opportunities that lie ahead, the government has begun to discuss with industry, the provinces and territories, a new multi-year agricultural policy framework for Canada. Innovation will be a central part of that discussion as a key to helping producers and processors keep pace with the changing consumer preferences and tastes. We are reaching out to producers and all stakeholders to develop a framework that's built for the future. The Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food has launched a website designed to seek feedback from stakeholders that will help shape the development of the next agricultural policy framework. This first phase of online consultation will provide stakeholders and Canadians with the opportunity to share their views on growing forward to the current agricultural policy framework, as well as to offer input in what they would like to see included in the agricultural policy framework of the future. Additional consultation activities will be ongoing in the coming months to gather feedback and will help form the next framework. In July, the Minister of Agriculture will begin meeting with provincial and territorial colleagues to begin discussions on the direction of the new framework for agriculture. As well, our Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food will also be examining the agricultural policy framework, and I do look forward to getting started on that important study very soon. Madam Speaker, these open and transparent consultations with Canadians will help shape the direction of future policy and programs to meet this objective. The goal is to help the agriculture and agri-food sector be more innovative, safer, and stronger. Within the dairy industry itself, a constructive dialogue is underway between farmers and processors on ways to make the industry more competitive and innovative. There's no doubt that the collaboration with industry is the best way to address broader challenges facing the dairy sector. To close, Madam Speaker, meeting challenges and capturing opportunities will take a lot of hard work and collaboration. Our government will continue to partner with the Canadian dairy farmers and food processors to grow a great future for the Canadian dairy industry. And we will continue to protect, preserve, and defend Canada's supply management system. That is why I'm pleased to say that the government concurs with this, the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. And Madam Speaker, there's an old saying that I'd like to remind you as well as all Canadians about. If you've eaten today, thank a farmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to comment on what the member had to say in her speech. I would quote from our Conservative Party policy document, page 45, number 117, on supply management, that says the Conservative government will support supply management and its goal to deliver a high-quality product to consumers for a fair price with a reasonable return to the producer. So I would like to correct the member's view of what our party believes. We certainly support supply management. Now, I heard a lot of talk coming from the other side, but there's been questions from this side of the House coming continually to ask what immediate action will this government take to stop the unfair practices of products that are coming in and are unfairly competing with ours.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you to the honourable member across the way for your question, and I appreciate your interest in the dairy industry. It's interesting that you do point to your policy statement of the Conservative Party on supply management and the support of dairy farmers. Certainly, you must be as surprised as we are to hear several members.
So I just want to remind the member that she is to address the questions to the chair and not to individual members. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that the member opposite brings forward this point, as there are several members of the party that have spoken out clearly against supply management. And I just want to reaffirm that this side of the House does not waver on our support for supply management. It's part of our Liberal values, and we will continue to support supply management and dairy farmers and their families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I listened with fascination to my colleague trying to see if they were actually doing anything to support supply management. As for the Liberal Party's record, I'll give you 5 words. I'll give the member Martha Hall Finley.
Who's that?
John Manley. Oh. Who ran to take down supply management? It comes from the member's own party. So far be it for me to defend the Conservatives on anything, and they will back me up here. But let's talk about a clear record. When the region that I represent, which is dairy, and they are looking at the undermining of supply management through the trade agreements that have been signed in terms of cheese standards, in terms of milk substitutes coming in, and we see that this government is telling us that they support it, but we have not seen any action. So rather than tell us all to thank a farmer today, the farmers are saying, do your job. Exactly. So I want to see what commitments they're going to make to stand up to stop the practice of undermining supply management through these trade deals that are being negotiated. That is the question before us today, not pablum.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member across the way for your interest in the dairy farm industry. I think it's interesting that you point to a couple of members that have spoken out.
Again, she's to address the questions to the chair and not to individual members. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find it interesting the member opposite has referred to members that are no longer here in the House, because I think that speaks very clearly to what farmers think when politicians don't support supply management, and that is why we are so focused on making sure that we do deliver a message that is supportive to them. In respect to what we're doing to support dairy farmers and to address this issue, as I mentioned in my speech, we have taken the opportunity over the last 30 days to meet with several stakeholders. I have had the opportunity myself to speak with farmers, and they have told me that they have found these meetings to be very productive and focused on long-term solutions and how we move the dairy industry forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the many fine words from my colleague. And I think that what farmers do want to hear is that commitment to supply management. So I believe the member is right on when she emphasized just how important supply management is for this government. We have seen, whether it's the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture or the Minister of Agriculture, emphasize time and time again that this government supports supply management. This is the same political party, the Liberals, are the ones that instituted supply management. And at a time in which people have concerns, I do believe, and I would ask my colleague to affirm, that what dairy farmers want to be able to hear is that commitment to supply management. And that is something that has been unequivocal from this Prime Minister, from this government, and that they should rest assured to know and feel confident that this government will do what is necessary in order to protect a vital industry for all Canadians. And maybe if I can get my member or the colleague just to provide some further comment in terms of the importance of confirmation.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, I think the honourable member makes some very good points. Supply management is the key to the success of the dairy industry in Canada. And we have been very careful as a government to consult with dairy farmers as we look forward to the opportunities of the future. Certainly we have some challenges now, and we're looking at long-term solutions for those, but we also need to be focused on the opportunities that are afforded to farmers through trade deals such as the CETA deal. And what I've heard from farmers is that they're very happy about the conversations that they've had and how this government is prepared to invest in the industry so that they're prepared for those trade deals. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the record will show that over 10 years in government, the Conservatives not only defended supply management, but defended it in the midst of a variety of very important trade deals in which many people thought it wouldn't have been possible. People thought we would lose supply management in the trade deal with Europe and TPP, and yet we got through those negotiations through very important negotiations, and we preserved the supply management system. But I want to ask the member specifically about the record of Martha Hall Findlay, who is the former international trade critic for the Liberals. While we were negotiating important trade deals, preserving supply management through them, the Liberals had a critic responsible for international trade who came out later as being opposed to supply management. So how does she square that with these high-minded words about their commitment to supply management when the person they put in charge of international trade clearly did not have a commitment to supply management?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member across the way. And again, I'd like to reiterate this is a former member who no longer does represent the Liberal Party and the views that we have going into these trade negotiations and ratifications. Our Prime Minister, our Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food have been very clear as we talk to farmers and talk amongst ourselves. And I do want to mention as well that this discussion has been very meaningful in the way that it has involved members that are not only representing areas of dairy, but also those of the consumers, those that consume milk, because it has raised the awareness about the importance of the dairy industry and has provided many people with the opportunity to discuss this important topic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her speech today in the House. It's been a pleasure working with her on Ag Committee. I would just like to say, as we know, we had thousands of farm families that came to Ottawa last week. They took time out of their days. These are people that work 365 days a year, that support rural economies. They took time to come out and come to Ottawa with their tractors and cows 30 days after the consultation of the government. Now, these farmers are losing thousands of dollars. They are fed up with the government. They are at the end of the rope. This is the glass that is overflowing. They have no hope. They are coming to us saying, I have to sell my farm. I'm giving up hope. I don't know what to do. The government has been consultating. They've been listening, but there's no action. They are fed up. And we all know what the answer is. The solution, the long-term solution, is for the government to stand up, apply the rules in place, and stand up and make sure that we are defending Canadian farmers instead of getting on our knees for the Americans. We have to make sure that we are applying the rules as they are. So is the government going to finally do that and stop this consultation?
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question and also for the discussions that we have had in Agriculture Committee in support of dairy farmers. Quite frankly, we have many similarities when it comes to wanting to support dairy farmers. And I, too, was able to speak with farmers on the Hill last week, and I found it to be a very productive conversation. Like I said, their presence here has elevated this issue and allowed many members of this House to partake in the discussion. And we definitely do understand the importance of their issue, and I very much think that the conversations that we've had over the last 30 days will contribute to a long-term solution for the dairy industry.
Order. Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just quickly on a point of order, earlier today I tabled for 10 petitions, and I should have said 19 petitions, not 10. So just for clarification purposes.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, almost 2 months now have passed since April 20th, and still here today we're debating the subject of diafiltered milk because we have a government that is not acting. The facts, Madam Speaker, have not changed. They are still exactly the same. But this government, in addition to not taking our recommendations into consideration, is still not moving, not acting. So, to ensure that the Minister of Agriculture is up to date on the situation, I would like to remind him that his inaction has lost our cheese producers hundreds of millions of dollars. And let me explain why. Madam Speaker, supply management can be represented as a stool that is based on 3 pillars of equal importance. The first pillar is the price for production. It ensures that the price that our dairy producers receive for their milk is established according to the cost of production. That includes the investment that is needed to be made, economic conditions, and the labor force. It's important to note that the Canadian Dairy Commission, neither the Canadian Dairy Commission, the provincial trade offices, or producers fix the retail price. The price paid by the consumer has always been established by retailers or by restaurant owners. The second pillar is production discipline, which ensures that the offer respects demand, and the first pillar, is currently being attacked by the diafiltered milk problem. The second pillar, as I mentioned, is production discipline, which ensures that the production of Canadian milk corresponds with the demand from consumers. Every dairy producer has a quota which establishes the quantity of milk that they can produce, and that's according to consumer demand. And so that means that the quotas can be adjusted up or down according to demand. Madam Speaker, this is the second pillar of supply management, and this pillar is currently under attack because of the diafiltered milk issue, because Canada's dairy producers have seen a drop in their production capacity because diafiltered milk is replacing Canadian milk. So 2 of the 3 pillars are threatened by diafiltered milk. The third pillar, Madam Speaker, is import control. For supply-managed sectors, imports are controlled by tariffs. The tariff barriers allow a predetermined quantity of dairy products to be imported at preferential tariffs while maintaining control on the quantity that is imported. This is the third pillar. And this third pillar is also very threatened by the importation into Canada of diafiltered milk, because diafiltered milk gets around the Canadian import quotas for American milk. So all three pillars are being threatened by diafiltered milk, and I hope that the government is now aware of this. When the three pillars of supply management play their predetermined roles, they allow the dairy industry to resist economic storms and ensures that the industry will survive and thrive. If one of those pillars becomes unstable, the whole system is at risk. And that's why we're here today, Madam Speaker. We're talking about dairy proteins. Canadian milk previously was used as the main source in the creation of dairy products. And while certain cheese makers and yogurt makers are still using 100% Canadian milk, and I congratulate them for that, a growing number of them are adding ingredients such as isolates of dairy proteins, protein concentrate, and diafiltered milk to replace milk. These ingredients can be produced in Canada or imported. When they're imported, they are not classified under Chapter 4 of the customs tariffs, which includes dairy products. They're classified under Chapter 35, which means that they are classified as ingredients. Now, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen a change in the way that products are imported. The quantity of dairy protein that has been imported in liquid form under the same tariff line has gone up significantly. And once they come into Canada, these milk proteins are used as ingredients in the creation of cheese and yogurt. So what we see here is two government organizations considering the same product differently. When an organization considers a product to be an ingredient, instead of as being milk, there's a problem. Under Canadian cheese standards, a minimal percentage of the proteins used in the fabrication of the cheese must come from a milk source. The percentage changes from one cheese to another. For example, in cheddar cheese, the protein must come at least 83% from milk, and a maximum of 17% of the content can come from proteins from other ingredients, including milk protein matter. The CFIA is responsible for applying the cheese composition standards in Canada, which means that they need to verify the ratio between milk and milk ingredients and make sure that it's respected for each cheese. What's happening is that certain cheese producers are getting around these standards with diafiltered milk. And so this means that certain products are coming into the country and tariffs are not being paid. So one of the biggest problems that we're seeing today is the increase in the uncontrolled importation of diafiltered milk. And these products are competing with milk products and milk protein products from our country. This is completely changing the competitive context in Canada, and it is hurting revenue for dairy producers. The importation of diafiltered milk has gone up exponentially since 2012. Canada put in place important tariff lines on concentrated milk proteins in the middle of the 1990s. And about 10 years ago, certain businesses started importing milk protein concentrates to obtain greater concentrations of protein. These are products where certain parts of the milk have been taken out to keep just the proteins. Canada's dairy producers have tried to fix this problem by requesting that government agencies look into it. Any product where the concentration of milk proteins goes over 35% is considered to be a concentrate. The External Trade Tribunal determined that a product whose concentration exceeds 85% is an isolate and not a concentrate, and this even if it's used for the same end. This product was conceived with the unique goal of getting around the tariff line on dairy protein products. This decision goes against anyone's general understanding of what milk should be, and it does not, and it violates the government policy. And the government has tried to fix the situation. In 2008, a new tariff line and tariff for milk protein isolates were put in place. The only problem is that these tariffs cannot apply to NAFTA countries such as the United States and Mexico. And so the United States border is still open to these products. These products come across the border as ingredients, but they can be used in Canada as milk. This is a paradox that has created a very ambiguous situation. The Conservative government took important measures in 2007-2008, putting into place new standards for cheese creation that limit the amount of ingredients that can be used. However, recent imports of diafiltered milk from the United States are threatening once again supply management. This product, which is designed to get around the rules, is a strategy that was developed with the single goal of getting around border controls and Canada's cheese standards. These proteins replace skimmed milk in the creation of cheese and yogurt.
In fact, technically there is no limit in terms of processing to the use they can make of these proteins. It cannot be allowed. At the border, this product is considered as an ingredient by CBSA, and therefore it comes in tariff-free. However, for yogurt and cheese, it is considered as milk by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. This means that its use is not limited by the cheese compositional standards, nor for yogurt. The federal government, therefore, has an important role to play. Madam Speaker, diafiltered milk must be considered as an ingredient according to the compositional standards for cheese and yogurt. The standards and the spirit of these will therefore be respected. These rules must be audited in order to be able to ensure that they are respected. We are all aware of the problem of diafiltered milk, and we know that we need to find a solution to it. I think that all members of Parliament are sensitive to this issue. We also saw the problem with solid proteins and then the pizza kit problem that the Conservative government dealt with quickly. The dairy industry states that they have no choice but to use diafiltered milk in the production of milk products. As I said earlier, diafiltered milk was created to get around the rules at the border and for cheese processing. I can confirm in answer to a question, one of my questions at the Agriculture Committee, that no one in the United States makes cheese using liquid milk proteins or liquid protein concentrates with a level of 85% or more. Processors don't do that. It doesn't exist. In Canada, processors are using that product now, and they're doing so for competitive reasons. And that's one reason alone, which is to cut costs. This makes no sense because these economies are not to the benefit of Canadian dairy producers. In fact, the processors aren't benefiting either. It's only downstream that things become profitable. But honestly, Madam Speaker, this situation must come to an end because all of the industry is doing this to the detriment of supply management. The issue of diafiltered imported milk, until it is settled, we can be certain that processors will look for every possible way of cutting their costs. What we want is for the rules of the game to be fair for all, and we urge the federal government to act. The processing industry in the States produces cheese without the use of diafiltered milk. Therefore, the Americans are eating cheese made without diafiltered milk. Canadians should not be eating cheese made with dye-filtered milk that comes from the United States. Nothing justifies that because there's no economic incentive to do so. There is no reason to act in this way. Madam Speaker, the only reason that pushes Canadian processors to import dye-filtered milk is that this ingredient is cheaper because it's not subject to tariffs and can be used in unrestricted quantities in production. That's the only reason. As far as imports into this country are concerned, what quantities do we need to meet market demand? Well, Madam Speaker, we don't need anything, and do you know why? It's because in Canada we have an abundance of skim milk from which we can produce these ingredients. If the government were to decide to control the use of these ingredients, we would produce them within the country at a competitive price, and we would use them. We do have no need of these imports because we have abundant quantities of skim milk at our disposition. Whether they're imported into the country or used by processors, this milk protein substance containing 85% or milk protein complies with the definition of ultra dye-filtered milk. According to the statutes, the use of this it doesn't go against any rules. Without controlling the imports, it's impossible to manage the situation. A lack of control on the imports will inevitably result in overproduction and instability in the system. Moreover, it is not good enough to have good regulations in place. The validation process and auditing process, as well as the enforcement of these regulations, are just as important. Currently, those who want to get around the rules are fully aware of the fact that when it's an issue of dairy products, Canada's border controls are not enforced consistently and uniformly. It's an issue of enforcement of the laws and audits, and the fact that these need to be done appropriately in order to discourage those who seek to take advantage of gaps. People have shown tremendous creativity when it comes time to get around tariffs and quotas. In this regard, the pizza kit problem is an excellent example. The Canadian dairy system is unique, and it has shown itself to be good. It provides dairy producers with an income that allows them to cover their costs and have a stable environment for processors. This allows us to have a good quality product, and it seems to us that more than ever it's clear that we must support the supply management system. In terms of recent commercial or trade agreements, the Conservative government managed to maintain high tariffs at the border. This is one of the indispensable pillars of our current dairy system. We hope that the Liberal government will not come and undo what the Conservative government built in order to protect the supply management system. In the case of border controls, at least 4 departments are concerned by this issue of efficiency. The Department of Finance, in terms of tariff payments, Public Safety is responsible for border controls through the Canadian Border Services Agency. There's also the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food, because this concerns agricultural policy, as well as foreign affairs, because we have trade agreements and we made commitments with our partners. Our trade partners also have agricultural policies and particular requirements. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, in putting forward every effort to solve the dye-filtered milk issue and other milk substitutes that come through our Canadian borders, we will reestablish the balance in our supply management system to the benefit of the entire Canadian dairy industry. Also, we will reestablish this climate of harmony within the industry, from producers to processors, as well as distributors and the delivery to our consumers. We have managed over 45 years to satisfy Canadians with the production of quality dairy products and at a fair price, according to the wishes of those in the House. In order to be successful, the industry needs a policy and regulatory framework that supports them, and we need to support all 3 pillars of the system. This will help producers and will also allow for some flexibility in terms of primary and secondary processing in the value chain. And by developing new capacities in terms of technology and leading edge transformation. In conclusion, we will do everything in our power to provide our support to the dairy industry in Canada for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his insight into the dye-filtered milk issue. Madam Speaker, I need to seek clarification from the member opposite because he's spoken quite strongly today about his support for supply management. And I'm wondering if he could clarify for us how he can have this strong a position and also be the co-chair of a member who's seeking the leadership of the Conservative Party.
The
honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have always been in support of supply management, and I will leave it to potential candidates to debate their platforms. But I remind my colleague here that when I was first elected in 2006, the first thing we did when we went to the WTO was to change the mandate of our negotiators, because within their mandate under the former Liberal government, they were not protecting supply management. And the first thing that we did, our government, in its first month, was to change the mandate of the negotiator so that the WTO would be aware of this. Because I remind the member that this happened, I was personally present for that. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, rather, and I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, but he left me a little confused, and I'm wondering how many personalities can exist within a single member's mind at the same time. For 20 minutes, he told us how important it was to defend and support supply management, one thing that we agree with entirely at the NTB and DP, rather. There's nothing that we have defended more. However, today, he's telling us that it's important to do this, to defend it, but he's going to defend the leadership campaign of the member for the Beauce, who's promised to destroy supply management in this country. So how can those two realities coexist within his mind? The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This political issue will be up to the member from the Beauce during our 2018 convention. But I know the NDP recognized the issue of dye-filtered milk, and when we have recognized the problem but not acted, we go along with it. And I'm saying this about the Liberal Party of Canada. In terms of what they've done and not solving this problem as quickly as possible. Because last year, Canadian dairy producers lost $220 million. We're talking about possibly $300 million this year, and we don't even know for next year.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today and a great explanation of the importance of supply management. It's a very important issue in my riding of North Okanagan-Shuswap, and I truly support the dairy and poultry producers there and the economic input that they have. But I would like to ask the member if he sees this issue popping up today as a deflection issue, to take the focus away from what's really concerning dairy producers across Canada and has been for a number of months while this Liberal government dithers away and doesn't deal with the issue of dye-filtered milk entering Canada. And does he see this as a deflection issue away from that? Thank you.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Liberal Party has gone beyond on many issues, and for the dye-filtered issue, I see it as an issue as if like we had termites in your house. If you don't do something about it, the house will fall down. And currently the dye-filtered milk issue, as I explained clearly in my speech, attacks one of the three pillars of supply management, because we're allowing this to come in, we're not controlling the amount, and the price of milk is going down in Canada. And so we're also losing production for Canadian dairy producers because this American dye-filtered milk is replacing Canadian milk. So one of the 3 pillars is being heavily attacked. And if the federal government doesn't recognize the problem, and that's why we're going to support the motion. If they do nothing, they're going to be an integral part of the problem because they won't be solving it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask another question, raise another issue concerning the milk from the U.S., and that is the issue of genetically modified foods.
Stand against allowing bovine growth hormone to be registered in Canada. So our milk is safe from this contaminant, but U.S. milk and the importation and efforts to get the thin end of the wedge in against our supply management system, any of the milk coming in from the U.S. contains bovine growth hormone, which is a health risk. And I wanted to know from the honourable member from Lévis if they are also concerned about this aspect of allowing more U.S. milk into Canada.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, and this issue comes right up again to the Liberal government, the government in place, because we currently cannot guarantee that a dye-filtered milk is made with the same quality of milk that respects Canadian standards. I hope that the government will deal with this by limiting or completely stopping this dye-filtered milk from coming in.
The honourable member, parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the question that I have, and I appreciate many of the comments made by the member, but one of the questions that I have is the fact that we've known this to be an issue now for the last number of years. And we know that the value of supply management, we've had members on this side of the House espouse just how important supply management is, how important our dairy industry is. My question to the members, why does he believe that the former government was not able to deal with the issue in a more timely fashion? Does he have any thoughts on that issue?
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If we go back to 10 years, the same strategy happened with the solid milk proteins, and we also dealt with what we called the pizza kits, which is to say the 10 centimeters of cheese on top of the other elements or components in the kit. The industry is very creative and imaginative in finding new ways to get around the tariff. So now it's dye-filtered milk. It started very slowly. Its growth has been exponential, and we need to deal with it in this House altogether. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Queensway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm going to give the previous Conservative government a little bit of praise and a little bit of criticism because on the one hand, throughout trade negotiations, they did in large part defend supply management, but supply management is made up of 3 pillars. It is price controls, production controls, and import controls. And in both CETA and TPP, the former Conservative government gave concessions that allowed more product to come across into Canada from Europe, tariff rate quota cheese, and now in TPP, I think up to 3% of all products in dairy can now come into Canada tariff-free, which is, by any honest objective standard, a derogation from supply management because they are attacking the import control aspect of supply management. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can square that circle for me and explain to me how he can stand and say the Conservatives support supply management while at the same time sign trade agreements that derogate from import controls that are so vital to making sure supply management works in this country.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The greatest victory for supply management during looking at these international agreements is the recognition of the Europeans of our system and also with the TPP of our Canada supply management system. We have here a group of countries that say that Canada is a sovereign country and it has a right to its own agricultural policies. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, even if there are some percentages or amounts that in different categories, the other countries have accepted our supply management system. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole à nouveau pour défendre les producteurs laitiers.
I'm proud to be defending dairy producers.
I am very frustrated at the fact that we are still talking about this issue. There has been consultation and, once again, no action from the part of the Liberal government. 2 years ago, I had to introduce a motion in this House, which was unanimously adopted to have Conservatives promise to compensate producers for the concessions they made in the agreement with the European Union. In this agreement, the Conservatives gave away 17,000 tons of new cheese import quotas to the Europeans. These 17,700 tons are on top of the 13,000 tons the Europeans can now sell to our supermarkets. This crack in our supply management system will cost our producers millions and millions of dollars. A similar situation happened in October when the Conservatives negotiated TPP in secret and gave away 3.25% of our dairy producers' market share. This is another tack and crack in the system that hurts our producers. Being good players, they said that they were open to both agreements as long as other industries were not potentially profiting at their expense. As the NDP and all parties voted in favour of the motion, the producers believe that they should be adequately compensated for their losses under CETA and TPP. You will agree, Mrs. Speaker, that negotiating and signing these trade agreements has created uncertainty for the industry, which continues to see negative impacts. What is more, while the Conservatives had announced compensation for those agreements, the current Liberal government has kind of backtracked and made more uncertainty for the industry. The Minister of International Trade said that she did not feel bound by the plan the Conservatives have announced and wanted to hold consultations. Plus de 7 mois plus tard,
After more than 7 months in power, they still haven't announced anything except consultations. The minister simply says that he is planning to implement CETA in 2017, rather than reassuring producers with a compensation plan. Madam Speaker, since they came to power, the Liberals have only created more uncertainty in the dairy industry. Of course, they use the word consultation all the time, and they talk about supply management. But if you look at the concrete steps that they've taken for the dairy industry, you really get the impression that they want to end supply management, which would only exacerbate the situation through a lack of action. I will always be here to remind the government of the importance of the dairy industry and the importance of the proper functioning of the supply management system. For a long time, dairy workers working with the supply management system have been threatened by the possible end of that system.
the first pillar is production, management, or discipline, which means that the quantity produced is regulated by quota. Producers agree to produce what Canadians need, and if they overproduce, they are responsible for those costs. The second pillar is producing pricing, negotiated on production costs. Last but not least, the final pillar is one entirely in the government's hands, which is control over imports. Based on these three pillars, supply management is like a three-leg table or a chair. If one leg is unstable, the entire system is unstable. This is exactly what is happening, Madam Speaker. Depuis plus de 2 ans, le gouvernement...
For more than 2 years, the government has not been playing its role as a controller of imports, and a product called dye-filtered milk is now crossing our border in huge quantities. This product was exclusively created to get around tariff rules. It has led to the loss of more than $220 million for our Canadian dairy producers in 2015. And if you listen to the industry, it appears that losses in 2016 will be even more significant. The NDP and the Liberal Party committed during the election campaign to solving this problem quickly once in power. But we know the results of the election in October, Madam Speaker. I know that we've debated this issue in the House, but I'd like to give you a little historic overview of the issue. Madam Speaker, since last December, I have been hassling the government to get them to tell me when they would solve this problem of dye-filtered milk. The new government's inaction has forced us to remind the government of its commitment and to urge them to take action to defend the vitality of our dairy industry and the proper management or proper functioning of the supply management system. First, they said they would consult the dairy industry, and they said that they were up to date on the file. In February, there was a glimmer of hope for our producers when the minister announced that there was never any discussion about the fact that dye-filtered milk would be used in cheese ingredients. Of course, currently in Canada, dye-filtered milk serves two purposes. This was started under the Conservatives and now under the Liberals. This is a concentrated milk protein that is not subject to tariff laws, but is considered as milk by the CFIA. But it has nothing to do with the milk that we eat with our cereal. It is a concentrated milk protein, and processors don't have any limits in the amount of it that they can use. This explains the growth in imports of dye-filtered milk over recent years. Since then, perhaps I should mention that Americans don't use dye-filtered milk in their products. This product was exclusively and specially designed to get around Canadian rules. So where do we stand today, Madam Speaker?
The minister told us that dye-filtered milk should not be used like milk, and he was going to make sure that all processors were made aware of that. At the Standing Committee on Agriculture, we heard representatives from across the dairy industry who, for the most part, believe that dye-filtered milk should be considered as a dairy protein concentrate rather than milk. After that, the minister repeatedly stated in interviews that dye-filtered milk should not be used as milk. Based on those statements, the producers and we were at least a little bit reassured that the government would understand that the ideal solution would be to consider dye-filtered milk as DPC and to have the cheese compositional standards apply to all processors. Bien entendu, nous restons inquiets de la vitesse.
Of course, we are concerned by the government's approach to applying this solution, although it did seem like a good first step. Unfortunately, several weeks later, the Liberals changed position overnight. Another 180-degree turn by the Liberal Party of Canada. Now the Minister of Agriculture and the government have gone back to square one and only talk again about consultations, as though they didn't understand the solution. So, Madam Speaker, I don't actually like the word solution, because applying the same standards to everything is not a solution. In other words, after having said that they would clarify the standards and make sure they were clear to everyone and that they were applied to everyone, the Liberals backed off once again. And they just serve up the same answer over and over. They keep saying, we protect supply management. We are in discussions with the dairy industry. We are aware of the problem. This is a problem that we inherited from the previous Conservative government. But after weeks and weeks of hearing this in the House, my party and myself have decided to debate this issue, dye-filtered milk, once again to defend the interests of the dairy industry. And we've decided to discuss this during an opposition day. We called on the government to immediately apply standards to cheese. And producers were losing substantial amounts of money, and many family farms were about to go out of business. Madam Speaker, you know the story. The Liberals voted against our motion. They announced that they would consult the industry within 30 days to try to find a long-term solution. Of course, this is just more consultations, Madam Speaker. They're just trying to buy time. But the idea was to find a long-term solution for the industry as a whole. That sounds very nice, but on paper and in real life, finding long-term solutions means that many small and medium farms will close. Our dairy producers will lose millions of dollars. producers are losing an average of $15,000 to $20,000 per year. It's shameful. In the meantime, American producers are getting rich on the backs of Canadian producers. It seems to me that their government already provides enough subsidies to them that they don't need help from the Canadian government as well. Last week, more than 3,000 producers came to protest on Parliament Hill to remind the Liberal government of one of the pillars of supply management. Because one of these pillars is really dependent on the government. The government was not carrying out its responsibility of controlling imports and controlling dye-filtered milk imports. In the space of 1 year, dairy producers came to protest on the Hill twice because they simply were not being respected by the Liberal and Conservative governments. The former Conservative government, I should say.
During the House debate, our motion and Facebook pages of several Liberal MPs, some of them said that the solution lies in investing in processing facilities. Others have even said that enforcing the current standards would simply be a Band-Aid solution. But none of them, not one of them, could explain what was preventing the government from enforcing the standards and then looking forward to another long-term solution. The same applies to investing in processing facilities. This would not prevent or control the quantity of dye-filtered milk coming into Canada. Nothing is preventing the government from considering dye-filtered milk as DPC and enforcing cheese standards while also investing in processing facilities. Nothing is stopping that. I know the Liberals have not always been unanimous on supply management, and there sure has been a lot of discontent and dissident, but I simply do not understand why it is taking the government so long to act and stand up for family farms, unless they just don't want to do it at all. But what I have to say is even more troubling, Madam Speaker, is why they are not being honest with Canadians and producers and telling them what is really going on. But no, there's no difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives with respect to producers. They keep them in the dark and in limbo until the last minute. If the government has a good reason for not addressing the problem of dye-filtered milk, why will they not explain that to producers? Why will they not explain that to us in the House? Why are they not fully compensating them for their losses? This will not be the first time the Liberal government has sacrificed the dairy industry for another sector, but at least our producers could get on with their lives and make do with this compensation. Peut-être le nombre de disparitions de fermes.
Perhaps seeing all of these farms close will help the government come to its senses faster. Just to be very clear, I would reiterate that at the NDP, we always believe that the law is the law and it needs to apply to everyone. This is why we would have changed the classification of dye-filtered milk, the classification by the CFIA, and we would have applied the standards for cheese to all processors. That is the solution that we would have applied within the first 100 days of our government if we had been elected. However, I'm really annoyed to see that local producers are continuing to have to close their doors. I am discouraged on behalf of dairy farmers, Madam Speaker. I thought that perhaps the government would be open to compensating dairy producers for their inaction. Because, Madam Speaker, we have to remember that currently producers are the ones who are paying the price for the Liberal government's poor management and their irrational choices. And if the government doesn't do anything soon, many farms will be endangered. They will lose their savings, they will have to close, and our entire supply management system will be threatened. I think that I am lucky to have supply management here in Canada, and I sincerely hope that the Liberals will finally respect their election promises, that they will stop simply talking about these empty phrases, and they will actually take concrete action to support our producers. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
It seems sometimes the only thing the opposition hates more than consultation or is not being consulted. The process to solve this problem requires a comprehensive sectoral approach. Yes, supply management must be and will be protected. That's the policy of this government. yes, the situation is unsustainable as it currently is configured, and the damage that's being done to the family farms is recognized. And I can assure you that every single member of this caucus that represents farms has been speaking up to that issue amongst all of us to make sure we're aware of the seriousness of the situation. But the dynamic is critical to understand as to what has to be balanced here. Yes, there are 22,000 people employed on dairy farms and agricultural farms in the dairy industry right across the country, but there are also 22,000 people employed in the manufacturing of cheese and dairy products that also need to make sure that their supply chain and that their work is protected in a comprehensive settlement so that we don't lay off people in one sector as we try to resolve an issue in another sector. It is a complex issue we're dealing with here. And the reason we're consulting is to make sure that when we move, we protect the whole industry and not just part of the industry. Would the member opposite like to comment on the fact that 22,000 people are employed in the dairy industry in this country, and their jobs are just as important to protect as dairy farmers?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Colleague for that question. This is a problem that has been going on for over 2 years. This is a problem that we had inherited from the Conservatives. At committee, we had people from industry, we had Dairy Farmers of Canada, we had processing. They all came together and they told us we were consulted under the old government 60, 70, 80 times. So the officials and the minister was aware. They were working hopefully on solutions. Fast forward, we had an election. 7 months later, still, the Liberals are in power. They're going to be here for another 4 years. We know what the solution is, whether it's dairy farmers, whether it's processors, transformers. We all know that the government has to apply the rules. The government has to recognize that dye-filtered milk is causing a lot of losses for dairy farmers. It is disrupting supply management. The transformers know that they're going to have to make that change. Once the government applies the rules that are already in place and actually stops it from coming in at our borders, they will have to stop using it. They will have to pay more and actually use Canadian products. That's it. That's the reality. There's going to be no job losses. The government has consulted enough. Everybody's on the same page. The government just has to act. That's all. You've got to do your job.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Montagny. The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my riding name is a very long one. I'd like to ask my colleague. Now, last week, when the dairy producers came to the Hill, they came to protest, to have the right to produce and to maintain their right to produce. And they told me clearly, and they also told me during the election campaign, that they didn't want compensation. All they wanted was the right to produce products. They don't want consultation. They don't want it from this government any more than they wanted it from our government previously. And that's why we are protecting supply management and why that's still one of our policies, to protect supply management. So I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on that. Because the reality, Madam Speaker, is that dairy producers want to contribute to the Canadian economy, not by trying to take money out of taxpayers' pockets through government contributions, but simply by producing the products that they are able to produce. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Thanks to the Canada-EU trade agreement and the TPP, there have been enormous losses to the dairy industry, and the industry works under supply management. So the previous government negotiated a compensation plan. In that compensation plan, there were more than $4 million. But there was also a plan for dealing with this problem of dye-filtered milk. A few months later, there was an election, a new government. Now we have a Liberal government which is not honoring this previous compensation plan, which had been announced by the previous government, Conservative government. And now they are just saying that they are consulting the industry. And this current government says that it is leading consultations to try to find a long-term solution for the dye-filtered milk issue. But the industry is saying there's a simple and clear solution. Processors are telling us the same thing. We simply need to apply the rules about cheese ingredients. So we need to do that in order to prevent the entry of dye-filtered milk into Canada. There have been enormous losses to our Canadian producers. They've lost about $15,000 to $20,000 per year. There are family farms that are closing at lightning speed. Last year, we lost more than 250 family dairy farms in Quebec alone. So the Liberal government needs to take action. If they are really sincere when they say that they want to protect the supply management system, they need to stand up for producers.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé for her speech. And I'll take this opportunity to congratulate her for the expertise that she's developed on this issue. In the last election campaign, I had the opportunity to visit a number of farms with her and to meet with our dairy producers and to understand on the ground this model of the family farm, which is so important in Quebec. It's important to consider the urgency of this debate today. We know that there's a problem with allowing farms to be transmitted from one generation to another so that they stay in the family. But if, in addition to that, families lose income, I have a very simple question. Are we not seeing an increase in the number of family farms that will be sold? And that's a model that's very important to us. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his question. Well, our supply management system in Canada is something we can be proud of. When we look elsewhere around the world at production issues and uncertainty in other countries, it's very frightening. So that should give us increased need to stand up and defend supply management at our borders and in trade agreements. For a member who represents a rural area with hundreds of dairy producers and poultry producers, well, I recognize the importance of our supply management system. And I want to tell you that it's so important that we act. 30 days now the government has been consulting. 7 months that the government's been in power. Everyone agrees that we need to protect our supply management system. The solution is simple. This Liberal government needs to stand up to the Americans and stop the importation of dye-filtered milk to Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader in the government.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the member indicated that she sat on the Agricultural Committee and that she's been following this issue for the last couple of years. Actually, a fairly straightforward question. Can the member indicate to the House, are there situations where we have contractual agreements between companies that have possibly not expired? And to what degree does she believe, or her party believe, that the Government of Canada is obligated to at least entertain and possibly respect those contracts? Does that play any role in terms of the discussions that we're having today?
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
My colleague for the question. I've been on the Ag Committee since 2012. I tabled a motion in 2013 in support of supply management and asking the government to compensate the industry because of losses under the Canada-Europe trade agreement. We are talking about dye-filtered milk. Everyone is aware that this is a problem that has been going on for 2-3 years. Industry has been consulted, transformers, processors have been consulted. Everybody is aware. We do have reglementation in place. When dye-filtered milk comes to Canada, it is not considered milk, so it gets in. It's not taxed a certain way. If the government were to actually stand up and apply the rules in place and stop this dye-filtered milk from coming into Canada, we would not have these losses. Transformers would actually use Canadian products. It would actually support supply management. It would reassure our producers. It would solve a lot of problems. So we're just asking the government to act. They've consulted enough. There's been a lot of talk. There's been enough hot air. We had 3,000 people on the Hill. We need the government to finally stand up and do their job. That's all.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, I would like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Shefford. I would also like to thank the member for raising this important question on behalf of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. On this side of the House, our intentions to the industry, which benefits from the supply management system, have always been very clear. Supply management gives consumers a local market, safe and stable market, while allowing farm families who benefit from supply management to live their passion in dignity. 40 years ago, the Liberal Party fought for the supply management system, and we will continue to fight to preserve it from those who wish to abolish it. The government recognizes that our producers are dealing with losses because of diafiltered milk in cheese production. The concerns of the industry are a concern for us, and we are paying particularly close attention to the sector so that we can create a solution that will ensure the survival over the long term of the supply management system. We have promised to listen to the needs of industry stakeholders, and that is exactly what we are doing, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and his team, as well as the entire Liberal caucus, are constantly in communication with sector stakeholders. While our colleagues from the Conservative Party are holding forums on eliminating supply management, our government is working to ensure that dairy producers are well positioned and to ensure that the industry remains technologically advanced to remain competitive in a constantly changing global economy. That is why, last month, the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary met with dozens of important players in the sector, including Canada's dairy producers, the Canadian Dairy Commissioners, the Union of Agricultural Producers of Quebec, the Canadian Dairy Producers Association, and with processors. These discussions were very productive and will help us develop a long-term sustainable strategy for the dairy sector. While my colleagues have highlighted the contribution of Canada's dairy producers, I'd like to draw your attention to the processing industry in Canada. It's a source of pride for Canadians. The food processing sector produces a wide variety of delicious, top-quality food. This sector stimulates our economy by employing almost 300,000 Canadians in 6,000 different sites across the country. With sales of over $100 billion, including $17 billion in the dairy processing sector, it makes a major contribution to Canada's GDP. That's why having a strong processing sector is essential for the industry. And if we wish to have that sector in rude health, we need a long-term sustainable strategy. We have been working to support the food processing sector to allow it to maintain its leadership in job creation and innovation in Canada. As indicated in the Minister's mandate letter, we will take every necessary effort to ensure that the food processing industry remains focused on innovation and has at its disposal every tool that it needs to face competition. To attract investment and to create high-quality jobs in the food processing sector, the Minister has, as a mandate, to invest in an investment fund, a value-added investment fund, money that will create further investment and jobs in the food processing sector in Canada. The fund will also ensure that our industry has the ability to use the most recent technology and thus remain competitive. When Canadians go shopping, when they go to the grocery store, thanks to our industry, They know that their delicious dairy products are made here with Canadian dairy products. The supply management system has worked well for many years for producers, processors, and consumers. It allows our producers to remain competitive while maintaining stable and fair pay for their work. It gives Canadians access to superior quality products as well as predictable and stable prices, and this for the last 40 years. This prevents unexpected fluctuations in the price. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we are disappointed and worried to see that the Conservatives are determined to destroy this system, which yet has served Canadians very well for over 40 years. We are worried by the lack of clarity coming from our colleagues in the official opposition. One day, they say that they're for supply management. On the next day, they say that there are going to be campaigns to abolish it. The member for Lévis-Lobinière is a good example of this. Well, when he won in his riding, he promised to protect the supply management system. Well, now he's changed sides and he's co-chairing a campaign to end supply management. So, what does that say? Well, it says, Madam Speaker, that we on this side of the House are the only party that is truly defending supply management, and we are ensuring that the views of all in the sector are being heard. Madam Speaker, I am a fourth-generation dairy farmer. I have worked in the field. I have milked cows my entire life. So when I say that this issue is very important to me and that we're doing everything that we can to find a long-term sustainable solution, well, it's not a politician who's speaking, it's the farmer in me who's speaking. I have no doubt that our common efforts and our investments in innovation will position the Canadian dairy sector in such a way as to be able to realize its full potential while growing our economy. Today, I wish to say to all stakeholders in the Canadian dairy sector that you can count on us. Our government, you can count on us to act in your best interests. We recognize the value of your sector to the Canadian economy and to the well-being of Canadian families, and we will defend our supply management system to the best of our abilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed in my colleague's speech, the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture, that, well, based on what he said, he should look very closely at his party and his government. I noted in his speech that he defended the processors who are the cause of the diafiltered milk problem. These same processors are the ones who are going around the rules. They've bought diafiltered milk from the United States to the detriment of Canada's dairy producers and to the detriment of the three pillars of supply management. And this same parliamentary secretary, this same member, is rising in the House to say that he's defending supply management. He's speaking out of both sides of his mouth, Madam Speaker. Right now, the processing industry is doing everything that it can to destroy supply management by importing diafiltered milk, which breaks the three pillars: control at the borders, production, and price control of supply management. I'd like to ask my colleague to explain what he's saying, and I'd like him to say that if he's going to defend supply management, that he stops the importation of diafiltered milk. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Lévis-Lobinière for his question. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the entire dairy sector is affected, and that is why both sides are negotiating. They have negotiated, and they are still negotiating. We have said that we've put in place supply management. Our party implemented supply management, and we will continue to work to defend the entire sector over the long term. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech in the House today. Today, the government is bragging about the fact that they implemented our supply management system. But when we see what's happening right now, well, it seems like the government is destroying our supply management system by allowing the importation of diafiltered milk. The Liberal government should be ashamed. Producers came to Parliament Hill in protest last week. 3,000 producers were here to say that they've had enough. They've had enough with consultations. Everyone agrees on the solution. The government needs to do its job and apply the regulations that are in place that would stop the importation of diafiltered milk to Canada. It's simple. The government's talking about a complex situation. They say they're looking for a long-term solution. Well, that needs to stop. The government needs to apply the rules that are in place and then maybe look for other solutions after that. But the government needs to act. It needs to stand up for Canadian producers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question. As a former dairy producer, I was very proud to see all of the producers come here to the Hill last week to highlight their desire to see the protection of supply management and to talk about diafiltered milk. And that's why we've implemented consultations which have just ended, and solutions will be studied to help the sector in the best possible way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have time for a brief question.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member, or the parliamentary secretary, talked about himself being a dairy farmer and how it's been into the farm for generations. I, too, had the opportunity to tour a dairy farm and just wanted to get him to provide some comment in regards to the technology and the advancements. I was quite impressed in terms of just how important and how the quality of milk that's being produced here through technologies and different types of advancement and how that will complement, ultimately, supply management into the future.
A really brief answer, please, from the Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I said, well, we have a dairy farm in my riding, and all of the technology that we use is very important for the quality of life of our entrepreneurs, and it also gives our dairy producers the opportunity to have quality time with their families. And this technology also allows us to have better quality milk on the market. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must mention first that I'll be sharing my time with the member for La Prairie. I am very happy, Madam Speaker, to be able to participate in this debate today because the Canadian dairy sector plays an essential role in our economy and in the food security of Canadian families. And I'd like to thank the member for Fundy Royal for having raised this very important question on behalf of the Agriculture Committee. The government agrees with the Standing Committee's report on the following points. We will protect supply management against those who wish to abolish it. We recognize the problem caused by diafiltered milk, and we are listening to industry to create a fair, sustainable, long-term solution. Madam Speaker, while we work with industry to protect our supply management system, which ensures that producers get fair pay for their work, and which ensures that Canadian families have access to high-quality, safe, local food, the Conservatives, meanwhile, they're holding forums on abolishing this system. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Excuse me, Point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker. My colleague said that he's sharing his time, but as he's the second speaker, he cannot share his time with another speaker. I'd like to ask him to clarify that situation.
Alors, c'est certain que
Well, the parliamentary secretary had indicated that he was going to share his time with you, so you cannot re-share your time. So you will have a 10-minute speech with 5 minutes of questions and comments, but you can't divide your 10 minutes into 5 minutes because it's just 20 minutes. All right, a 10-minute speech, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Therefore, I will continue. How can he say that he's defending our Canadian producers and challenging the innovative issue that has provided for fair remuneration and fed our families? In my riding, 75% of the land is agricultural and 15% of jobs are directly related to the agriculture and agri-food industry. We might say that the population of my riding has well understood that talking out of both sides of their mouth is difficult to believe. The Government of Canada is determined to promote research and development so that the dairy industry will be able to prosper in a world economy that is constantly changing. The Government of Canada has even invested $19 million in the Dairy Research Group. This group is responsible for 23 research projects on which hundreds of scientists are working, coming from 15 institutions and 8 government research centers across the country, including the state-of-the-art one in Sherbrooke. With its position as a leader, the dairy industry puts the emphasis on a number of key areas, such as the nutritional profile of dairy products. These significant investments will also support research work carried out by our scientists at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in 2 important sectors. First of all, the growth of the quality of fodder crops in Canada, which will increase our dairy production capacity, and secondly, the comprehension of the role that milk fat products-based products play in the effect on people with type 2 diabetes. We support this report. We're well aware that this issue is not only about dye-filtered milk, but we really want to ensure that our supply management system works effectively over the long term in a world economy that's in constant evolution. In order to well understand the concerns of the sector, we have promised to meet with various stakeholders in the sector, and that's exactly what we have done, Madam Speaker. While others are working on promoting the abolition of the supply management system, this system that allows our farm families to live equitably and with dignity, our government is making every necessary effort in order to protect it. Over the last few weeks, representatives of Agriculture Canada, the Minister, and his Parliamentary Secretary have had discussions with all representatives of all dairy sectors, from the smallest to the biggest producers, processors, and associations at the provincial and national levels. The consultations were very productive and have allowed us to gather quality information, and that will help us to build a solid basis over the long term for our dairy sector and for our supply management sector. Madam Speaker, let us now turn towards the future of agriculture in Canada. It's a promising future filled with opportunities and possible expansion in light of a growing world demand that doesn't stop growing. At home, more and more consumers are choosing dairy products, Canadian dairy products, for their great quality. In order to help Agriculture Canada to exploit these market opportunities and build a solid and promising future, federal, provincial, and territorial governments have committed to drafting the new agricultural strategic framework that will ensure best results for the sector. This will be focused on innovation and strengthening the competitiveness of the sector, while at the same time looking to ensure the durability and markets for various parts of the food chain. The strategic framework will also allow us to well manage risks in order to ensure agricultural businesses have more stability. We are currently meeting with industry representatives to discuss the challenges that they face. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, productive and efficient consultations, massive investments in research and development in the dairy sector, and the drafting of the next agricultural strategic framework that will be focused on innovation, the marketing and risk management, all actions taken by the government in order to ensure the protection of Canadian agriculture. I'm convinced that all of these efforts and all of the energy spent by our government is in the best interest of Canadian farmers, and this will result in a strategy that will ensure the durability of our supply management system over the long term. This system allows producers to have stable income that's fair for their dedication while they remain competitive. Moreover, the system ensures that Canadian products are of the highest quality, produced by farmers at home, processed here at a stable and foreseeable price. On this side of the House, we will speak out against anyone who wants to do away with such a system. Contrary to the Conservatives, who say that the very basis of supply management goes against their fundamental values, the Liberal Party says that these values are part of our DNA. 40 years ago, we fought to implement the supply management system, and today we'll do everything in our power to protect it. As a government, we hope to ensure that farmers will be in the best position possible, that our food processing system will be state-of-the-art, and we will defend supply management against those who want to do away with it. Questions and comments?
Our member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is, the last paragraph I heard, or words from the members opposite, on the DNA, they have it in their DNA as a government, as the Liberals, for supply management support. If you have it in your DNA, what are you actually and practically doing to serve and help the farmers that came last week to this House protesting for their rights and waiting for the government to do something about it?
I just want to remind the member as well to address the questions to the chair and not to individual members. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of being able to answer my colleague's question. As I said earlier in my speech, 75% of the land in my riding is agricultural, and I'm proud to see that farmers are taking things in hand. And on Milk Day, they said that supply management is important for them. I went to their meeting, and I support them in that regard.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Timmins-James Bay.
Representing the region of Timmins-James Bay, we have a large dairy sector. And one of the fundamentals of the dairy sector in our region is that we don't have the boom and bust that has affected grain prices, it's affected the cattle industry, and it's because it's a principle in terms of how production is carried out. And we have basically the only system in the world that isn't subsidized. So we're going up against international competitors who pump millions and billions of dollars into their export-driven milk industries, but they're subsidized by the taxpayers. Ours, this system is not subsidized. So when the government is signing negotiations, it's signing away pieces of this market here and pieces of that market there, the overall stability of the sector becomes destabilized. And this is the message we've been hearing from the family farms across our region. So the government's talking about a consultation process, but they're talking about a consultation process because they don't want to deal with the fact that they're actually going to have to start to compensate and subsidize the dairy farmers for the trade deals that they're signing. So either we are going to support supply management with clear principles, or we're going to just hear more government hot air. And all morning long, I've heard them hug farmers and tell us how much they love farmers and how much farming is important to them, but I haven't heard one single commitment to deal with the issues of the undermining of our markets by the flooding of foreign ingredients that are undermining the ability of the supply management sector to stay afloat without subsidies. So I want to ask the government, Are they planning subsidies? And will they work with the sector to stop undermining a system that works?
Honourable Member for Shefford. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. We talked a bit about this earlier, Madam Speaker, and in fact I met with dozens or even hundreds of dairy producers in my riding as well as on the Hill last week, and they never talk about compensation, at least the ones that I've met with. It's not what farmers want. They're not seeking that. What they want the government to do, and let's be clear about it, they want us to protect supply management. They're proud of their system. They're proud of what the Liberal Party has put in place 40 years ago and the way in which it has protected supply management, the way in which we have discussed with these people and consulted them, and they're also proud to see that we are committed to having discussions and finding fair, long-term solutions that will allow everyone to prosper.
Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Again, it seems the only thing the opposition seems to hate more than consultation is not being consulted. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I think that the consultations which have been wrapped up now as we move towards the action that the opposition is asking us to take are critically important. But my question is about this trade deal that we have signed. I have not seen a trade deal signed and delivered to the House of Commons. I know not what of they speak. I know that there are consultations about a proposed trade deal that has implications for the sector, but it has not been signed. In fact, we are now in consultation with the sectors, including the dairy sector, because all we've signed is the agreement to what the wording is to be discussed as part of a ratification process. But would you agree with me that there has been no trade deal signed, despite what the opposition insists on today?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Indeed, Madam Speaker. A brief answer. Yes, thank you. Indeed, this is a new philosophy we have of ensuring that we are in contact and in discussion with the industry currently, and I think they're very proud to be part of these discussions. And the TPP file, of course, will be discussed over the next few weeks and months to ensure that we're all comfortable with the same facts. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased. I'm actually rather surprised to have to rise once again in this House to talk about the issue of diafiltered milk. It's a problem that everyone's aware of and has been aware of for several months now. It's a problem that's getting worse as nothing is done about the diafiltered milk issue. The problem's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's ended up blowing up in the House of Commons here with a protest by some 3,000 dairy farmers who came here and talked to us about how impatient they are. So it wasn't just to emphasize National Milk Day that those producers came here. I heard this on the part of a government representative some time ago, and it made me smile. Do you really believe that dairy producers, in the midst of a very busy season on the farm, are going to take a day of their time to come here to Ottawa to say hello to their Member of Parliament, to say, wonderful, it's National Milk Day, celebrate that with us? Let's be serious here. It wasn't for Dairy Milk Day. It was the day to protest against diafiltered milk that those people came here to Parliament Hill to protest. It's important to emphasize this because I heard my predecessor talk about a new philosophy within the government, and we're now taking the time to listen and to discuss. Except that philosophy isn't new. Listening and discussing is what they've been doing for the last 7 months. There's never any tangible action taken and no concrete action. And the problem is not one that cropped up yesterday. There was an election on October 19th and a change of government. And during the campaign, every MP received a visit from dairy farmers. And what were we asked to do? To solve the diafiltered milk issue. So this is a problem that existed. And all of the parties said, yes, Madam Speaker. They all said, yes, we're going to deal with this. We'll solve the problem once we're in power. We ourselves said, and we had already started as the former government to try and solve the problem, and the Liberals arrive, they come to power with this great promise made to the dairy producers. They said, we will solve the problem. The result, Madam Speaker, is that 7 months later, what are we being told? That they're going to consult, we're going to think about it, we're going to discuss and negotiate, and, well, in the motion that we have before us here today, they said we recognize the problem. Well, it's amazing that 7 months later, we're starting to recognize that there's a problem. So that the House recognizes that the government strongly supports supply management. Well, Madam Speaker, the government needs a motion in the House to be told that they recognize the problem. Wow, I've never seen that before. I would never have believed that the government needs the House to tell them that they recognize a problem. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. And that's not all. We want the government to recognize the losses of the dairy industry. It's $200 million in 2015. That's over. There have been losses. Recognize that the industry is asking for a quick resolution of the problem. Well, it seems to me that we've been hearing that for 7 months. To meet with the dairy producers and to meet with dairy producers within the next 18 days. We asked a month ago for that to happen, and now it's another 18-day delay, which will bring us right into the fullness of summer when the producers won't have any time to come and meet with their members here in the House because we'll all be back in our ridings. So this is another way of filtering the problem. We are diluting it across the country, and it's another delay where there'll be no action. And to propose an economic solution, a sustainable solution, well, we're asking for that. This government was not ready. They were elected under false representations, and it's not just under the issue of dye-filtered milk. It's the case for almost every issue that's been brought here before the House. We realize that this government said that they had a plan, but it wasn't a plan to govern. It was a plan to prepare to government. It was a plan to consult, to see how they should govern. And if that's the way in which it had been presented to voters, I'm not certain that the result would have been the same. However, that's the way in which the Liberals have decided to present themselves to the people. And, of course, to be elected under false pretexts. And the issue of dye-filtered milk speaks to that. Last week, the producers who came up to the Hill came from all regions of the country. They came from every region in Quebec. And one producer really made a big impression on me. And it was just in the hallway coming up towards the doors to the House of Commons. I was walking with them and speaking, and all of a sudden I saw 8 pairs of boots on the floor, and I said to the producers, why did you put these here? And they said, because we want to send a message to the government. We want to send them the message that the action has to, they have to walk the talk. That's what we're trying to say to them, because nothing's happening. That's what happened. They're just talk. It's all talk. It's all hot air. And so the producers tried to pass their message last week in that way. So I hope that the members of the government will use this and to finally find a solution, and that they will implement it, because solutions have been proposed several times by the dairy producers. These producers, I remind you once again, gave up a day of their production to be here and send this message to the government. These producers, when I walked amongst them, did not understand why the government had yet to act, but yet the solution seemed simple. We treat diafiltered milk like a milk ingredient. That's it. And so if we put an end to that, there'll be no problems. And so why don't they do it? It seems quite simple. Well, you have to understand that it is complicated. If we look a little bit further, on, we realize that since we've been asking questions of this government in terms of agriculture, but particularly in terms of diafiltered milk, we just haven't seen any action. The Minister of Agriculture himself is rather absent in terms of the debate on diafiltered milk. The parliamentary secretary has taken the bulk of the questions, probably because the minister doesn't really know much about diafiltered milk. In fact, the minister doesn't seem terribly interested in agriculture.
Because in another bill that we're studying here in the House, Bill C-15 about the Budget Implementation Act, there is no reference to agriculture. They don't talk about agriculture at all in the latest budget. So the budget that we're being asked to pass, a budget that the government had to use time allocation to push through, there is no mention of agriculture, Madam Speaker. Nothing in C-15. And when we ask why there is no reference to agriculture, they say, well, we've allocated money to help internet broadband access. Well, that doesn't help feed Canadians, Madam Speaker. Of course we need internet access in our regions. That's very important for rural areas of Canada. But why, when we ask questions about agriculture, do they talk about the internet? I think there's a deep misunderstanding and lack of awareness about farming issues on the part of this government. Madam Speaker, I did a little bit of research on a website, and I found that the Minister of Agriculture responded at least, or failed to respond at least 5 times to questions about diafiltered milk. So this is the type of answer that the minister sometimes gave us. Well, I understand the member's concern. We are aware of the issue. That's May 2016. We are aware that this is an issue for dairy producers. We are working on a long-term solution. That's May 11th, 2016. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that my government supports supply management, and we are aware of the industry's concerns about diafiltered milk. That's May 3rd, 2016. So they're aware of the issue, but they're still asking for another 18 days to solve the issue. Yet another contradiction. Now, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I've already met with representatives of many sectors of agriculture, including dairy producers. But now the motion today says that they need 18 more days to meet with these representatives. So what does the minister not understand? Why does he need more time to meet with them? The solution is simple. The solution has been mentioned many times today. And in committee. In March 2016, the minister answered a question by the following. I'd like to say that I am not negotiating with anyone. It is the industry and the producers who are in discussion, and I am not negotiating with anyone. My work is to ensure that both parties properly understand the regulations. Well, we understand why they're not taking action, because they don't want to. They are talking about raising awareness. They're talking about, they don't have any solutions, and they're just talking about making people understand the regulation. But the cat is out of the bag now, Mr. Speaker. They are not interested in finding a solution. They just want to ensure that producers get tired, that they wait until the end of the parliamentary session so that they can take a non-position and then enter the summer peacefully without having dealt with this. But we will not have a good summer if this is not settled. Now, I tried to find the person who had answered the most questions that we asked about diafiltered milk. Now, that's the parliamentary secretary. 16 times, the parliamentary secretary answered questions about diafiltered milk. So the score. Parliamentary secretary 16, Minister of Agriculture 5. you can see the importance that this government gives to the issue of diafiltered milk. What did the parliamentary secretary say? As per our commitment, we continue to listen to dairy producers. That was June 2nd, 2016. Then again, we are aware of the industry's concerns about the use of diafiltered milk in the production of cheese. That's very similar to the minister's response. May 19th. We are in regular communication with industry stakeholders. We are listening to their opinions about compensation. We are aware that compensation is important to the sector which works under supply management. Now, there's something I don't understand about this statement, Mr. Speaker. But in any case, let's move along. The parliamentary secretary answered another question. In fact, he answered 16 times. The minister only answered 5 times. I think that says a lot. And what's even more telling in what the parliamentary secretary said is the fact that he talks about acting quickly. On May 9th, he said, last Tuesday, we committed to have consultations within 30 days with the entire industry. That was the beginning of May, but now that deadline is passed. Then, April 21st, we need to take action quickly. That's what we will do, but we need to take the time to develop a long-term agreement. That's in April. I know that this is urgent, but we're busy in discussion. Well, Mr. Speaker, blah, 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 blah. That is my summary of the Liberal government's speech on the issue of diafiltered milk. Mr. Speaker, honestly, I think that the government needs to react. The government needs to take some of those boots that were left on Parliament Hill last week, that they put them on, and that they use them so that those boots can walk forward towards a solution. This is an urgent situation. I could mention the testimony of all of the dairy producers in my riding and the dairy producers in all the ridings of Quebec and Canada. They all talk about their massive financial problem. This is an issue that is equivalent to their annual salary. These are not rich people, contrary to what a lot of people have suggested. On the contrary, these amounts are equivalent to their salary. Often, dairy producers are the only economic drivers of their villages. And while these people are having a hard time making ends meet, the government is just parroting institutional blah, blah, blah. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to remind everyone that what we're looking to do here is not complicated. We are asking the government to recognize that in cheese production, there is milk involved, and then there are milk ingredients. Now, real, good, wholesome cow's milk is one ingredient, and then milk ingredients is the other side. And that includes isolates, diafiltered milk, powders, and so on. That's very clear. Those are ingredients that are derived from milk. I'm not saying that they're bad products. I'm just saying that consumers have the right to know what is in the products that they consume. Unfortunately, with diafiltered milk, it's a little bit complicated because at the border, it's considered an ingredient, but when it gets to the factory, it's considered as milk. The president of the Quebec Dairy Producers Federation addressed the large gathering of producers last week, and he challenged MPs to drink a cup of diafiltered milk to see if it tasted like milk. And if they were convinced, after having tasted it, that it was milk, well, then no one would question it. But milk is milk. Diafiltered milk is an ingredient, a dairy ingredient. That's the way it is. And Mr. Speaker, once again, I am really acting as a spokesman for dairy producers here. So I would like to challenge government members to drink a glass of diafiltered milk and to tell us whether or not it is milk. And I would suggest that you refrigerate it for a few minutes before. That might improve it just a little bit, but it will still be dye-filtered milk. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at cheese or when you buy some cheese in the store and you see milk ingredients listed on the package, well, we know what we're buying. But if you buy cheese that is made with dye-filtered milk, it just says milk. It doesn't even say that it was made with American milk proteins, which were designed to get rid of specially created proteins from the States that are made with hormones. Now, all we have to do is solve that little problem that helps consumers, and that would also solve a very big problem for Quebec and Canadian dairy producers. That's what we need to understand. There are many cheese factories in Quebec that are currently having a hard time making a living because of this unfair competition from the States. There is La Fromagerie Bourgade in my riding, a little cheese factory, which is very proud of the cheese that it produces. But its cheese costs $1 more than that made by a competitor, which uses dye-filtered milk. Now, that might not seem like a lot, but at a time when consumers are trying to keep as much money as possible in their pockets, $1 makes a big difference. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of blah, blah, blah from the Liberal government. Now, let's not wait another 18 days. Let's take action. I'm glad that the government has said that they recognize the problem in the House. I didn't think that we would need a House motion for the government to recognize that. But in any case, we will be supporting the motion, of course. I don't think that the producers who are working hard right now to produce dairy products with their 30 or 60 cows, I don't know if they understand all the nuances of the motion. Why does the government need a motion to recognize that a problem exists? That's the real question, Mr. Speaker. The government is not listening. The government is simply finding a way to buy more time to implement a real solution. Now, I'd like to reach out to them and to implore them not to wait 18 days, but to take action now. All the parties in this House, and particularly all dairy farmers in Canada, will be happy to see a real solution from this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He used the words blah, blah, blah. Now, for 10 years, I've been following politics, and in 2010, I saw a lot of blah, 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 because at that time, there were tons and tons of milk protein coming into the country, and all the government did at that point was say blah, blah, blah. In 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, it was more blah, blah, blah from the previous government. Now we're being asked to solve the problem immediately. Well, when your house is broken, it takes time to fix it, and that's what we're trying to do. But we also need champions in this House. There are members across the way who support a champion, the member for Beauce, who is against supply management. So how can they support him, but then say that the opposition parties support this motion? There are people within his own party who don't support supply management. Now, I've been out talking to dairy producers in Beauce who were not happy with their MP. So I'd like my colleague to tell us, how can he defend supply management if within his own party there are members who don't even agree on this file? The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I like this question. I can see that my colleague was very happy to use the term blah, blah, blah. In fact, the Liberals are so used to talking about blah, blah, blah that they can just use it all the time. Now, concerning my colleague's position, my colleague who is running for the leadership, well, you know, people in our party have the right to have different opinions. Our party supports supply management. We're not trying to twist the truth. We're not trying to take one comment of one of our colleagues to suggest that everyone agrees with that, like you've been doing since the beginning of the week. Now, the producers that I've met with know what the Conservative Party's position is on supply management. The producers I've met with say that they agree with us. They want us to defend supply management. That's what we've done. That's what we will continue to do. And we are not gagging people to prevent them from expressing their opinions. People have the right to have different opinions. They have the right to disagree. Of course. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we have the right to defend our opinions. But we support supply management, and we won't be playing political games like the Liberals, who apparently don't have any solution but to blame us for a problem they haven't solved. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who want to know what's happening today? This is an attempt by the Liberal Party to rewrite what really happened. What they're trying to say is what we really meant to say is that we actually support dairy farmers, because the dairy farmers came asking for action and the Liberals turned their back on them. There was a debate in this House about supporting the dairy farmers, and the Liberals turned their back on them. Now they've heard from their constituents and have realized that they alienated the dairy sector, because at a time when they should be standing up for them, they were voting against them. So what's happening for the folks back home is this is a fiction that we're debating the importance of the Liberals to consult. Well, the Liberals consult on everything. When you look up consulting in the Liberal playbook, it means keep talking and do nothing. That's something that people really need to understand. Every time you hear a Liberal say consult, it means keep talking, do nothing. But that's not good enough for dairy farmers. That's not good enough for the farm families who came to this Parliament Hill asking for action. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about this spectacle that we're dealing with here, of debating something that was already debated and they voted against on a clear form of action, now to debate something, to continue to debate, to show that they're actually willing to debate. It's a complete waste of time and energy for the farm families of our country.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think this question really sums up the current situation. This government talks so much. The producers had to walk right up here to Parliament Hill to see any action. And that really marked me, that image. You know, it was very impressive. Now, concerning the debates, whether people support things or not, is it milk, is it not milk? Well, they finally realized that dye-filtered milk is not milk. So today, when they go back to their ridings at the end of the week, they're going to have so many dairy producers telling them, listen, we don't have they realized that they had to change their position. So now they're recognizing that this is a problem. But the government couldn't do that on its own, Mr. Speaker. They had to have a House motion to simply acknowledge that they recognize this problem. So I think the problem here is really with the Liberal government and nowhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Producers in our region know that during the election campaign, we promised that we would solve the issue of dye-filtered milk within the first days and weeks following our election, if we were elected. Now, my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable and myself and many of our colleagues in the Quebec caucus all have the same position. We defend supply management, period. Now, following our visit with people who came to the Hill to present the industry to the government, call on the government to take action. Well, after 7 months in power, the government had promised to solve this issue, but they've still done nothing. All they've done is listen and had a lot of blah, blah, blah. That's all we've heard for weeks in this House. Now, when the people came to the Hill, what we heard was that all producers want is to be able to make a living from their work. That's all they want. So I'd like my colleague to tell us a little bit more about what he heard on the Hill. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his work, which he has done ardently defending dairy producers. And he is also in the House to express their message and to help people understand that these people took a very busy day out of the harvest season. They sacrificed a day of work. In fact, they had to hire other people to replace them at work in order to come to Parliament Hill. So it cost them a lot of money to come. They didn't just come here to say, oh, milk is pure and good and wonderful. They came here to tell us there's a real problem with something that is not milk. That's diafiltered milk. Something that can cost us $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 per month. And what they're simply saying is, please allow us to do our work. Please allow us to contribute to our local communities and meet the needs of our families. That's all dairy producers want, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do find it somewhat amazing that you have members of the Conservative caucus coming forward and trying to portray that they are a defender of supply management. For years, I sat on the opposition benches, and the Conservative government was absolutely silent on this issue. And when you take a look at what they're saying today, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you've got to wonder, where were they when they were in government? There is a process that we're going through, and even with the Liberal motion that we're debating here today, they make a mockery, or he attempts to make a mockery of the motion. When you have a government that's trying to express their concern with respect to a very important, vital industry to our country, and they choose to make a mockery of it in terms of, as opposed to recognizing the value of the motion itself. We understand and appreciate the seriousness of this particular issue, and we are working to resolve the issue. My question to the member is this. He made reference to the fact that we've had, 20 answers. Most of the answers came from the PS. My question to the member is, why does he believe, given the concern the Conservatives have, that the NDP are asking more questions than the Conservatives are, and yet they're double in terms of numbers?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, there are so many elements in that question. First of all, he reproached the previous government for having been silent on this file. Well, listen, silent, but we act. So what's better, to be silent and to act and protect supply management internationally, or to just blah, blah, blah the whole time with doing nothing? So listen, I think we have a good method on this side, Mr. Speaker. We'd rather act than speak, and I think that's what we need to do. Second, I really appreciate my colleague with his questions, because he always brings in some interesting angles, and this was particularly interesting when my colleague says that the government is trying to express its concerns faced with supply management. Well, I thought it was up to producers to express those concerns and the government to find a solution, Mr. Speaker. So the answer is that we do more than talk, we act. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to share my time with my colleague from Mirabel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the members for raising this important issue on behalf of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. We fully support the committee's report, and as a member, as part of the government's strong support of Canada's supply management system. While I'm going to speak specifically to Canada's supply managed dairy sector, please understand that the Government of Canada fully supports Canada's entire supply management system. Supply management plays a tremendous role in Canadian agriculture, and our government is proud to have such a strong and vibrant dairy sector in this country. Canada's supply management system is a model of stability, providing high-quality products at a reasonable and stable price without any taxpayer or government subsidies. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, recently we have seen members on the opposite side of the House speak against supply management. The member for Beauce, for instance, has called this model of stability a cartel, which is fundamentally unfair for farmers. Il a également dit que la gestion de l'offre.
He also said that supply management is a barrier to innovation. So he's completely ignoring the facts. In Glengarry Prescott Russell, a region with over 300 dairy producers, innovation is very much a daily part of life in this sector. And yesterday, with a few members, we visited the Sunnybrand farm. Its main goal is to create quality milk. To do that, they've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in a robot that more efficiently and healthily milks the cows. It's also better for the cow.
Animal care has gone down 30%. Each day, they save 3 hours of chores related to milking, and all cows are free roaming in this barn. Because they're saving 3 hours a day, this saved time is spent on improving animal welfare. In fact, this farmer designed hay with less potassium, which is meant to improve hoof care or foot care for cows. Alors, Monsieur le Président, de dire que le
So, Mr. Speaker, to say that the member for Beauce believes that supply management is a barrier to innovation, well, it's completely false. I respect his position, and it's good to have principles, but those principles have to be based in fact.
stand here and say that every member of this caucus supports supply management and that our liberal values align with supply management. My colleagues can rest assured that the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food is deeply committed to supply management and is working with the dairy sector to ensure we find a long-term, sustainable solution that works for the whole Canadian dairy sector. Having been a dairy farmer himself, the Minister appreciates how important supply management is to the sector and to Canada's economy. In early May, our government announced our intention to initiate discussions within 30 days to help the dairy industry adjust to CETA, as well as work together on the issue of diet-filtered milk. We have delivered on that commitment, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to talk to the industry. The Minister and Parliamentary Secretary have held many cooperative, productive, and important discussions with Canadian dairy producers and processors from across the country over the past week.
I am constantly in communication with our dairy producers to defend their interests, and I know that the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary are as well. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I was talking to a dairy producer on the street, and I met with the Minister completely accidentally, and the Minister picked up the phone and talked to that producer right away.
International Trade had a very productive meeting with the organizers of last week's rally in support of supply management. Together, our government will work with our stakeholders to ensure the best possible outcomes are reached and opportunities for the future are achieved. Mr. Speaker, the dairy industry provides over 200,000 jobs for Canadians, supports 12,000 family farms, and contributes nearly $20 billion to our GDP. If we were to listen to conservative values, we would lose a large portion of that contribution to our economy and our rural communities across the country. Canadians rely on dairy farmers to deliver the high-quality dairy products they feed their families. The industry is doing great work in growing markets through branding, collaborating with industry, and harnessing innovation. If I could speak to the importance of innovation once again to this sector for a moment to place the trade issue we are considering today in a broader context. Innovation technologies and practices are opening new horizons in the dairy sector. The government is proud to support this innovative industry. Total federal investments in the dairy research clusters have reached $13.75 million over 5 years. Our budget also announced significant measures to support Canadian agriculture, including supply-managed sectors. Investments of $30 million over the next 6 years will support genomics research. Over $40 million will support the modernization of a number of research centres across Canada. Budget 2016 highlights a new innovation agenda that supports Canada's innovators, including those in the dairy sector, to achieve success. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that this innovative trend continues and that Canada's dairy industry remains vibrant. We realize the importance of further investments in the dairy sector to help it reach its full potential, and recent discussions have helped shape the collaborative approach our government is taking to work towards an appropriate mitigation package as part of the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. Canada committed to ratify the Canada-European Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. CETA will open markets for key Canadian agricultural exports such as beef, pork, grain and oilseeds, fruits and vegetables, and processed food. We will absolutely continue to advance all Canadian agricultural interests as we consider trade matters, and that includes the supply management sectors. The Government of Canada wants to ensure we find long-term, sustainable solutions that work for the whole Canadian dairy sector. That is why we are meeting with industry stakeholders and obtaining their views. There are tremendous opportunities for domestic growth in markets such as fine cheese, yogurt, and butter due to increasing consumer demand. There are also technological advances to improve efficiency and develop innovative new products. Taking advantage of these opportunities may require improvement in the competitive position of the dairy value chain. It will be a collaborative process with government and industry working together and to help dairy farmers capture these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I must reiterate the Government of Canada fully understands the importance of transition support for the dairy sector. In anticipation of Canadian ratification of the CETA, we will move forward with a plan to help the industry adjust to market access commitments.
And I'll repeat this in French. We will go forward with a plan to help the industry adjust to market access commitments and changes under CETA. The government has been working with all dairy stakeholders on the issue of diafiltered milk and has held very productive discussions on this issue with producers and processors to find long-term solutions to not only help today's dairy producers, but also help their children and grandchildren. That's why I am proud to say that we concur with the report from the Standing Committee. Mr. Speaker, I was on the Hill during the election with dairy producers from my region, and I was on the Hill with them again last week, and I will always be there to stand with them, and I will always defend their interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm listening with fascination to this concurrence debate that the Liberals are bringing forward. If people back home were listening, they were thinking that this is an emergency debate to respond to the fact that a couple of Conservative members who are running for leadership have questioned supply management. We didn't end up having any emergency debate when Martha Hall Findlay, the trade critic for the Liberal Party, campaigned extensively to destroy supply management, or John Manley, longtime Liberal, has been an outspoken foe of supply management. In fact, we had a debate here just recently in the House. It was on a very clear question whether or not we were going to support the dairy industry in dealing with diafiltered milk, and the Liberals voted against it. So what we're seeing here is an attempt to sort of change back the clock and create the impression that they actually support the dairy industry. So what we've heard from them this morning is how much they love cows, how much they love their neighborhoods, how much they love all the people who put food on our table, but we're not hearing a single thing from them about committing to stand up for the dairy industry as it's being undermined by the international trade agreements that they are signing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come from farm country, and we have large dairy and cattle interests. If I went to a farmers' meeting and told them how much I loved them and expected them to love me back, they'd put the run on me. They'd say, what are you doing for the industry? Because we are the backbone of the region. So to see the Liberals standing up, promoting their love for farming, we're doing nothing to respond to the issues of the undermining of supply management, and to try and change the channel on the fact that they voted against supporting farmers. Why are they wasting our time in this House with this useless debate?
Honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Well, I don't think this debate is useless. I think dairy farmers need to hear from our members across Canada.
Sadie thinks it's useless.
Just on the NDP position with regards to fixing diafiltered milk, do they realize that what they're proposing would only fix 10 to 20% of the solution? I mean, if I would go back home to Timmins, James Bay, for instance, and tell my farmers that, you know what we're proposing is only going to be 10 to 20% of the solution. I remember, and it wasn't that long ago, I used to come back home, and if I had 20% on the test, my mother wouldn't be happy with me.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on that last comment, I would like to ask my colleague, it's very alarming to hear the issue of diafiltered milk being dismissed. In the big picture, we have a huge issue with a definition of a product that, as another colleague has suggested, try and drink it. It's not milk. I don't care what percentage of a solution it is in the rhetoric of inaction right now. I would like to hear this member tell me the definition of dye-filtered milk, because I don't believe that this government has a real crux of this very simple issue that could be fixed right now, and they turned their face on it when our honourable member brought a very, very simple solution forward. Recognize your conflict in the definitions. So what is the definition of dye-filtered milk is my question, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Well, this issue is not new, and I have to acknowledge my colleague across the aisle. I mean, NPCs have been coming into the country since 2010, and even previously for that, but they've exponentially grown over the past 3 years. But again, the solution that they are proposing will not fix the issue. So I'm not in the practice of practicing politics of false hope. When I go back to my writing, we talk about modernizing the industry from producer to processor to all the way to consumers. We have to work with the entire dairy industry sector to ensure that we have a sustainable, long-term solution. Fixing the issue at the border will not solve the issue, and that's the truth they have to tell to their members.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to start by reminding some of my colleagues of what supply management is and of the advantages of supply management. The dairy sector, like the poultry and egg sector, uses this system. It prevents overproduction through quotas, which supply the interior market without surpluses. This system allows producers to cover their costs of production and earn a decent living. Supply management means that the government doesn't need, unlike in the United States, to subsidize the industry, something which should be, should make my colleague from BOS happy, but it leads me to believe that he has a hard time understanding every aspect of this debate when he says that he wants to abolish the current system. So I would ask him to go back to doing what he does best, composing election campaign jingles. The Agriculture Committee recently passed a motion asking the government to do 4 things: recognize the problem, talk to industry, meet with the sector to provide a sustainable long-term solution, and that the government present that plan to the committee. The government has been saying for a year that they have a plan. I hope this time they'll finally come up with one. The Liberal members of the committee felt the need to adopt this motion to incite the government to recognize that there is a problem. So that's, well, already one step forward, because given that these members usually don't speak up on anything, the fact that they've taken this position is good news. Maybe this means that eventually they'll start doing their job. Now, 40 or 50 years, it's been about that long since land was expropriated in my riding for an airport that is being demolished as we speak. And people in Quebec see this this problem every time they take Highway 50 past Mirabel. Now, dye-filtered milk would have been a major issue for the thousands of families who were there. But given that the federal government took this land away from families 50 years ago, well, we know the rest of the story. Now, this report that we're looking at today is weak and will not have the desired effect. The committee should have asked the government to apply its own rules. And that's probably what would have happened if the Bloc had members on the committee. Because the Bloc, as you know, doesn't have the habit of turning the other cheek, as the Liberal members across the way tend to do. It's important to remember that members of pan-Canadian parties are not very good at defending issues that are important to Quebec. We could name, for example, the Energy East pipeline issue, which is we're not debating today, but that's the kind of issue I'm talking about. Today we're talking about supply management. Most of Canada's agriculture is in the West, with farms that practice monoculture growing for export to foreign markets. That's not the case in Quebec with our food sovereignty model. The government wants to open the borders to help those in the West, but they're doing it with each new trade agreement. With each new trade agreement, Western producers gain some market, while Quebec producers lose share in the domestic market. So, the government is stuck between a rock and a hard place and is unable to show any conviction. So what we have here before us today is a report that is very weak. And this despite the fact that the regions were here showing their fury on Parliament Hill last week. And what we have before us now are an agriculture minister and his parliamentary secretary who have clearly forgotten where they came from, and they're leaving their fellow producers behind. Now, I listened to the parliamentary secretary. He gave a good speech, and he spoke about himself in the third person when he talked about his meetings with the dairy industry. There's a few theories on that. The first is that the parliamentary secretary is really full of himself. The second is that he's not the parliamentary secretary and that he did not participate in those meetings. Or the third is that he is just reading his party's scripted lines. And, well, we can ask him to choose between those three, but not one of the three is particularly flattering. So I would have liked to have seen them walking with us in the rain last Thursday with my colleague from Joliette, who was there, as well as many other colleagues who were here on the Hill. I would have liked to have seen the minister and the parliamentary secretary. I would have liked to have seen them take off their nice shoes and put on their working boots like we do in the Bloc and defend their constituents. I would have liked to have seen that, but that didn't happen because they were too busy being carried around in limousines. And, well, it's said that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, that seems to be what we're seeing with the Liberals here, and the minister and the parliamentary secretary are the great example of that.
All right, the Bloc will support today's motion because you can't be against virtue. However, it is not a valuable motion because the government doesn't have the courage to enforce its own regulations and go against the American market. They decide what they're going to do. So the government currently is just a puppet of the American government. They say that they're defending the dairy and agriculture industry, but all they're doing is neglecting families and watching them go into bankruptcy. And they're going to end up abolishing supply management. With this colonialist and liberal policy, Canada's only proving once again, as they have with many other files, that Quebec and its agricultural sector would be better serviced by dealing with its own treaties and taxes itself. So the Liberals have proven once again that Quebec should be a free and independent state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple of things that I could take issue with the member in regards to in terms of his concern over the province of Quebec. I can assure the member that Quebec members of Parliament within the Liberal caucus are very strong advocates, and not only for the province of Quebec, but for Canada also. We see that as a positive thing, given the important role and recognition that Canada gets as a nation. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would acknowledge that there are significant dairy industries in the province of Quebec, Manitoba, other regions of the country, and that the issue that we have before us today isn't something that was created overnight. And I think that the creating of a false expectation or a false hope that this issue can be resolved overnight does not do just service to the many dairy farmers that are looking for answers. May I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the government is looking for those answers and is doing the necessary consultation and the prep work in order to try to get this deal or get this issue dealt with in an appropriate way. My question to the member specifically is, does he feel that the Conservative government was successful in any fashion in dealing with this particular issue?
The honourable member for Mirabel. First of all, I will salute my colleague. If I make some comments that bother him, that's perfect. That's why we're here. Did the Conservative government do something? Or, well, in my opinion, the Conservative government and the Liberal governments are the same thing, in my opinion, as far as Quebec's problems are concerned. So, where I might have done as the government members do and not answer the question, but I am an MP, not of a second rank, and I will, in fact, answer the question. So the Conservatives did not solve the problem, neither of you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Mirabel for his comments. I think that it's an issue that we share many concerns with, but also we share the sense of urgency that action is needed. The Liberal government is washing their hands of it as the Conservatives did before. So rather than being here to defend Quebec's dairy producers and elsewhere as well, we know that in Quebec alone there are 250 farms that went under last year. So the Liberals don't even enforce the existing regulations. So that diafiltered milk and milk powder arrives, it's classed as an ingredient, and it comes through the border without paying a tariff. I don't know why they allow for that cheating. They're doing nothing for the moment, and the only thing they're telling us is that they're looking at a long-term solution. So I wonder if my friend from Mirabel could tell me how many dairy farms have to go bankrupt before they find their long-term solution. The honourable member for Mirabel. I thank my colleague for his question. And I'm happy to know that he is as concerned as I am about such an important issue that has to be solved as soon as problem for the province of Quebec. But I think we can agree that the diafiltered milk issue must be solved. I don't know how many farms it will take. Perhaps it would, or probably it will be farms that have to shut down. Perhaps in ridings where the Liberals have members, and maybe the problem will be solved then. But when it's in Quebec, and in any case, the Quebec Liberal members never do anything, so it's as well that their rules are so weak. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny-Lizley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share a story with you about something that happened last weekend in my riding. I was at home, and I had the opportunity the week before to issue a press release saying that I supported supply management. And that's what I promised to defend during the campaign as well. And so I issued this press release to make the distinction between a visit from my colleague from the Beauce when he was launching his campaign for the leadership of the Conservative Party and my position. So I was there as the chair of the Quebec caucus, and there might be 5 candidates from Quebec, which I hope to see, but depending on the policies of these candidates, or regardless of them, such as those of the member for Beauce on supply management, I will be here in any case because I think it's important that we support our colleagues who want to run to represent Quebec and the rest of Canada for our party. Having said that, on the weekend I went to an activity and I met by accident a whole series of farmers who were there, and obviously these people are stakeholders in the reality in our region. They participate in activities, they sponsor activities, and they're significantly involved in our communities. And I met with these people, and we started to talk about all kinds of things. And we wound up talking about the diafiltered milk issue, which currently is a significant problem for many of these Quebec farmers, particularly those who are dairy producers in the province of Quebec. And so this issue of diafiltered milk, we were promised once again that it would be solved, and we said that we would solve it if we were reelected. Unfortunately, we weren't, but the Liberals are now in power. They also made that promise to solve this problem. So, after 30 days that have gone by since they started the consultations that they asked for, that they held, they've consulted a whole series of stakeholders in the industry, and now here they're asking for another 18 days through the motion that they tabled themselves here today. So it's really incredible to see that this resolution says that the government is in fact telling themselves that they have a problem. So this is not a Conservative Party motion here, or the Bloc Québécois or the Green Party. They're telling themselves they have a problem. There's a problem in agriculture, and if it takes a resolution to realize that that's the case, I don't know where we're headed with that. But it's not, things aren't going well if that's the case. So the reality for these people is that life is very difficult. They're losing income, and what they're losing compared to some of the colleagues who spoke before me, contrary to what they said, because they invested in equipment and their farms, et cetera, to increase production. They didn't do that with the idea of compensating for a problem. They did that to increase production on their farms. They did that to ensure that they'd be able to have more money in their pockets at the end of the day to be able to reinvest. Because we know in agriculture, you're constantly having to reinvest. It's impossible not to do so. A farmer who doesn't reinvest in his facilities and productivity is doomed to defeat and to eventual bankruptcy. So these people, when they invest $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 even in their own farms to ensure that they increase their productivity, it's not done with an idea of compensating for something else. This diafiltered milk is making them lose tens of thousands of dollars. And the Quebec Dairy Producers Association said last April that farms are currently losing between $15,000 and $18,000 a year. So that much money for a 40 to 50 cow dairy farm is huge, a huge amount of money. When we know that these producers have to invest in relatively short periods of time, because I'm a businessman myself, when we invest, we have to try and amortize the investments that we're making over the shortest period of time possible, because technologies change and evolve very quickly. And that's as true now in the world of agriculture, which means that when we invest in certain machines, we have to pay them off quickly. If you're paying for them over too long a period of time, those machines will be outdated. And so obviously they'll have to be changed. And that's how things go on. So the discussions I had with these people were to the effect that one woman in particular said to me, we are just sick and tired of fighting. We've been fighting for decades on all kinds of issues, climate change, increase of productivity, trying to ensure the viability of our farms, and the environmental limits that have been put on them for years now, decades. This requires investments, and this requires a certain economic productivity on their part. So inevitably, when you find yourself coping with a problem like diafiltered milk, which over the last few months and the last year has significantly increased, means that financial losses that are suffered by the producers mean that they are really discouraged. And sincerely, I'd like to tell you that on a human level, because we didn't talk about that today, it is an absolutely fundamental issue. We saw this in the Quebec campaigns and in Canadian campaigns. We've seen suicides among farmers and farm producers as we've never seen in previous years. Over the last 5 years, there have been suicides in a significant number in the agricultural world. And factually speaking, this comes from the pressure that's put on these farmers, on these individuals, who we are constantly asking to be more productive and who we're asking to find new ways of producing more in a more environmentally secure way. We can't keep asking so much of these people. The pressure on them is phenomenal. And clearly some producers would like to carry on. They want to transfer their farms. But many decide to just fold up their operations. And I know just last week, the president of the Lower St. Lawrence Association, and this woman confirmed these comments to me, that they haven't seen as many sales of farm assets as they have in the last 2 years. So why is that happening, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because these people cannot take it anymore. They can no longer tolerate, particularly the current government, which has promised them since the campaign last year that they were going to deal with this quickly. They made it a campaign issue. Well, 5 months later, we're still consulting people. My colleague talked about blah, blah, blah. Nothing's happening, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing on the table. They're not speaking any language that the farmers can understand. They don't understand what farmers are saying. And what they've been saying since the beginning of this debate is it just doesn't stand up. They could solve this issue. They could settle it. They committed to doing so. They could do it quickly. And for me, a quick deadline is not 5 months. It's a few days. So they should have solved this a long time ago. And so, yes, they all would have us believe that it's a more complex issue than it appears. But there's a lot of research done in my writing. There has to be some balance within all of this in order to increase productivity of farms. Doesn't just an issue of buying equipment. There's are issues in the processing with processors, and we want to protect these people, but we have the feeling that the people on the Liberal side are only defending the processors. There has to be milk, though, that to be sent to those processors. We have to protect the basic industry. In Kamouraska, I've been hearing about this for 20 years. I was the member for La Pocatière beforehand, and we heard about local processing, local purchasing. If we want to be able to do that, if we want that local processing to happen, we have to be able to buy the basic products. And these people are having a hard time making a living, those who are producing the milk. It's a reality that's really difficult for them to live with right now, because once again, these people, humanly speaking, are having trouble getting through all of this. And now on top of this, this government is imposing new delays on them. And every month they're losing $18,000 a month. And so these people, at the end of the month, they can't balance their books. It's an additional pressure, and all it does is give them, make them want to get out of agriculture altogether. The government has to ensure that they do everything to put every possible advantage on the side of the farmers, because they're going through such a hard time because of the diafiltered milk. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that it is absolutely fundamental that the government understand the situation before they can solve it. It's June 7th today. This issue must be solved before the summer, so that farmers can go and work in their fields and in their barns with their minds at ease, because right now it's very difficult for all of them to go through this period. And the government has the answer. They have to make sure that they act, as my colleague said earlier. They have to walk the talk, as my colleague said earlier, and that is what is needed. Questions and comments?
Question, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments from the member across the way in regards to what we believe is a very important industry. We've spent a number of hours talking about the importance of our dairy industry in virtually all regions, but specifically for me, my home province of Manitoba, an opportunity where I've had the privilege to be able to go out and visit a dairy farm, get a better understanding in terms of just how technology has really changed. When you listen to the parliamentary secretary or to the minister responsible for agriculture, that there is no doubt substantial unqualified support for the Liberal government towards supply management, and it's just a question in terms of timing in getting this issue resolved. My question to the member is, to what degree would the Conservative Party be prepared to say that they are 100% behind the concept of supply management?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, this question, asking the question is giving the answer. He's been in politics a long time. We've been in politics a long time. We have no intention of changing our policies on supply management. He's asking a question he knows the answer to. It's in their platform and it's in ours. So having a candidate who's running for the leadership, he has his own ideas. That's quite legitimate, and it's fair enough that he has them and he can defend them. This is an incredible opportunity we have to say that for the rest of us, supply management is important. So that candidate has his own ideas. He's speaking on his own behalf.
Questions and comments?
Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable colleague for such a wonderful speech. The question is, we see that the government is dragging its feet in the process under the consultation process. There's no respect to timelines, too much of a lip service, and more talk than a walk. So the question is to the honourable member, does he believe that the process is taking too long and the government is dragging its feet and not about to make any decision soon?
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I thank my colleague for his question. He's completely right. Clearly, the Liberals only understood last week when a whole bunch of dairy farmers came from as far as Gaspésie in their tractors to come to the Hill. I don't know if you know how long that takes, but it's a long time. So my colleague said earlier, this costs those dairy producers money to come here and protest. The 3,000 people who were here last week were primarily producers. They took time off to come and protest to the government and to express that the question of dye-filtered milk is an important one that needs to be settled quickly. And when I say quickly, I mean we're already into overtime here, Mr. Speaker. This has been going on for a long time. We're in the third period of overtime. It's been dragging and dragging. And the government said that they would do this in the election campaign. They said they would do it, and they should do it. We had a reputation of getting done what we said we would do, but unfortunately that's not what's happening in the current government. Questions and comments? Oh, unfortunately you're not in your seat. The Honourable Member is not in his correct seat, so we'll move to the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and also for his honesty and passion. I find it unfortunate that the previous Conservative government spent so long dragging its feet on this issue. But I'd like to know why, in his opinion, he thinks that the new Liberal government is incapable of solving this simple problem and of recognizing that dye-filtered milk is an ingredient that should be blocked at the border, and that this would help our dairy producers, particularly those in Quebec, who are really desperate and who need help and who are not being listened to by the government. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple. We are at a government where there's no driver at the wheel. They've been in power for 7 months. They promised very clearly in the election campaign that they would solve the problem of diet-filtered milk. I'm not making this up. They are the ones who said they would do this. They boasted for days and days that they would do this. This happened in all ridings across Quebec. But now, today, 7 months later, the issue is still not solved. So honestly, I think we're going to need a driver for the tractor. Questions and comments? The honourable member, who is now in his seat, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, regardless of the seat that I sit in, I will always defend dairy producers, Mr. Speaker. That's what I want you to take away from this today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciated my colleague's speech when he spoke about the importance to his riding to have people heard. People don't want the impression of being heard. They want real action. So does my colleague understand the urgency of the situation? And can my colleague tell us if the people he's spoken to are satisfied with the Liberal government's response over the last 7 months, or whether they find that this government is simply not walking the talk? The honourable member from Montmagny, Listelic, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, if Quebec dairy producers had been satisfied with the current government's response, they wouldn't have come to Ottawa. They wouldn't have taken 25 or 40 hours to come to Ottawa. I think that's very clear. If I were a dairy producer and I left from the Gaspé to come to Ottawa in a tractor, I wouldn't be coming just to hear the blah, blah, blah of the government. Now, the producers that I met on the weekend said, listen, we've been very polite, and this is very important. I didn't mention this in my speech, but it's very important that to understand that dairy producers are very polite and respectful. They are respectful as long as they feel respected, but they're not being respected by this government. And honestly, things are getting urgent. It's time to act, because quite honestly, this is a really important issue for dairy farmers and everyone who works under the supply management system. I think that the government has answers. They are the ones who need to make the decision. They're the ones who need to take action. And once again, we need a driver for the tractor. We need somebody to drive the tractor, and unfortunately, there's nobody to do that in the government right now, apparently. It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to vote on the motion with which the House is now seized.
As follows. Ms. Lockhart, seconded by Ms. Young, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2016, be concurred with. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Okay. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Okay. Motions by Mr. Lockhart, Royal Fundy. Oh, sorry. Well, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. It's a great honor to present two petitions signed by residents of Saanich Gulf Islands from every single part of my riding, from the Saanich Peninsula, from Salt Spring, from Pender, from Galliano, from Maine. They're calling on this House to take action to prevent the trade in shark fins in Canada. We know that this is a practice that is contributing to the extinction of species around the world, Fortunately, there's a private member's bill, C-246, that would accomplish this, but the petitioners are asking specifically that the House take action. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is also from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, very concerned about aspects of human rights and that the use of security certificates as part of the public security regime in Canada is inherently open to abuse and violates an individual's right to a fair trial. They ask for this House to remove the use of security certificates.
Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member.
Presenting petitions.
Sorry, Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition that overwhelmingly presents the position of Canadians across the country, coast to coast to coast, on the issue of conscience protection for physicians. It highlights that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the freedoms of conscience, of freedom for religion, and they're calling upon Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code protection of conscience protection for physicians and healthcare institutions, protecting them from coercion and intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Question on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, and motions of group number 1.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this time indeed as we get through this debate on budget implementation. I always call budget implementation when the tires hit the road and we hit the pavement and we decide what it is we're going to implement over the next little while. In many cases, there were situations such that our budget implementation bill will undo some of the things that we did not agree with in the last administration, and now putting forward what we put into our election platform, we go about doing this. So these are the details by which we debate. And therefore, I would say at this point there are a lot of highlights that I'd like to bring forward. A lot of this has to do, obviously, with my riding, by extension, my province, Newfoundland and Labrador. And in many respects, it comes from two themes out of this budget that I want to focus on. And a lot of it has to do with the individuals who I feel that need a hand up from the government, that need some help from the government to get through no fault of their own. It's one of the reasons why I ran in politics to begin with. It's one of the reasons why, and main reasons why, for these past 12 years, it has sustained me for what it is I do, gets me up in the morning, as the expression goes, and gets me to work every day, because I feel that of all 338 of us, we all make a difference in our own sort of way, not just from our ridings, but also in general to further the dialogue of this country, that we will enact elements of that dialogue into legislation. So we are here today. So smart investments and sense of fairness. Those are the two by which that I want to talk about. Our smart investments come from the conversations that we have had with people over the past couple of years. I remember when we were the smaller party in the House, finding ourselves here, there was a lot of discussion. There were good ideas from all parties at that time, and there were great debates from the last session. I don't want to dwell on that too much, what happened in the last session, but what I do want to dwell upon is some of the things that we are looking at to create the fairness within the taxation system. And that's what we're talking about here. Fairness for the middle class. A lot of the tax credits that were talked about earlier, I know in many cases they may seem like a wonderful thing by the day's end. Things like the credits that the former government put in place. Now, some of them, of course, were for good reasons. They were good for fitness, obviously, for books and many other things. But, of course, what we did was we took all of this into one common core, and we decided that what we need to do for Canadians is to invest in the middle class so that all of these can be encapsulated into fairness, and we can invest in our middle class so that they can provide for their families, and we, and in turn, can help create employment as a result of that. So let me go back to my origin. Let's go back to Newfoundland and Labrador. One of the best things that we can invest in, of course, will be the skills by which people can acquire. Way back when, in the early 90s, when the COD moratorium was in place, it was one of the biggest layoffs in the history of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thousands upon thousands of communities affected by the shutdown of the major fishery. What had happened at that time was that the government of the day, under former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, decided that we're going to invest in people by allowing them to re-educate themselves, retool themselves into something that is down the road. It took a while to do that, but it got done in several ways. First and foremost, we talk about seafood as being a great export. We talk about our minerals, mines, great export indeed, all of that. But one of our greatest exports that we have right now in our neck of the woods, skilled trades. My constituents travel the world. Norway, North Africa, Eastern Russia, the Middle East, and of course, even in this country, into Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. Many of our people travel away for a period of time, return, they live in my province, they live in my riding, and live throughout Newfoundland and Labrador, but yet they find themselves around the world making a living. And these investments that we made many years ago allowed a lot of that to happen because we were able to build the capacity by which that we could educate people, and by the same token, that we can create a post-secondary institution that is nimble and therefore able to adapt to the market, the skills market that it requires. So in saying that, to dovetail that, what we have done here is that we've allowed these people to, we've cut taxes for the middle class, a lot of them are that. And as a result of that, here today, we also believe in the investment in the people and the structures by which they live. One of the best things that I found about this budget was that it allows our smallest of communities. Now, I have about 140 communities in my riding. And each of these communities are now able to invest in infrastructure in a way they could never before. And how they do that is by allowing the flexibility within the system that they can invest with other levels of government, with provincial governments and, of course, with us, the federal government. We now can make substantial investments in community infrastructure regarding recreation, around heritage, tourism, culture. Because you see, beyond the industries that I mentioned earlier, we also have a burgeoning tourism market throughout Newfoundland and Labrador. Many of you have seen our commercials. Well, they are enticing a lot of people to our area, but if there's nothing for them there to arrive to, then it becomes very difficult for us to provide that service and very difficult to create long-term employment as a result of that. I want to talk about some of the specifics also when it comes to seasonal work, which is a big element of our society for central Newfoundland in particular. What Division 12 of Part 4 of this particular bill does is that increase until July 8th to 2017 the maximum number of weeks for which benefits may be paid to certain claimants in certain regions. My region is one of those. And certainly it benefits in a great way to eliminate the category of claimants who are new entrants and re-entrants, so people who are new entrants into the EI system now has it's not perplexing for them to acquire the hours to get back in, to get into the system for the first time, because before it was rather unfair. If you're getting into the system for that first time, the double amount of hours are required, so therefore we're scaling it back to what everyone else has to do. Reduce the 1 week the length of the waiting period during which claimants are not entitled to benefits. Okay, it's not just about the 1 week, but it's also about processing. In some cases, some people who apply for employment insurance have to wait not 1, not 2, not 3, but in 6 weeks to receive that first check. That's 2 weeks or 3 weeks beyond the late mortgage payment or the late payment for utilities. So that becomes certainly onerous, so we're going to do that, plus we're going to enhance the system by which processing takes place in our public sector, in our public service. Budget 2016 certainly takes an essential step to grow the middle class, puts people first, delivers the help that Canadians need now and not in a decade from now. In the last session of Parliament, the emphasis was on the investment that was on the back end, is when some people like to call it here. What happens is the latter part of the spend gets most of that money. We felt that that investment had to be done now. In many cases, certainly for Newfoundland and Labrador, in my particular situation, that had to be done soon. Because one of the examples I can use is that soon there will be heavy regulations for environmental reasons, for all the right reasons. There will soon be harder regulations regarding wastewater. In 2020, we're looking at some very onerous regulations for the smallest of communities, not just the largest cities. And as a result, we have to help bring these communities up to a standard by which that they can satisfy those regulations. That's very important to us, and of course, very important to Newfoundland and Labrador. Turning to the main text of the budget, I just want to turn to this for a moment because there are several areas here I'd like to touch upon. I mentioned small towns, small town recreation. If you take a look at page 102, we're looking at how investing in cultural and recreational infrastructure. You know, some of the best investments we've made are things like playgrounds and ball fields, areas by which that the community surround in recreational areas. It creates jobs, yes, but more importantly, it allows communities to invest in themselves. And that's what we want to be a part of. Our 150 celebration is just around the corner, and our local regional economic development agency, more commonly known as ACOA, or the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, provides an essential service for the smallest of communities to say from the Government of Canada that we believe in your community and we will be there. And that's why I love this budget and I want to vote for it, and I hope all members do. Broadband, rural, an essential service. Absolutely. There was a time when I first arrived in this house, you know, and getting internet capabilities was basically something that was for those who can afford it. Now it has become absolutely essential. Building a road to reach your community now is as essential as, of course, reaching with broadband internet as well. Tourism, investments in tourism, I believe in that. And also, I want to talk about, just finally, the Manolis L, $6 million to come up with an assessment. It's a sunken ship off the coast of my riding, has to be addressed and was addressed in this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I'm drawing blank here. North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the member opposite on his speech today, and I noticed that he mentioned that this is where they want to discuss what they're going to implement with this budget. And one of the things I'm wondering about is what they're implementing, and it's the huge deficit that they've indicated, and no plans to balance the budget. These are serious things to implement upon the Canadian public. But what's more concerning to me, I believe it's on page 235 in this year's budget, and it's the GST revenue projections. And if you take note of these numbers, the GST revenue is projected to rise by 21% over the next 5 years. Now, this government is certainly not predicting, nor are any of the economic indicators suggesting that our economic growth is going to grow by anywhere near 21%. I'm concerned that this government is planning on implementing a GST increase. Is that the case?
For Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
I appreciate his enthusiasm, but that I'm not sure. During the campaign, there was never a commitment to talk about the GST or increase the GST. I don't think that. Well, I'm sorry if my speech is interrupting his heckling, but I'll try to keep going. I also would like to say that these are projections based on, of course, the economic growth. I mentioned the investment in our communities, so on and so forth, and how that is going to benefit us. I certainly do believe that the projections are there. Remember, our debt to GDP ratio allows us to eliminate this deficit years from now, for a few years from now. But I'd like to remind the member, this is nothing new. This idea of injecting money, investing in the economy, investing for the sake of a stimulus measure in 2008, and being in a deficit situation for a period of time, was also talked about by the former finance minister, the Honourable Jim Flaherty, God rest his soul. He said the same thing. So when the other side talks about how this is, rather a wasteful way of spending, that's not what they used to say as we get into a hashtag disingenuous conversation.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I went door to door in Trois-Rivières, there was a question that I asked people every time I went to a door, are you happy with your tax cuts? And people said, what tax cut? Because the middle class was defined very differently from the way that people understood it and from what we see in the budget. So the average salary in Quebec is about $31,500 a year. And we know very well that all those who earn $45,000 and less don't have access to tax cuts in this budget. So is my colleague truly proud of a budget where the middle class, or those who wish to join the middle class, don't have access to tax cuts? And what's more, that measures that should have cost nothing are going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars.
I've been in this House 12 years. I don't often get to hear NDP advocate for tax cuts, but nevertheless, I'll address it. What we're looking at here, of course, is, yes, the cut to the middle class that we talked about, but we're also investing, Child Canada Benefit being a big, big factor of that. And that's what a lot of people have asked for, and that's what we are delivering, of course. I think the other part, when he talks about the fact, I know both parties are onto us about this idea about spending, and we call it investment, of course, for all the right reasons. If you've been here as long as I have, you realize how these benefits are so, these investments are so crucial for all the communities, including Trois-Rivières and others, the communities that he had mentioned. I would suggest to the member to hang on, look how these investments will benefit his riding. By all means, maybe he'll take credit for it, who knows? But nevertheless, they are solid investments for the middle class to find themselves with the skills or to find themselves with the benefits. And when it comes to the Child Canada Benefit, and certainly to help raise families, this is what it's about. The tax cut is there also to help them. And compared to what has been done, it is a substantial tax cut.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my thoughts on Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016. I was the regional manager for the Ministry of Environment back in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. In total, I spent 32 and a half years with provincial governments in British Columbia and Manitoba, working with provincial budgets. I was also mayor of the city of Cranbrook for 3 years and responsible for municipal government budgets. As anyone who has worked for government at the federal, provincial, or municipal level will know, governments always have money. This will not be news to anyone who pays taxes, which pretty much includes all of us, except perhaps for the very wealthy, putting money away into tax havens. Since governments always have money, it always comes down to priorities and how government chooses to spend our money. While this budget does some things right, it unfortunately falls short in a number of very important areas. Let's start with the good news, what this budget does right. This bill contains some positive measures that were led and/or supported by the NDP. Restoring the tax credit for labor-sponsored funds. Adding feminine hygiene products to the list of zero-rated products for taxation purposes. Raising the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors. And repealing the legislation to raise the age of retirement from 65 to 67 years of age. I've also heard from my constituents that they were pleased to see the increase in Canada student grant amounts by 50% to a maximum of $3,000 per year for low-income families, and ensuring that no student will have to repay their Canada student loan until they are earning at least $25,000 a year. At the same time, they are not happy with Liberal cuts that eliminated the education tax credit and the textbook tax credit. For students, on one hand, the Liberals giveth, and with the other hand, they take away. This is also true for the Liberals' Canada Child Benefit. While families will benefit with an increase in child benefit, the government is eliminating two very important tax credits, the Children's Fitness Tax Benefit and the Children Arts Tax Credits. Both of these were important for helping to build physically healthy kids and to encourage our young artists. They will be sadly missed. And while the tourism industry will benefit with the provision of $50 million over 2 years dedicated to Destination Canada for marketing initiatives, the rest of small businesses have been betrayed by the Liberal government. During the 2015 election, I participated in 12 community debates throughout Kootenay, Columbia. At every debate, the Liberals said, as did I representing the NDP, that if we were elected, we would decrease small business taxes from 10.5% to 9%. This was not a "we will consider" or "we will consult with Canadians" election promise. This was black and white. My Liberal colleague promised that if they were elected, they would reduce business taxes to 9%. What happened to the Liberal mantra, "That's what we told Canadians we do, and that is what we will do" on this one, Mr. Speaker? As I said, Mr. Speaker, there were some good things in the budget, but I have to say it, Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Conservative cutbacks that hurt so many aspects of our lives in Canada, it's not hard for any government who followed them to look at least sort of good to Canadians. That is especially true if you don't mind spending an additional $30 billion a year over and above the revenue that you're taking in. $30 billion a year in added debt that will fall to our children and grandchildren to pay back. This is a concern I hear over and over again from my constituents. I even heard it from school kids at Kootenay Christian Academy in Cranbrook and the Crawford Bay School in Crawford Bay. They both asked the same question: how will we ever pay back almost $700 billion in debt? I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I did not have a good answer for them, other than to say perhaps we should be learning from countries like Norway, where their federal government petroleum fund has $500 billion in surplus money, expected to grow to $1 trillion by 2020. Being half Norwegian, Mr. Speaker, I have to say now that is a rainy day fund and a budget process to aspire to and to be proud of. So what do my constituents say they find most disappointing about the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker? How much time do I have left? Possibly not enough time, Mr. Speaker, but let me get started. Employment insurance. We're feeling left out in Kootenay, Columbia when it comes to employment insurance. The Liberal government's regionally based enhancements to employment insurance does nothing for my constituents, even though a number of them worked in the oil and gas industry in Fort Mac. This discriminatory approach to EI must end and be replaced by a universal 360-hour eligibility threshold, and extended benefits should apply to all Canadians. Too many of my seniors in my riding live in poverty. Seniors should not have to choose between food and prescription drugs. The government needs to keep its promise to immediately enhance the CPP and the QPP. Our seniors helped to build this great country of ours, and they deserve to be treated better. Taxation. My constituents believe in tax fairness. That means that the Liberal tax cuts should have included Canadians who make from $20,000 to $45,000. It also means that the richest people in Canada should pay their fair share, which means closing tax loopholes, including offshore tax havens, and punishing tax cheats, even if they are wealthy tax cheats. Infrastructure funding is a major concern. Municipalities in rural areas of Canada expect to get their fair share of infrastructure dollars. As the former mayor of Cranbrook, a city with just under 20,000 residents, keeping up with replacing 50-year-old sewer and water pipes and fixing failing roads was a constant challenge. Many Canadians don't realize that for every dollar collected in taxes, 50 cents goes to the federal government, 42 cents to provincial governments, and 8 cents goes to municipalities. Meanwhile, municipalities are responsible for almost 70% of all infrastructure in Canada. While it is heartening to see additional money for infrastructure in this 2016-17 budget, we have yet to see when or how that money will be rolled out. I can tell you that in 2014, the former Conservative government announced with great fanfare their Build Canada Fund. The reality is that virtually no money made it to municipalities in my region of British Columbia that year. My Conservative Member of Parliament at the time put the blame on the BC Liberal government for dragging their feet on getting the program underway. The approach to funding and infrastructure at that time was a one-third, one-third, one-third split, with each level of government having to come up with their share. I can tell you that it is extremely difficult for small rural communities to come up with their one-third. You can't even get into the game without having your one-third and having shelf-ready plans in place. And many small municipalities have a very difficult time having staff or contract money to even create shelf-ready plans. So while it is good to see more money for infrastructure in the budget, in order for it to be effective, the government needs to ensure a number of things. First, there is money and a process in place to help small rural communities develop shelf-ready plans. Number two, the one-third, one-third, one-third funding formula needs to change. Based on the taxes collected, it would be more appropriate if the formula for infrastructure funding would be 10% municipalities, 40% provincial governments, and 50% federal governments. And as much of the infrastructure money as possible should go directly from the federal government to municipalities with an appropriate funding formula. And the funding should be multi-year with a minimum of 4 years to reflect the 4-year terms of a ruling party. This would give municipalities the opportunity to plan ahead. High-speed internet, sometimes called dark fiber, needs to be considered basic municipal infrastructure in the future, along with roads, sewer, water, and storm drains, and it should be eligible for annual infrastructure funding. And if my major dream is that taking aging infrastructure funding should come out of politics and just be a line item every year in the Ministry of Communities and Infrastructure's budget. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, since I'm running out of time, I would like to be able to support this 179-page omnibus-like bill, but it falls short of what my constituents in Kootenay, Columbia expected from the Liberal government, and I am unable to support it at report stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments on this particular budget and the debate that we're having today. And I took with great interest the discussion that he mentioned about being with children and talking about the debt and them questioning how we get out of so much debt. I hope he also took the opportunity to explain to them what taking on this debt could do for our country in terms of our ability to invest in infrastructure and get the economy moving again and getting things properly working. My question to him is, he was very critical, Mr. Speaker, of the debt that we're taking on, but at the same time also made comments about the fact that we were not being able to balance the budget. So I'm wondering if he can provide some input into, given the fact that the NDP had made a commitment to balancing the budget, how would he have worked with his party? What would he specifically have cut in order to balance the budget, while at the same time providing these tax breaks that he spoke about for small businesses? Can you give us some insight as to how you're going to cut the taxes for small businesses and balance the budget? What specifically would he have cut or promoted to cut to add up to the $30 billion?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Our approach to budget was to increase corporate taxes to increase the amount of revenue coming in. And that, of course, is another aspect that's missing from this budget and from our approach to Canada. Increasing corporate taxes would bring in additional revenue. There was a bit of an expectation that corporations would do the right thing and reinvest the money that they saved from taxes in Canada. That has not happened. And therefore, it was one of the things that we really wanted to see happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just found it interesting that my colleague was speaking about comparing Canada and Norway and the rainy day fund that Norway has. Now, I would just like to point out Norway does not have equalization payments to the provinces. Being from Alberta, I know exactly the impact that's had on our province. $10 billion has left my province. So I'd like to ask my honourable member, is he saying that we should eliminate equalization payments to the provinces? Because I'm sure people in Alberta would have no problem with that.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
So equalization payments, of course, are part of Canada, have been for a long time. I'm not suggesting that we get rid of equalization payments. I'm suggesting that perhaps we take a different approach to how we deal with oil and gas revenues, similar to how they do it in Norway.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I want to thank my friend from Kootenay, Columbia. Let me add to that point. Where did Norway get the brilliant idea of setting aside royalties that were priced appropriately to the value of the resource for the benefit of their public? They got it from Peter Lougheed, the former Premier of Alberta, whose brilliant idea was trashed by his successor, Ralph Klein. So it's not that the money that would be in Alberta, and Alberta would be awash in cash if only it wasn't for equalization payments. Alberta would have a heritage fund with money for its citizens, if not for the policies of Ralph Klein. And equalization payments have nothing to do with it.
For Kootenay, Columbia.
I absolutely agree with the honourable member.
Okay, we have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Stupid is as stupid does. I mean, the reality is the leader of the Green Party and the member that's just speaking clearly doesn't understand how equalization works. Does the member that just spoke, if he says that we need to rethink equalization the way Norway does, that's nationalization of the energy that Norway has, and that's the difference, is the NDP's new position on nationalizing our natural resources like oil and gas?
Is there less? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you for the question. What I was agreeing with was that Alberta used to have a good, solid approach to having a heritage fund and having money in the bank, and that got squandered by governments that followed Mr. Lougheed. So that's the point.
Okay. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Il y a plusieurs raisons pourquoi je suis fier d'appuyer le budget 2016.
I'm very proud to support Budget 2016 and I'm proud of the process that allowed us to draft this budget. We had important and inclusive consultations that allowed us to hear from a diversified range of Canadians, from small and big communities around the country, and Sudbury was no exception.
One of the very first ridings to hold the pre-budget consultation. During our pre-budget town hall, we heard from individual business leaders, representatives of sectors as varied as mining, healthcare, arts and culture, and from concerned individual citizens. Each of them provided thoughtful, progressive, and insightful advice. I'd like to thank them all for their important contributions to this budget. These stakeholders and thousands more like them across Canada are at the heart of this budget. Budget 2016 puts people first. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I come from Northern Ontario, and I can state unreservedly that Budget 2016 is good for the people of the North. I grew up in a small community where the pulp and paper mill is and still is the biggest employer.
A northern city known the world over for its exceptional mining sector. Anyone who has worked in a mill or a mine knows the meaning and the value of a hard day's work. They also know, and so does our government, that when local industries suffer, workers, their families, and entire communities suffer as well. Over the past few years, too many hard-working Canadians have faced tough times. Northerners know that when times are hard, families and communities must stand together and help each other to overcome adversity. When a business that has fed your family for generations disappears, when the mill, the mine, or the factory closes its doors, when you lose your job and you have to swallow your pride and ask for help, the last thing you need is to get tangled in a web of bureaucracy that prevents you from getting the help that is essential for your family. This budget eases that burden by improving employment insurance and extending benefits in a dozen regions that have been particularly hit, including my riding of Sudbury. It's an important measure that will help Canadians when they need it most. I am delighted that this budget commits $150 million in new funding through the regional economic development agencies, such as FedNor for Northern Ontario, to renovate, expand, and improve existing community and cultural infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, Sudbury is home to 15 housing co-ops, and access to affordable housing is an ever-growing challenge in our community, as it is throughout the country. Budget 2016 includes $1.5 billion to improve access to safe, adequate, and affordable housing, including shelters for victims of violence. It also includes support for the construction of up to 4,000 new affordable housing rental units. Throughout the country, close to 700,000 senior households face a housing availability challenge, and affordable options for seniors are extremely limited. That's why I am proud that Budget 2016 commits more than $200 million to boost funds for construction, repair, and adaptation of affordable housing for seniors. Our government will give Canadian seniors greater access to safe and affordable housing and a better quality of life. I'm also proud to see that Budget 2016 makes significant investments to improve the quality of life of Indigenous communities, including $1.2 billion for housing, early learning and childcare, health, cultural and recreational infrastructure on reserve. These are significant, meaningful investments and mark an important step forward, improving the lives of those who have, all too often, been overlooked by previous governments. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure the economy works for everyone and make sure our tax system is fair for all Canadians. That's why, as one of its first actions, our government introduced a middle-class tax cut and raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. These changes give middle-class Canadians more money on their paychecks and increase the fairness of our tax system. I am proud that Budget 2016 will take action to prevent tax evasion at home and abroad. In particular, though they have been largely ignored over the past 10 years, this budget commits to tackling tax havens head-on. As part of a coordinated multilateral effort, our government is acting to address international tax planning arrangements undertaken by multinational enterprises to inappropriately minimize their taxes. These efforts will also increase transparency through the automatic exchange of financial account information between various international tax authorities. And in order to crack down on tax evasion and tax avoidance, Budget 2016 increases the Canada Revenue Agency's funding by $444 million and provides $351 million for the CRA to improve its ability to collect outstanding tax debts. As a tax lawyer, I am well positioned to attest to the fact that these measures improve the fairness and integrity of our tax system and contribute to fiscal sustainability over the long term.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I participated with the Right Honourable Prime Minister and my colleague, the member for Nickel Belt, in the announcement of $27 million for the development of Maley Drive, a new road in Sudbury. This type of investment in infrastructure, which takes into account a priority identified by the municipality and that relies on the support of three pillars of government, three levels of government, will create good jobs and facilitate the movements of people and merchandise and contribute to the economic growth over several years. I'm very happy and proud that our government is prioritizing such investments and proud that Sudbury was one of the very first announcements to be made.
Has been at the heart of Sudbury's economy for almost 130 years. And Sudbury continues to be one of the largest integrated mining complexes in the world. But Sudbury's economy isn't just about pulling resources from the ground. Sudbury is one of the world's leading clusters of mining, research, and innovation. Local businesses continue to find new ways to increase their global competitive edge while becoming safer, more cost-effective, and environmentally sound. That is why I am particularly pleased that Budget 2016 sets out a new vision for Canada to stand as a global leader in innovation. Expanding Canada's network of innovative, globally connected firms will drive clean economic growth and help grow our middle class for years to come. Sudburyans know investing in research and development is also imperative to sustaining long-term innovation, renewal, and growth. Budget 2016 will strengthen Canada's research excellence by investing in infrastructure at post-secondary institutions and will fund innovative research. Mr. Speaker, Sudbury is also a very important cultural hub. And given the tremendous range of artists, arts, and cultural organizations that contribute to the local economy and raise the quality of life in Sudbury and across Canada, I am truly proud to say that this budget is great for arts and culture.
Over the next 5 years, our government will invest $1.9 billion to support the major cultural institutions of the country, including the Canada Council of the Arts, Telefilm Canada, and the National Film Board. These investments will have an effect on hundreds of communities across the country and will allow Canadian artists to continue to shine as leaders on a global scale. I'm also delighted that our government will be investing $675 million more dollars in the CBC. These investments will ensure that our two official languages will be heard over the public airwaves from coast to coast to coast. These investments were what the arts and culture world had been asking for over a decade. The investments will contribute to job creation, to the strengthening of our economy, and to promoting Canadian culture here and abroad. We have reason to be proud of our Canadian creators, and these investments demonstrate clearly that we support them.
Budget 2016 is good for families, good for hardworking Canadians, it's good for businesses, good for innovators, and good for our cultural sector. This budget is good for Sudbury, good for the North, and it will be good for Canada.
We're investing today to ensure a better and more prosperous future for our children.
And this marks the way to a brighter and more hopeful future for all Canadians. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liberal colleague across the way specifically about veterans. As you may know, C12 was on the order paper that dealt with increasing compensation to veterans, and that's something certainly that the NDP supported. But one of the things that the budget implementation bill does is it swallows C12 and incorporates it among many of the different acts that get changed in this giant omnibus bill. Why, in light of the recent horrible news that the Liberal government is getting with respect to veterans, that their veterans groups are tossing out words like disgrace and shameful betrayal, why, in light of those facts, did they not leave C12 alone, where at least it could have gone to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, gotten further study, heard from expert witnesses, and we could have debated things like increasing mental health support services and increased support for their spouses? Why was that bill swallowed up by this omnibus bill, and why are veterans not getting the proper care and treatment that they need?
Good question. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I'll say this about veterans. My grandfather was a veteran of World War II, and that's one of the reasons why I actually sought office was the treatment of the veterans in the last few years. And in our platform, it was clear that helping the veterans, their life, and the mental health situation, refinancing and giving back money towards bringing back the offices of veterans across Canada, reinvesting in our veterans was a key section of our platform. That is something that I know our Veterans Minister is working hard towards, and I'm proud to support him in that endeavour. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the many wonderful words from my colleague. And maybe just if I can provide some comment on what I think is one of the greatest initiatives within this budget is, in fact, the Canada Child Benefit Program, which, as I know, my colleague is very much aware of the fact that we're lifting literally hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty in every region of our country. And I think that is one of the things in which, years from now, we'll reflect back on this budget, and that's going to be one of the issues that really stands out, at least for me and many people. My question to the member is, from his perspective, what does he believe is the most significant aspect of this budget for his constituents and himself personally?
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank my colleague for that great question. There's so much in the budget that we can talk about that will help my region in Northern Ontario per se. The Child Canada tax benefit is one, a very important one, as well as the significant investments in infrastructure. In Northern Ontario, there's a huge infrastructure deficit, and that's by years of cutting back from the previous government. This budget goes such a long way, and we're already starting to see the fruits of that, of the budget and those investments. But those are long term. That's going to be creating jobs and helping out the middle class as well in Northern Ontario. Social housing is also a big investment that we are going to be doing through our infrastructure projects. That will have a great effect for my community.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was interesting to hear the previous question asking about the Canada Child Benefit Program, but I think we can better refer to this budget as the Canada Child Deficit Program with the continuing long-term deficits that are being brought in. I asked a question earlier today regarding the GST increases that are projected to be 21% over the next 5 years, far over what any increase in the economy is predicted to be. Where is this 21% increase in GST revenues coming from, is it coming from a tax increase?
The honourable member for Sudbury in 45 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The budget has no increases for GST. That is as simple as that. We are investing in the middle class, investing in infrastructure, after conversations for the past little while with Canadians as to what mattered to them. That's what this budget is about, and that's why I am proud to support it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I just want to point out to the honourable member that we have about 7 minutes, so when 2 o'clock strikes, she'll have 3 minutes to continue after when the debate continues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise at report stage to speak to Bill C-15. In the 7 minutes I have, I'm going to try to be very economical and focus on a few points that have been mentioned by other members. I have a very strong view about the improper use of omnibus budget bills, and I want to reflect on the history of omnibus budget bills briefly. The mandate letter to the Honourable Government House Leader makes it clear that, quote, this government he's directed, quote, to end the use of the improper use of omnibus bills. So having fought very hard against Omnibus Budget Bill 2012, Omnibus Budget Bill C-38 in spring of 2012, I want to canvass this because I think it's important for me to say out loud this is not an improper use of an omnibus bill, but it comes dangerously close. Omnibus budget bills between 1995 and the year 2000 were generally around 12 pages long. The biggest omnibus bill that I'd seen was in spring of 2005. Under the previous Liberal government of Paul Martin, it topped 120 pages, and people, including, at that time, the leader of the official opposition, who went on to become Prime Minister and became the champ of all inappropriate uses and improper uses of budget bills, actually protested that the Martin government's 2005 budget bill at 120 pages was too long. This one at 179 pages is clearly the longest omnibus budget bill from a Liberal government, but it's a piker compared to the abuse of democracy that we saw under the previous Conservative regime. We saw in the year 2010 an omnibus budget bill, wait for it, 883 pages long. We saw in spring of 2012 an omnibus budget bill that was 440 pages long, but in the fall it had part 2, another 400 pages long. What makes an omnibus bill appropriate? What makes it inappropriate? If you are in one piece of legislation working to a single purpose, and all pieces of the legislation stem from that single purpose, it's an omnibus bill, all right, but it's not improper. If you do what happened in spring 2012 in Bill C-38 and you destroy our Environmental Assessment Act, not mentioned in the budget, you destroy the Fisheries Act, you repeal the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, you repeal the Kyoto Implementation Act, you change the National Energy Board Act, no fewer than 70 laws were changed that time. So let's not muddy the waters, but a warning to my friends in the Liberal government, don't tread too far. This one should have split out the commercialization of the wheat board. We needed to study that separately. But overall, this one is not an improper use of omnibus bills. It just flirts with the word improper. What's good about this and what's not good about it? Well, obviously, there's much in this budget to like. I was disappointed because I thought there would be more to like, and there are 2 specific elements I must mention before we move to SO31s that are really unfortunate and, in fact, egregious. But in terms of the good things, there's changes to the employment insurance program that I welcome. But like many groups, including those who testified before the Finance Committee, we need to go farther and fix EI to get back to the systems we had before the changes of the Conservative regime. So while it's certainly better to have the changes that we just made, I tried in committee to make amendments to deal with the long-tenured worker, the idea that you have to work for 7 years to qualify for those pieces. We have not yet seen the reversal of the changes to seasonal workers. We need to see that. In the case of child poverty, this child benefit program, and I agree with the Canadian Teachers Federation, they described it as a good first step to alleviate childhood poverty. But I found this evidence from the Canadian Federation of Teachers really telling, and we should all take it on board as parliamentarians. They said, each day in our classrooms, Canadian teachers engage with children and youth who are hungry, tired, and struggling due to poverty. close quote. I talk to teachers all the time. We need to do much more for our children. This is just a very small first step. I'd also say that for our veterans, they kept the promise to open the veterans' offices across Canada that were wrongfully closed. They have done some things that will change the permanent impairment allowance and the grade determination. This is an improvement, but we still need much, much more to be done for our veterans, just as we do for pensioners. The National Pensioners Federation made the same point. When you look at the increase in GIS for pensioners, it's very welcome, but you know what? It's $2.60 a day. The maximum improvement for poor seniors in this budget is $2.60 a day. That's not enough. The sections that were egregious, Mr. Speaker, and there is more that I like in the budget, cultural industries, better deals for students, although the money needs to be improved. The two pieces that are completely egregious are found on page 221, where the fossil fuel subsidy to liquefied natural gas is left in place until 2024. This is a violation of the Liberal election promise to end subsidies to fossil fuels. And also at page 167, we see and 166, a commitment to keep environmental assessment in place under the C-38 version, which, as I just mentioned, destroyed our environmental assessment regime. Specific references to continuing to fund SIA under SIA 2012 is offensive to any of us who understand environmental law. I look forward to an opportunity to continue later, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the honourable member will have 4 minutes remaining when debate resumes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise now for a brief 60-second tribute to the people of British Columbia who stand united against the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain expansion. Earlier today, Mayor Gregor Robertson was here speaking in this place along with Chief Maureen Thomas of the Tsleil-Waututh First Nation, to Chief Ian Campbell, to Councillor Grant of Musqueam and Squamish First Nations. And I raise my hands to them. I'm honored to represent the Coast Salish peoples of Saanich Gulf Islands and say Haishka for them being clear. But we need to understand in this place that this debate over pipelines must not pit Alberta against BC or Quebec against Alberta. We need to recognize in this place that the export of raw bitumen to other countries is not in our national interest, and our national interest lies in processing material here and saying no to pipelines.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I had the pleasure of participating in the annual Bread and Honey Festival in Streetsville. Since its inception in 1973, the Bread and Honey Festival has celebrated commerce in the local community, originating in part by the flour mills. Having so many bee yards existing at the time, it was only natural to add honey. Even today, everyone enjoys bread that is specially baked by the local milling companies and generously coated with local honey. This weekend-long festival is filled with events and activities for all ages, kicked off by a parade through the main strip. I've attended this event for 31 years, this being my first as the Member of Parliament. It was especially nice seeing kids enjoying the festival as I did growing up. I'd like to thank the organizers and volunteers who made this year's Bread and Honey Festival possible and for keeping the local tradition alive. Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge one of my constituents, Joan Kinsit, who has worked tirelessly to improve the lives of seniors in Fort Nelson, British Columbia. Joan Kinsit has worked for the Northern Rockies Senior Society for over 7 years. Over those 7 years, she has been instrumental in the fundraising efforts for a supported housing facility in Fort Nelson, as well as the Seniors Transportation Program. Thanks to her hard work and dedication, and after years of fundraising, seniors in the Northern Rockies will soon have access to supportive housing. My staff and I always enjoy our conversations with Joan. She not only offers words of encouragement and support for the work we do here in Ottawa, but also has a genuine interest in our lives outside of this place. I ask all the members to join me in recognizing Joan Kinsit for her dedication to Fort Nelson seniors and to our Canadian community as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, demain le 8 juin marque la Journée internationale des tumeurs cérébrales qui compte plus de 120 types.
Tomorrow, June 8th, is International Brain Tumor Day. There are over 120 types of brain tumors, all very different, which makes research complex and crucial. My mother, Providenza, fought courageously a brain tumor for over 15 years. She passed away in 2011, but her memory, her kindness, and her courage continue to be the strength that moves us forward.
Of our life, and I understand the effects of the neurological damages brain tumors have on the patient and their families. C'est pour cela que le 12
That is why on June 12th, I will be participating in the Brain Tumor March in Montreal to increase awareness and fundraise to make research progress to put an end to brain tumors. I urge all colleagues and those listening to participate in a march in their community. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, Canadians are encouraged that the government will finally be supporting the NDP's plan to make our electoral system a fair, inclusive process and a process based on cross-party collaboration. Just in the past few days, we've received thousands of emails, letters, tweets, and posts that Helen from Pooch Cove, Newfoundland, wrote saying, and I quote, "This is exactly what Canadians have been hoping for from the Parliament we elected last October." And Jay from Chilliwack said, "Parties will, quote, have to collaborate to pick Canada's new voting system, and we will move forward with more trust in the consultation process. Ce n'est pas une victoire pour les..."
This is not a victory for political parties. It's a victory for Canadians, the Canadians who elected us to this House to represent them.
A very long way from having a fair electoral system where every vote counts and every vote is equal. Yet today we take an important first step. This afternoon the House will vote to set this historic process in motion, and we will continually work to earn the trust and take guidance from Canadians as we move ahead.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize Canada's generous donors to UNICEF and the work of UNICEF through its 128 Makani Youth Centres in Jordan. Jordan's schools cannot accommodate everyone by a long shot. UNICEF Jordan works in partnership with government and civil society to reach the most marginalized and vulnerable children, providing education and psychosocial support services. I talked to many of these children when I visited a Manaki Center in Amman. The children love their teachers. They long to go to regular school. They play soccer. They dream of going to university. They feel safe and secure at the Makani Center. This year, the World Refugee Day campaign is focused on displaced persons. Ban Ki-moon has said, refugees are people like anyone else, like you and me. They led ordinary lives before they became displaced, and their biggest dream is to be able to live normally again. Together with all of you, I'd like to thank Canada's partners in addressing the global refugee crisis. Thank you.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nikolai.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago I was proud to announce the official opening of my new constituency office in Summerland, British Columbia. Now, one thing unique about my new office is that I'm sharing it with a BC Liberal MLA who also represents Summerland at the BC Legislative Assembly. As many members of Parliament will know, often citizens come into our offices only to discover they are seeking assistance on provincial issues. Providing more services in the same location can better serve our constituents, and also sharing some office expenses can create more efficiencies. And at the end of the day, we must always be mindful that there is only one taxpayer. And so far, I'm pleased to report to this House that the joint office is working well to provide increased services at a lower cost to citizens in my riding. I would also like to thank BC MLA Dan Ashton for supporting this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, this is Environment Week. Our government knows it is essential to protect the environment while ensuring economic growth. I'm proud to say that for 30 years already, my riding of Sudbury is the best example of that.
Our sulfur-damaged landscape was chosen as a training ground for the crew of Apollo 17 as they prepared to go to the moon. Since then, we've planted more than 9 million trees, and our lunar landscape is now a huge green forest. Thanks
to a number of community partners who planted millions of trees, our lunar landscape is growing into a green forest.
It only stands to reason that the Citizens Climate Lobby, a grassroots organization that empowers Canadians to build a more livable planet, has chosen to establish its national office in our community. Tonight, I will host a reception with the Citizens Climate Lobby to support this organization in its efforts to dialogue with all parliamentarians. I'm proud of their good work and proud of all Sudburyans who thrive through community involvement or in their own private way to protect our environment, not just during this week, but all through the year. Bonne semaine de l'environnement à tous.
Happy Environment Week to all.
Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the House to mark the 100th anniversary of the No. 2 Construction Battalion, which was formed in 1916 during the First World War and was almost completely composed of black Nova Scotians. At the time, there was no national policy on the enrollment of African Canadians in our armed forces. These decisions were left to individual commanding officers, meaning they were mostly excluded from service. Mr. Speaker, when they were allowed to serve, they had to sleep in their own camps and be segregated from recreation, medical services, and even detention. However, even in the face of this prejudice, these 300 brave individuals made up this battalion, which was based in Pictou, Nova Scotia, and the more than 1,500 African Canadian who fought abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a 24-year absence from the Olympic Games, the Canadian men's volleyball team has qualified for Rio. At the final qualifying tournament in Japan, Canada beat China 3-2. In fact, they won the fifth set 15-9. It should be noted that the Canadian team rallied from down 3-1 to win the last two games. The Canadian team is led by Gavin Schmidt from Saskatoon. He scored 23 points in the come-from-behind win over China. Schmidt is a remarkable athlete. He's 6'10". But what makes this story even more remarkable, Mr. Speaker, Schmidt suffered a stress fracture in January, had to go surgery. But a quick recovery. 5 months later, he's on the court to lead Team Canada in the qualifying tournament. The volleyball team will head to Saskatoon later this month, but today it's a celebration for head coach Glenn Hogue and the rest of the men's Olympic-bound volleyball team.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm honoured to extend a very warm welcome to the members of the Canadian Steel Producers Association as they partake in Day 2 of Steel Days on Parliament Hill. Its members companies include Sault Ste. Marie, SR Steel, and Tenaris Algoma Tubes. Annually, together with their partners in this association, produce approximately 13 million tons of primary steel, as well as 1 million tons of steel pipe and products in other Canadian facilities. This important industry is very, very dear to the Canadian economy as they produce $14 billion. Also, the Canadian Steel Producers Association does other important work like employing 22,000 middle-class people across the nation. They indirectly employ and create 100,000 middle-class jobs as well. So I'm glad to have this opportunity to welcome this very important association to Parliament here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to recognize Armed Forces Day and the anniversary of D-Day. As a member of Parliament and a former Air Force officer, our country is proud of our military roots and the contribution we have made, not only to the liberation of Europe on the beaches of Normandy and Juno on June 6, 1944, but to peace and security around the world since then. Today, I'd like to offer our thanks to our military personnel for their service to Canada. Liberty and freedom are tenuous and often come at a high price. Whether at home or abroad, our armed forces stand ready to serve and to pay that price. So to recognize Armed Forces Day, let us honor the contributions of our armed forces and thank them for their service. Thank you.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, Salaam Alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan is the 9th month on the Islamic calendar. Muslims across the world approach this holiday with much devotion and sincerity. It is a time for thoughtfulness, spiritual reflection, and acts of kindness. Those who are physically able will fast from dusk to dawn as one of the 5 pillars of Islam, while devoting themselves to worship and prayers to Allah. Let this be a time for all Canadians, regardless of their cultural or religious background, to join with those celebrating Ramadan by remembering the less fortunate and celebrating acts of kindness and charity. To everyone in Canada and around the world observing the holy month of Ramadan, I best you Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, in 1966, municipal leaders from Yellowknife, Fort Smith, Hay River, and Nunavut met to discuss the formation of an association to promote the exchange of information and to provide a united front for the realization of their mutual goals. Since then, the NBT Association of Communities' goal has remained the same, which is working together to achieve all that our communities want to be. For the past 50 years, municipal leaders across NBT have come together on numerous occasions to promote a strong voice for local governments. In 2016, as it celebrates its 50th anniversary, the NBT Association of Communities can proudly boast a membership of 33 or 100% of the communities in the Northwest Territories. I've had the pleasure of working with the association from many sides, as the mayor, as an MLA, and now as a member of Parliament. And I congratulate them on their work they do for their constituents and on celebrating their 50th anniversary. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the passing of an exceptional Canadian and leader in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Wolwind. It is impossible to overstate the legacy Peter has left for us all. He was instrumental in connecting people, beautifying our city, making our streets safe, and inspiring compassion for everyone in our community. Peter helped form the Dickens Community Crime Watch, now the Dickens Community Group, a diverse array of volunteers who work together to make their neighbourhood a better place to live and raise families. He pioneered the Dickens Listserv, a service that informs folks about local events and issues, and helped found the Cedar Cottage neighbourhood newspaper. Along with his partner Midori, he was a leader in planting on public spaces and brought the Vancouver Blooming Boulevard program to life. Peter helped establish the Windsor Street bicycle route, Windsor Artway, and transformed Macaulay Park. Throughout all, he committed countless acts of kindness and generosity. Thank you, Peter, for being a visionary, for sharing your love of community, and sincere condolences to Midori and family. You will be missed, but never forgotten.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Today is Tax Freedom Day, when families start working for themselves, not the government. We as Conservatives believe in empowering Canadians by putting more money back into their pockets to invest on what matters most to them. That's why we cut taxes over 180 times to their lowest level in half a century, and we put over $6,000 back into the pockets of the average Canadian family. That's real support for the middle class. Yes, Tax Freedom Day falls slightly earlier than 2015, but I know the Liberals wouldn't claim credit for a Conservative tax cut and a leap year. In 2005, under the old tax and spend Liberals, Tax Freedom Day wasn't until June the 26th. Under our new tax and spend Liberals, we're headed right back in that direction. Their plan saddles Canadians with $120 billion in new debt, and that's why Canadians know they'll be doing a lot less working for themselves and a lot more working to foot the bill for this liberal.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président, I am proud to stand today and speak about an amazing internship program that finished last week. Since it was established in 1991, the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Program has seen students from across Ukraine have the opportunity to intern in parliamentary offices and experience firsthand the work we do here in the House of Commons. This year, 31 university students traveled from Ukraine to Canada and joined offices on both sides of the House, where they were exposed to our parliamentary procedures and democratic system used in Canada. Coming from diverse educational backgrounds, these students have now returned to Ukraine, where they will share knowledge and experience they have gained during this stay. Mr. Speaker, with more than 1.3 million Canadians tracing roots to Ukraine, it is easy to understand why programs such as the CUP are important to further strengthening the relationship between our two countries. I know in my own office, we were fortunate to be exposed to many new and interesting aspects of Ukrainian culture. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank personally all of the offices that were involved in this great program.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said the issue of electoral reform is too complicated for Canadians to vote on. But he's got it completely backwards. Canadians are smart. They're smart enough to understand what their vote means, and they're smart enough to say yes or no. So will the Prime Minister finally get rid of this Liberals know best attitude, put his trust in Canadians, and commit to a referendum?
Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, trusting Canadians means trusting them with open consultations, not a closed question. It means it engages with Canadians on the kinds of values that underpin our electoral system, talking about complex, nuanced issues with Canadians so that they can better inform the decisions we take here in the House. On our side of the House, it's all about listening to and respecting Canadians, which can't be the same for when the previous government made exchanges to our electoral system.
Exactly. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't understand our military. He naively withdrew our CF-18s from the Islamic State territory. He cut billions from national defense spending. Now the Prime Minister wants to choose a new model for the fighter jets. How can Canadians believe that he will choose the best fighter jet for our military when he doesn't even understand the value they bring to combat? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians know full well that for 10 years the Conservatives completely missed the boat when it came to delivering to Canadians and the armed forces the equipment they needed. They clung to an aircraft that doesn't work, is far from working, and meanwhile our armed forces are in a situation where they cannot deliver on our commitments to NATO and NORAD. That's a problem that we inherited, Mr. Speaker, and that we will solve. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister doesn't understand our military and the dangerous world they operate in. He naively pulled our jets out of the fight against ISIS. Then the Liberals cut billions from defense spending. Now the Prime Minister is choosing what kind of fighter plane our pilots will fly. How can Canadians have any faith that he will pick the best plane for our men and women in uniform when he doesn't even understand the value they bring to a fight?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find that a bit rich from the Conservatives who, when in government, completely botched their procurement process. They were unable to deliver the kinds of planes and indeed equipment that Canadians needed, that the Canadian forces needed, and instead continued to play politics when what Canadians needed were the right equipment at the right price. They left us a mess that we are going to fix, Mr. Speaker, because that's why Canadians elected us.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Softwood Lumber Agreement is now suffering from Liberal inaction. The former Liberal government had brought about a dispute with the U.S. that culminated in export tariffs of 37%, and our government brought that back down to 10%. That's the agreement we had in 2006. Can the Prime Minister assure us that he will negotiate an agreement that's good for Canada's softwood lumber industry? The Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, for years, the Conservative government did nothing about softwood lumber. So we restored good relations with the U.S. government. We worked unceasingly to solve this problem. We continue to work very hard on it because the former government didn't want to talk about softwood lumber, didn't want to talk about anything other than pipelines with the Americans, and that was very frustrating for the Americans and the Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I invite the Prime Minister of rereading history and looking at what really happened with softwood lumber. The Liberals had completely abandoned regions such as mine before the 2006 agreement. We had an agreement that expired in October last. The former minister was working hard on it. The government of Quebec has asked the federal government to look at the way contracts are given in Quebec. Will the Prime Minister commit to having a new system that is beneficial for all of Quebec, all of Canada? All Canadians know full well, Mr. Speaker, that the former Conservative government had completely torpedoed our relations with the U.S. They didn't agree on anything. As we know, relations with the Americans are the most important international job Canada has. That's why we immediately sought to restore positive relations with the U.S. in order to be able to work on files that make a real difference in the lives of everyday people, be it softwood lumber or innovation, whatever. That is what we're working for. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, one of this country's most highly respected constitutional scholars stated that the medically assisted dying bill is unconstitutional. He added his voice to that of the Quebec Bar, the Alberta Court of Appeal, and the Ontario Superior Court. That means a lot of people are starting to say the same thing. Why will the Prime Minister force people who are suffering to fight in court? Why is he being so stubborn when he knows he's wrong? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians expect that a government defend the rights and freedoms of Canadians, but that we also protect the most vulnerable. Medically assisted dying is an important step in the evolution of our society, and it's important that this be done properly. That's why we sought to strike a good balance and put forward conditions in a bill that is responsible so as to start protecting the rights and freedoms of Canadians while protecting the vulnerable. That's what we did. The Honourable Member for Outremont. That's a false problem, Mr. Speaker, because one can protect vulnerable persons and guarantee the rights of Canadians. The Supreme Court recognized that this right to medically assisted dying is protected by the Charter. This bill removes that right. It's that simple. For 10 years, we saw a Conservative government disregard human rights. Canadians were expecting more from the Liberals. How can the Prime Minister justify that his government is behaving exactly like the Conservatives? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we had a Conservative government that refused to work on this important file despite the Supreme Court decision. We hit the road immediately and listened to Canadians' concerns about striking a balance between rights and freedoms and the protection of the most vulnerable. That's exactly what we delivered with this bill. We understand that this is a huge step for our society. This is something we have to do responsibly, and that's exactly what we're doing. And we're proud to have done this for Canada today. The Honourable Member for Outremont. They didn't act immediately. They waited till April to table the bill.
Unconstitutional. It would be challenged for years in the courts. The Carter family has said that they feel betrayed by this government, by this Prime Minister. Here in the House, the Prime Minister refused to accept amendments that would fix the bill and make it Charter compliant. Simple question. Is the Prime Minister going to accept those exact changes if they now come from the unelected Senate?
Well, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we do in every situation, we listen to suggestions and amendments from all parliamentarians, including from the Senate. We accepted a number of amendments at committee from opposition parties, and we continue to look forward to fulsome debates in an informed way on this extremely important issue. Canadians expected us to balance the rights of Canadians with the defence of the most vulnerable. That's exactly what we're doing. We look forward to seeing what suggestions the newly more independent and less partisan Senate has to make on this important piece of legislation.
For Outremont.
The Prime Minister has just revealed that he's playing political games with a bill that is about reducing suffering. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talks of a middle ground, but since when do we compromise on human rights? Human rights which have been guaranteed by the Supreme Court when applying the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. For a party that loves to wrap itself in that charter, why is the Prime Minister pushing a bill which he knows goes against the Charter?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I'll let Canadians decide who's playing politics on this particular issue. We are focused on putting forward a significant change in Canadian society that both defends Canadians' rights and freedoms while protecting the most vulnerable. This is a big step in the course of our society, and this is one that we have made listening to Canadians, listening to opposition parties, in the full understanding that this step will be followed by others in the coming years. This step was an important one to get right, and that's exactly what Canadians expected of us and that we delivered.
I'm going to ask the member for Timmins James Bay to try to restrain himself. The honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have broken their promise for a fair and transparent competition to replace our CF-18s and are sole sourcing the Boeing Super Hornet instead. And maybe we just shouldn't be surprised. Boeing officials have met 10 times since February with senior political staff, including Public Works, National Defence, Industry, and in the PMO. Half of those meetings included the Defence Minister's senior policy advisor. So why have the Liberals, rigged the process to replace our fighter jets and allow Boeing to jump the queue?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated before, our government is committed to replacing our CF-18s because they're such long overdue. They should have been replaced a long time ago. And in terms of meeting officials from various companies, the honourable member should also note in our trip to Singapore, the CEO of Lockheed actually was with us at that conference, and I met with her and sat with her at that table as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have invented an imaginary capability gap. In 2014, Conservatives invested $400 million to upgrade our CF-18s. Lieutenant General Michael Hood, Commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force, has said that the CF-18's useful life has been extended to 2025 and they can do the job. Meanwhile, the Liberals have fabricated a false narrative to sole source the Super Hornet. Canadians deserve the truth. So who's telling the truth? The Royal Canadian Air Force or the Liberals?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we should have replaced the fighters long before, so we didn't even have to spend the hundreds of billions of dollars on extending the program there. And it's been close to 30 years that we're flying these airplanes. Our men and women deserve the right equipment, and our government's going to deliver on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the only void that exists is in government benches, because, Mr. Speaker, the government seems to be suffering from an imaginary disease. Among their many deficits, they seem to have a deficit of ability. On April 14th, General Hood, commander of the RCAF, stated in committee that the useful life of our CF-18s would come to an end in 2025. Can the minister confirm that this is just a maneuver to allow them to fulfill an election promise?
Mr. Speaker, yes, our 18 is going to be extended to 2025. And we do need to replace it. They should have been replaced a long time ago. We have to start the process soon. And because our fighters have been flying for some time now, they should have been replaced. More capability gaps are being created, just like in the shipbuilding program as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the capability deficit was created in cooperation with lobbyists. Since last February, Boeing met 10 times with senior political staff. Over half of these meetings were with the Defence Minister's senior policy advisor. So many meetings in so little time with the same group doesn't pass the smell test. They seem to want to be transparent and open, but why did the government rig the process to replace our F-18s and give a gift to Boeing?
our government is committed to replacing the CF-18s. As I stated, they should have been replaced a long time ago. Maybe the honourable member should have been asking questions when they were in government. And the capability gap that's placed in front of us. And in 2025, yes, the CF-18s will not be able to fly, and it's important that we move very quickly in fulfilling this capability gap. Thank you.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, by appointing the Liberal House Leader as the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, the Prime Minister has placed his part-time minister into a precarious position. The minister is in a conflict of interest whenever he's dealing with the Irving family. They have numerous fisheries interests in Atlantic Canada, and Irving Shipyards is a key supplier to the Canadian Coast Guard. Why did the Prime Minister put his part-time Minister of Fisheries into a full-time conflict of interest?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect governments and ministers to act at the highest ethical standards. That's exactly, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what every minister of this government has done. Within hours of the Prime Minister asking me to assume these responsibilities, I proactively reached out to the Ethics Commissioner. I asked for her advice as to what measures could be put in place to ensure that there is no conflict of interest, nor will there be an appearance of a conflict of interest. And, Mr. Speaker, I will be following her advice at every moment, as I always have.
Thank you. Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the part-time Minister of Fisheries has an admitted conflict of interest whenever it comes to the Irving family in New Brunswick. The Irvings have interests in fisheries habitat work, are involved in the Atlantic Salmon Federation and the Minister's Advisory Panel on Atlantic Salmon. Irving Shipyards are also an important Coast Guard supplier. When will the Prime Minister replace this part-time Minister of Fisheries with someone who can actually work on all the files?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I wish the member opposite would in fact ask questions in the fisheries portfolio that speak to the important economic interest that this department represents from coast to coast to coast in Canada, instead of fabricating and inventing conflicts of interest where none exist, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Is it just me, but when it comes to the purchase of fighter jets, it seems to be Groundhog Day. After having criticized the Conservatives for buying F-35s without a call for tender, the Liberals are doing the same thing to replace our aging F-18s. They want to buy Super Hornets. And what a surprise, there will be no call for tender. Why do the Liberals look like the Conservatives? Why are they doing the same thing as the preceding government? Is there a pilot on this plane?
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier to the honourable member, we are committed to replacing our CF-18s, and we will do our due diligence to do so. There's a capability gap that was created by the previous government, and we're going to make sure that we will fill this gap. Thank you.
Honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, everyone agrees we need to replace the F-18s, but sole source procurement is costly, bad for accountability, and often ends up taking even longer to deliver the equipment we need. In opposition, Liberals complained about the Conservatives when they sole source procurement for the F-35s. Instead, they promised Canadians an open, transparent competition to replace the F-18s. So why are the Liberals now doing an about-face, breaking their promise, and behaving just as badly as the Conservatives on procuring fighter jets?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I also stated in the past, even though we're launching a defence review, that the replacement of our fighters and the national shipbuilding strategy is going to be going on a separate path. And that's what we've been doing. We're working very hard on that. We're doing all the thorough analysis. And when all that work is done, we'll be making the announcement for that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, since taking office, the Prime Minister has repeatedly contradicted his minister's hints that a referendum might be okay. Yesterday, his objection was, and I quote, "The process is more complex than the yes or no of a referendum." Now, I promised myself that I wouldn't raise quantum computing or one-arm planks in question period, but facts are facts, and in this universe, the decision whether or not to endorse a new voting system that his government will propose really is a binary decision, yes or no. So based on this new information, will the Prime Minister now agree to hold a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, today is a great day. I'm looking forward to the vote following question period, where we all put our confidence in a parliamentary committee made up of all parties, whose responsibility it is to reach out to all our constituents and bring their voices and their values into the conversation about electoral reform. I look forward to this cooperative and collaborative style of governance for many years to come.
The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's latest excuse to deny Canadians the final say in a new voting system from just earlier in this question period is, quote, "We need open consultations, not a closed question." This, of course, completely contradicts this minister who yesterday said consultations are only step one of a three-stage process. So at some point, when stages 1 and 2 are done, a closed question will be appropriate. Something like this: should election 2019 take place under the voting system proposed by the government? Yes or no? Isn't that, Mr. Speaker, a reasonable question?
Wow. Minister, Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as always, we remain open and receptive to respectful and reasonable arguments. Today, we take step one of a long journey for which we are all responsible for, to ensure that as we move forward towards modernizing our electoral system and our democratic institutions, the voices of our constituents are included in our decision-making process. Let's focus on step one, Mr. Speaker, one step at a time.
Honourable member for Richemont-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, father of the Referendum Clarity Act, felt that holding a referendum before enshrining any amendment to our electoral system absolutely necessary. He said, and I quote, "Precedent makes holding a referendum necessary in Canada. Changing the voting support would require popular support." That's also the opinion of 3/4 of the population. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Democratic Institutions tell us what she told the Minister of Foreign Affairs behind closed doors for him to come back on his word?
Mr. Speaker, the process of electoral reform requires the attention and the care of all members in this House. Today, we will be voting on establishing an all-party committee whose responsibility it is to reach out to our constituents, particularly those who have not been included in this conversation in the past, to make sure that the process and the outcome is one that makes sense for all of us. Let's focus on the work of this committee. There's a lot riding on this. We are all counting on them to do this work, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to the vote today.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems like the Minister of Democratic Institutions can't even keep her talking points straight for a single answer. She's told the House that she wants to hear from Canadians, while in the same answer stating that politicians should be making the decision. So which is it, Mr. Speaker? Politicians making the decision, or will she actually drop the talking points and leave this decision directly in the hands of Canadians through a referendum?
Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I have no notes at my disposal, but let us review what we are here to do. Canadians have elected us to come to this place and to represent them with dignity and with full cooperation. That's what we're doing today, Mr. Speaker. A committee will come together made up of all parliamentarians to reach out to Canadians and to hear from them first what values and what aspirations they have for their electoral system. Let's recognize our responsibility to do this work right, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'm really looking forward to the vote.
Now, member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, although most Canadians are law-abiding, today we learned that KPMG has another service for its wealthy clients. They recommended a tax avoidance scheme to help clients dodge divorce settlements or spousal support, while paying less tax, of course, at the same time. It's shameful. How can the Liberals go on protecting KPMG? When will the minister prosecute not only the millionaire tax cheats, but more importantly, KPMG, the inventor of this unscrupulous tax avoidance scheme? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, Canadians in the middle class pay their fair share of taxes, but some individuals, wealthier individuals, avoid paying their fair share, and that's unacceptable. It has to change. The agency is investigating taxpayers identified under this KPMG scheme, and we've increased funding with our latest budget for investigation and audit to try to crack down on this type of scheme that the rich are using. I would encourage my colleague to be careful because this matter is before the courts, and I would remind all Canadians that no one can avoid their obligations.
Mr. Speaker, another day, another scandal involving KPMG.
Yeah.
It appears it wasn't enough for them to just advise clients on how to evade paying taxes. Now they've been caught devising schemes so clients could dodge their support, divorce, or alimony obligations. Just how many more scandals do we need before this government finally launches a full investigation into the actions of KPMG?
Ministre du Revenu National.
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind our colleagues opposite that KPMG's schemes were condemned by CRA. Our government has undertaken to fight tax avoidance and evasion. We will keep that promise with historic investments of $440 million. We are committed to making the tax system more fair. That's what we promised, and that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The men and women of the Canadian Coast Guard work hard to protect Canadians and the bodies of waters from coast to coast to coast. I recently had the pleasure of taking part in an announcement in Sydney in regards to the Coast Guard College. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Coast Guard update us what is being done to make sure the college in Westmount has the resources and facilities it needs to continue producing qualified personnel?
Well, Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my outstanding colleague from Sydney, Victoria, for his strong support of the Canadian Coast Guard. The Canadian Coast Guard in Sydney has been a world leader in the field of maritime studies for over 50 years. The member on our behalf announced $32 million on the weekend for a cleaner, greener college. These investments will reduce the facility's energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions by over 20%. The college is a top-notch facility, Mr. Speaker, an example to other countries, and we're very proud of the work being done there.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has world-class assessment, consultation, and standards for energy projects. Unfortunately, the Liberals and some anti-energy mayors don't seem to have figured that out yet. The Liberals create more complications and uncertainty by adding an extra layer at the end of the independent science-based review process. Canadians need pipelines. These unnecessary delays do not help. Will the Liberals stop interfering and leave evidence-based decision-making to the experts?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure this morning to meet with a mayor of a major Canadian city, Vancouver. I have also heard from the mayors of other Canadian cities who hold a different view on pipelines and major energy projects. So the sensible thing to do, I think, Mr. Speaker, is to establish an independent panel of experts from Western Canada to talk to mayors and others who have an opinion, after which the government will decide what it believes to be in the national interest.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are making upstream emissions a condition of pipeline approval. No other major infrastructure is held to the same bar. Certainly not big city rail, and foreign oil imports aren't either. Provinces already regulate upstream emissions. Canada produces the most socially and environmentally responsible oil and gas in the world. When will the Liberals stop blocking Canadian energy?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the previous government, we believe that the environment and the economy go together. I was very proud to stand with the Minister of Natural Resources where we announced interim principles that will rebuild the trust necessary so that we can get resources to market in a sustainable way in the 21st century. That also includes taking into account greenhouse gas emissions, because we need to do our part to tackle climate change. That's the right thing to do. That's the thing to do for our children, and it makes economic sense.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, steelworkers are excited with the job security that comes with over 1,100 kilometres of high-grade steel for the Northern Gateway pipeline. Thank goodness for Energy East, its 4,600 kilometres of steel pipe and the 14,000 construction jobs that come with it. But wait, the Liberals voted against Energy East and the Prime Minister killed Northern Gateway. Why are the Liberals saying no to building new pipelines and tens of thousands of high-paying jobs?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's colleague stood up in his place in the House and wanted the government to approve a pipeline project that had not yet been installed with the regulator. So he believed that the responsible thing for a government to do is to assess a project before a single Canadian had had the opportunity to express a point of view. We think a better idea is to have a transparent process with predictable timelines and ways in which Canadians can let government know what they think is in the national interest, after which the government will decide.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's steel industry provides 22,000 direct jobs with an average salary of $75,000 per year. Another 100,000 indirect jobs are associated with the industry. According to the Canadian Steel Producers Association, the value chain stretches all the way back to eastern Canada, to where iron ore is mined in Quebec and Labrador before being forged into primary steel forms in Ontario. Why are the Liberals killing jobs in our steel mills, mines, and factories across Canada that benefit from new pipelines?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that 20% of the gross domestic product of Canada is in the natural resource sector. We understand that prosperity for Western Canadians, and indeed right across the country, depends on responsible and sustainable natural resource development. The government understands that we have to protect the environment and create jobs for a prosperous future for Canada, and that's what we intend to do.
Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, World Refugees Day is approaching, and the migrant crisis in Europe is only getting worse. We all remember young Alan Kurdi, whose photo was seen around the world. But the dramatic situations continue to unfold every day. Almost 2,500 men, women, and children have died in similar fashion. The entire international community has to step up its efforts. How is Canada going to do more? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what this government has done to help refugees. We admitted 4 times more than the previous government, over 25,000 Syrian refugees, for a total of 144,000. 99% of those refugees have found housing. We've made a lot of progress in terms of language training and jobs, so I'm proud of what we've accomplished.
By the minister's own admission, language is key to Syrian refugees' success. Almir Al-Hadawi has been here for almost a year, and he's still waiting for an ESL class. Thousands of refugees across the country have the same problem. Vancouver Community College have over 800 people on their wait list. They were forced to cancel classes because of an 8.5% funding cut from the federal government. How can the minister expect refugees to join the workforce if they can't even access language training?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we have said, and I will say again, language training is key to success. We have committed $600 million to resettlement in 2016-17, an additional $37 million for Syrian refugees. There has been no cut. There is a 3-year rolling average where provinces who receive more get more, provinces less get less. That is fair, and in addition, there are millions more dollars to accommodate language training for Syrian refugees.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Speaker, if there's been no cut to the Vancouver Community College, why have they been forced to cancel language training services for over 220 immigrants and refugees? That's shameful. Yesterday, when the minister stood here and glibly claimed that he had a plan to address language training, was he looking at these cuts, or was he just planning his next photo op?
The Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, if the government wanted to send somebody somewhere for a photo op, I suspect there are people in this aisle they'd probably send before they sent me.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
That's good. No answer.
While the people across the aisle here, Mr. Speaker, laugh at something like this, we have refugees in front of committee who are saying that they are isolated, and you're laughing right now too. This is not a laughing matter. The fact that the government has not provided language training for refugees is shameful. When are they going to help the Calgary Board of Education? When are they going to help some of these agencies that cannot provide these services? They've spent over $1 billion and they haven't got the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill knows that members on all sides were laughing at the minister's self-deprecating joke. The honourable minister of Immigration has the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we will put to one side the reason why people were laughing. I think it was perhaps because they thought I was funny. But in answer to your question, we do not consider anything to do with our resources for refugees to be amusing. I have mentioned just a minute ago that we have committed $600 million to settlement for refugees in 2016-17 and an additional $37 million for Syrian refugees. And the language training is important, and we have committed the funding for that language training to occur.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, having grown up in government housing as part of an immigrant family, I know how generous Canadians can be. In my riding, St. Andrew's Church has raised thousands of dollars to sponsor Syrian refugees. They rented an apartment, arranged a phone plan, daycare spaces, and groceries for a year. But because of Liberal mismanagement, this family has not been processed. They've had to release the apartment, and thousands of dollars has been wasted. Will the minister apologize to refugees across this country or just use them shamelessly in more photo ops?
The Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I've already commented on photo ops, but the general point is that because of the overwhelming generosity of Canadians, I am probably the only immigration minister in the world whose main challenge it is to bring refugees into this country quickly enough to satisfy the immense demand for Canadians to support them. So this is a very good thing. It reflects the generosity of our country. But at the same time, I have committed to bring in all of those Syrian refugees whose applications were submitted before March 31st of this year, and we have committed additional staff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Francophone communities all across the country have always contributed to the culture and history of Canada, but the Francophone Significant Benefit Immigration Program, started in 2012, was scrapped after only 2 years. Francophone immigration is important in many regions, like Madawaska and Restigouche. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell us what steps are being taken to encourage Francophone immigration to Canada? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I'd like to thank my colleague for his good question. Supporting Francophone immigration is a priority, both for our government and for myself. I'm very proud to say that we will be setting up an enhanced version of the program. The new program will facilitate the immigration of Francophone workers and will bolster the vitality of Francophone minority language communities.
Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Indigenous Affairs Minister said she knew exactly how First Nations feel about transparency. But a member of the Odanak Nation said, without the Transparency Act, it's not difficult for First Nations to get information about how their money is spent. It's impossible. Beverly Brown of Squamish First Nation said the government would be negligent if they don't enforce the Act. Will the minister tell these individuals why they don't deserve easily available information like all other Canadians?
The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, everyone, including First Nations government, want increased transparency and accountability. But we will achieve that in partnership with the First Nations leadership and organizations. We know that top-down solutions do not work. In the meantime, you know, or the member knows, that First Nations governments will continue their long-standing reporting of audited statements to our department, including chiefs and councillors' salaries, to the department, and any First Nations member can get that information from our department.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Official Languages tabled a damning report on Air Canada today. Air Canada has been a true delinquent for 50 or 45 years when it comes to official languages. After hundreds of complaints, audits, and court cases, the Commissioner still gives Air Canada a failing grade. Nothing seems to work. It'll take new legislation to truly change the situation. Will the Liberals undertake today to do something to solve the problem once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the enforcement of the Official Languages Act is a priority for this government. It goes without saying that Air Canada must comply with its obligations under the Official Languages Act. It's unacceptable for shortcomings that have persisted for years to still remain unsolved. Canadians are entitled to their services. I'll be working with the Transport Minister to ensure that all the recommendations are taken into account.
Speaker, in my riding of Davenport, the residents are always seeking alternative ways to get around that is affordable, that avoids congested streets, and that minimizes their environmental footprint. More bike paths would move residents across our riding and connect them to public transit and the downtown core. Bike paths are cheaper infrastructure investments relative to other modes of transport. Can the Minister of Infrastructure inform the House on the government's initiatives in regards to cycling and public transportation investments for the people in Davenport?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
I would like to recognize the Honourable Member for Davenport for enthusiasm on this topic. Our government is investing $60 billion over the next 10 years in public transit, green and social infrastructure. And the City of Toronto will receive $840 million in Phase 1, which can include active transportation as we currently develop our second term Phase 2 long-term plan, Mr. Speaker. Bike paths can also be funded through existing programs such as gas tax fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fantastic. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, countless Liberals have defended the $1 million the infrastructure minister spent on Sky Palace 2.0. The average Canadian household only spends a couple $1,000s on furniture. The Liberals are so out of touch with everyday Canadians that the minister spent $500,000 alone on furniture for one office. Mr. Speaker, when will these Liberals realize the money they're blowing is taxpayer money and not their own personal entitlement funds?
Here, here. Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, before November 4th, 2015, Infrastructure Canada did not have a dedicated standalone minister's office. We didn't have a standalone DM's office, and we didn't have a space for our staff members. The expenditures that member is referring to were to provide office space for the minister, for the deputy minister, and a space for all of our staff members, Mr. Speaker, as well as to consolidate them on one floor. The department follow all the Treasury Board procurement guidelines. All contracts over $10,000 have been proactively disclosed.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, over 200 Quebec farmers are still waiting for foreign workers to arrive for the harvest. They are already short 1,000 workers. In my riding alone, the Riopel Brothers family farm has already lost over $5,000 worth of crops. And they're not alone. Although the applications were made in November, the visas apparently won't be issued until mid-June. There's no excuse for that, except for incompetence. Does the Agriculture Minister know what it means to take action? Will he stop working in silos and see to it that the workers are in the fields by the end of the week? The Honourable Agriculture Minister. Immigration Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware there's a problem with those agricultural workers, and my department is working very hard on that. Today I was told that those workers would be here by June 25th, if not sooner, and I think that will be on time for the work. Now, member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Official Languages has found that Air Canada, built with our tax dollars, is flouting its legal obligation to provide services in French. No surprise, Air Canada has taken first place on the honor roll of Canadian institutions that disrespect francophones for 45 years. It's yet another example of Canada's failed official languages policy. Will the Heritage Minister require Air Canada to comply with the Act, or is she going to let the company scoff at Quebecers like the Transport Minister has done for Avios workers? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague about the importance that this government places on our two official languages and the enforcement of the Act. Obviously, the Official Languages Act is a priority for this government, so it goes without saying that Air Canada has to comply with the Act, and the status quo is unacceptable. That is why I'm working with the Minister of Transport on this issue to make sure that the Official Language Commissioner's recommendations are studied, and hopefully the Official Languages Committee will also play a role in that. Thank you.
One moment. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Josef Saller, President of the Federal Council of the Republic of Austria. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, yes, perhaps I hope you could explain to the House what would be the appropriate rules in terms of recognizing people in the gallery. Let's say, for example, Mr. Speaker, a former Premier of Nova Scotia were in the gallery today, former Premier Gerald Regan. Would it be appropriate for the Chair to recognize a former Premier in the gallery?
Well, it's a little late now, isn't it? I suggest the honourable member check with the clerk or with my office about the guidelines for such things in future. It being 3:05 p.m.,
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca has a point of order. I have two very important documents here in both official languages. I would like to table a document on the importance of referendums and in terms of changing the electoral system by any government. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? There's no unanimous consent. Since it is 3:06, pursuant to the order adopted on June 2nd, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the recorded division on the motion of Mr. Cullen concerning the business of supply. Call in the members.
Question is the following one. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dubé, moved that a special committee on electoral reform be appointed to identify and conduct a study of viable alternative voting systems to replace the first past the post system, as well as to examine mandatory voting and online voting. That the committee be directed to issue an invitation to each member of Parliament to conduct a town hall in their respective constituencies and provide the committee with a written report of the input from their constituents to be filed with the clerk of the committee. Shall I dispense? No. No later than November 1, 2016, that the committee be directed to take into account the applicable constitutional, legal, and implementation parameters in the development of its recommendations. Accordingly, the committee should seek out expert testimony on these matters. That the committee be directed to consult broadly with relevant experts and organizations, take into consideration consultations that have been undertaken on the issue, examine relevant research studies and literature, and review models being used or developed in other jurisdictions. That the committee be directed to develop its consultation agenda, working methods and recommendations on electoral reform, with the goal of strengthening the inclusion of all Canadians in our diverse society, including women, Indigenous peoples, youth, seniors, Canadians with disabilities, new Canadians, and residents of rural and remote communities.
That the committee be directed to conduct a national engagement process that includes a comprehensive and inclusive consultation with Canadians, including through written submissions and online engagement tools. That the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 5 shall be government members, 3 shall be from the official opposition, 2 shall be from the New Democratic Party, 1 from the Bloc Québécois, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. That changes in the membership of the committee be effective immediately after notification by the whip has been filed with the clerk of the House. That membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114-2. That, with the exception of the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, all other members shall be named by their respective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. That the committee be chaired by a member of the government party. That in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from the official opposition and 1 vice chair from the New Democratic Party, and that, notwithstanding Standing Order 1063, all candidates for the position of chair or vice chair from the official opposition shall be elected by secret ballot, and that each candidate be permitted to address the committee for not more than 3 minutes.
Be as provided for in Standing Order 118, provided that at least 4 members are present, and provided that 1 member from the government party and 1 member from an opposition party are present, that the committee be granted all of the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders, as well as the power to travel accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada, that the committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings, and that the committee present its final report no later than December 1, 2016. Ms. Monsef, seconded by Mr. Holland, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by A, adding after the words online voting, the following, and to assess the extent to which the options identified could advance the following principles for electoral reform. 1, effectiveness and legitimacy. That the proposed measure would, shall I dispense? All those in favor, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr.
Correction, Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Ike.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Elgabra.
Mr. Elgabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Nandasangari.
Mr. Nandasangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane
Mr.
Matapédia.
May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Stangerman.
Mr. Stangerman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Spanish Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaï.
Mr. Abultaï.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warren.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur
Mr.
Généreux.
Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms.
Mr.
Harder.
Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs.
Mr.
Stubbs.
Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Yeas pour 230, 230. Nays contre 91, 91.
I declare the amendment carried. The next motion is on the main motion. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De
Mr.
Courcy.
Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher, correction.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Joe Harry.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane,
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Massan,
Mr. May
Matapédia.
Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Serres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Serres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutaï.
Mr. Aboutaï.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms.
Mr.
Harder.
Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lippert.
Mr. Lippert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Yeas pour 230, 230 nays contre 91, 91.
Declare the motion.
I declare the amended motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division and the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. La question est la suivante.
Questions as follows.
Lockhart, appuyé par Madame Young, propose.
Lockhart, seconded by Ms. Young, move that the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2016, be concurred in. All those in favor will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Correction, Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Varane.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon. Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr.
Monsieur
Badaway.
Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr.
Ms.
Chen.
Dabroussen.
Mr. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dama.
Ms. Dama.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De
Monsieur
Courcy.
Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Mrs. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, le Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mats Creek, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengelman.
Mr. Spengelman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr.
Mr.
Sopak.
Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr.
Mrs.
Shields.
Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 314, 314 nays contre nil, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders would be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at the report stage of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2016.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has 4 minutes left in her speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming where I more or less left off, I am speaking to C-15 at report stage, and I had earlier canvassed a couple of key points. One is that this is not an improper use of an omnibus bill, but it certainly is an omnibus bill. It does stay and pertain to one central theme, which is implementing Budget 2016. I do remain concerned, however, that we should have spent more time, and I mentioned one item in particular where I think that the current Liberal government may be flirting with the accusation of it being improper, particularly around one item, which we did spend some time on in Finance Committee, but not enough, and that's that the Clause 38 adds Section 135(2) in relation to tax-deferred treatment for transactions under the continuation of the Canadian Wheat Board. It would have been good to have had this in a separate piece of legislation. The chair of our Finance Committee pursued the matter with some departmental officials to know, well, what happened to the assets of the Canadian Wheat Board? There was billions of dollars there. Where did that money go? How do we find out where it went? We know that in respect of the tax consequences of the trust created in connection with the continuation of the Canadian Wheat Board, that the debt of the Wheat Board acquired by the trust is not included in the trust's income. But we don't know what happened to the assets of the Canadian Wheat Board, which is a rather substantial question, and whether they were, as was expected, transferred to prairie farmers. It appears they weren't, but that's an item that would have been better handled had this part of the budget bill been separated out so it could be properly studied. There are other aspects, Mr. Speaker, that I did not have enough time to address before we stopped for our member statements and question period. And I want to revisit one of them in particular that I described as egregious moments ago. And let me explain why. And that's found in the budget, and also, of course, the funds are provided in Bill C-15. And that, on the face of it, if you didn't know this issue well, you'd think, well, that's great. They're providing funding for the improved process under the National Energy Board for looking at environmental assessments. The reason I found it egregious, and I'll read from the budget at page 166. Budget 2016 proposes to provide $14.2 million over 4 years to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency to support the agency in fulfilling its responsibilities under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012. Further up in the same page, there's a similar suggestion that money will be provided, $16.5 million over 3 years, to support the National Energy Board implementing the interim approach that was announced earlier this year by the Minister of Environment and Minister of Natural Resources. What must not be lost in this discussion of environmental assessment is that the current state of Canadian environmental assessment law is full stop unacceptable. It is a failure. It is a process that doesn't work. It doesn't examine all parts of the environment, nor does it allow the right agency to do the review. So having National Energy Board do environmental assessments at all is a departure from Canadian environmental law. It's a departure from the National Energy Board's area of expertise, and it's completely unworkable. So we need to go back and revisit the changes that were made in Bill C-38 and repair the Environmental Assessment Act for good, which is not based on interim measures being spread out for a further 3 to 4 years with funding to operate under interim measures to fix a broken process. It would be far better for all concerned, including industry stakeholders. I was speaking the other day with the Canadian Mining Association leadership. They said they had never wanted the changes that happened in C-38. They don't find the process better. So we need to fix the process, not fund a kind of a Rube Goldberg device to try to make something unfixable slightly better. So those are my main concerns with the budget. I find myself, although I like this budget a lot more than anything I've read for the last 10 years, I can't vote for it because of the continuation of fossil fuel subsidies and the continuation of funding a broken EA process.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Etobicoke. Oops, sorry. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
My friend from Saanich Gulf Islands for a honest and passionate speech, as she always does, and I was just wondering if she could talk a little bit about what changes she'd want to see in order to support it. Just I'm curious for her opinions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank my friend from Laurentides-Labelle. I feel as though this budget may have suffered from, in fact, I don't think it may have suffered from, I think it did suffer from the fact that when input went into Finance Canada to draft this, ministers were just beginning to establish their staffs, just get briefed up. I'm hoping that this is like a budget with training wheels and the Minister of Finance will get it better next year. This doesn't meet the expectations on proper funding for infrastructure. For instance, having announced $100 million for infrastructure in the first 10 years, only 10% of that funding is in the first 5 years. So if we're talking about the need for economic stimulus, this Liberal government got elected on a pledge to use deficit spending to stimulate our economy and specifically to help infrastructure. It doesn't adequately help infrastructure. It's too little. Let's hope that 2017 really addresses the infrastructure crisis and removes fossil fuel subsidies and commits to a revised Environmental Assessment Act, one similar to that we had up until C-38 in spring 2012.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We always nod when we're listening to her on environmental issues. She knows the file, but she also knows how difficult it is to be not very numerous when you're dealing with an omnibus bill like this. I wonder if she could comment on the fact that the Liberal Party was elected on a platform of big promises, and she was talking about training wheels for a young cyclist, but there are a lot of Liberal backbenchers are also are shut up or stifled by this omnibus bill. So the opposition and Liberal backbenchers are prevented from expressing views on this. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil. I find this omnibus bill to be, it's really an omnibus bill to implement the budget 2016, but it's not at all on the scale of the previous government's omnibus bills, because we're not dealing with changes to acts, to other acts here. It's with acts that had nothing to do with the budget, as was the case for C-38 in the spring of 2012. That was horrible. That was very destructive of environmental protection legislation. What we have here is a bill, I think it's better, it would have been better if the government had chosen to examine things like the Wheat Board, the Canadian Wheat Board, separately, but it is an omnibus bill, but it's not a horrendous one. Resuming debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise on behalf of my constituents to speak on important issues here in the House.
Today on behalf of the citizens of St. Boniface, St. Vital, who on October 19th voted for change, Mr. Speaker, change in leadership, in direction, and in priorities for our country. And I'm very happy to say that Budget 2016 delivers on those promises of change. As a former city councillor for many years, I'm proud to say that this budget delivers on our commitment to rebuild our communities, both rural and urban, as well as rebuilding our cities. Mr. Speaker, just this last weekend, I had the pleasure to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual general meeting in Winnipeg, Canada. Their cities and municipalities from coast to coast to coast met in Winnipeg, and they collectively sent the message that they've been sending for the last 20 years, to little avail. That message, Mr. Speaker, is that cities are in desperate need of the most basic of infrastructure, whether it's regional roads, residential streets, back lanes, sidewalks, bridges, community clubs, libraries, pools, daycares, and more. All need the help and the investment of the federal government. And let me give you a little real-time example, Mr. Speaker. The City of Winnipeg currently spends $1 billion a year on infrastructure, above-ground infrastructure only. The heavy construction industry of Manitoba commissioned a study about 6 years ago that said that the City of Winnipeg should actually be spending an extra $300 million per year on above-ground infrastructure just to maintain the current infrastructure at its current level. That bears repeating, Mr. Speaker. This would not actually improve our infrastructure, but it would only maintain it to the level that it is currently at today. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that cities cannot do this alone, and the time has never been better for federal investment into our infrastructure. This weekend, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to councillors from the Great Ward of St. Boniface, Mathieu Allard. I spoke to councillors from Transcona, Mr. Russ Wyatt, who spoke about the absolute need of the federal government to partner with municipalities to construct transportation infrastructure on the east side of the city of Winnipeg, which is one of the fastest growing segments of the entire city, Mr. Speaker, whether it's Boulevard La Jumadière, whether it's Marion Street, whether it's Archibald Street. The city is crying out for partnerships from the federal government to get the traffic moving in the east side of the city. Those very same councillors spoke of the need for the federal government to also partner with Transcona on the Transcona Outdoor Pool Project, as well as the Taché Boulevard Walkway Project in St. Boniface. Le conseiller de Saint-Boniface m'a parlé de l'importance.
The St. Boniface councillor spoke of the importance of the cathedral project, which will be very important to residents, and it's supported not only by residents of St. Boniface, but also by the foundation of the City of Winnipeg. What's lacking, Mr. Speaker, is support from the federal government and infrastructure funding from the federal government.
Worthy projects which will be eligible under our green and our social infrastructure programs, which will be rolled out in the future. I also spoke with the councillor from Point Douglas, Mike Pactacan, who emphasized the necessity for a new Arlington Street Bridge, which connects central Winnipeg to the north end of Winnipeg. I spoke to the councillor from Elmwood, Jason Schreier, who advocated strongly for a new Louise Bridge, a piece of infrastructure which should have been renewed long ago, but fell by the wayside because of lack of funding by all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the councillor from Old Kildonan, Devi Sharma, who advocated on the merits of completing the Ring Road project called Chief Pegwest Trail, which would link Main Street to the Centerport project, an initiative not only important to relieve traffic congestion in Winnipeg, but also to enhance economic development opportunities at Centerport, Winnipeg's very own inland port located near the airport. And of course, Winnipeg needs to catch up on its rapid transit obligations. We know the future of the cities is closely connected to managing traffic, getting rid of gridlock, and get traffic moving again. And nothing does that better, Mr. Speaker, than getting people out of their cars and getting people to use transit, hopefully rapid transit. Winnipeg has ambitious plans for rapid transit, and what they need is a federal government that is equally interested. I'm equally proud that our first slice of infrastructure spending is on what is arguably the most important of all, our underground infrastructure, water systems and wastewater treatment systems. Now you have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that for years and years and years, the federal governments have been federal and provincial governments have been extremely reluctant to invest in underground systems for a very simple and a very cynical reason, is that you don't often get to cut ribbons when pipe is placed underground. It's not a play structure which will be immediately utilized by hundreds of children in any park or school yard. It is not a bridge which will benefit thousands of citizens as they commute back and forth. But nonetheless, it is probably the most important of all because, Mr. Speaker, nothing is more important than clean water and nothing is more important than clean environment. That's why I'm proud to say that Budget 2016 makes green infrastructure its very first priority. It is filling a void that previous federal governments and previous provincial governments have created. Because make no mistake about it, cities cannot do it by themselves, and Budget 2016 recognizes this. Mr. Speaker, we will also be giving families more money to help with the high cost of raising their children. We will be introducing a more generous, a simplified, and a tax-free Canada Child Benefit to give families more money to raise their children. Our Canada Child Benefit is geared to income. Those who need the help most will receive the help, single and low-income families. Our plan, Mr. Speaker, will raise 300,000 children out of poverty. This is an important measure that will give children a better opportunity and a brighter future. Families in Manitoba alone will receive $490 million more in the previous year, in the next year than the previous year. Mr. Speaker, that's incredibly significant. Another part of our plan is to raise the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors by 10%. This will give 1 million of our most vulnerable seniors, often women, almost $1,000 more per year, Mr. Speaker.
The budget provides for an investment of $675 million in CBC Radio Canada. This is a national institution that's crucial for official language minority communities. In St. Boniface, Radio-Canada Manitoba is a major player in the Franco-Manitoban community that supports our culture and promotes it. The contribution of cultural industries to the Canadian economy is reflected in funding of $1.9 billion over 5 years. Those investments will support national institutions that are important. They will protect both official languages and support industries that showcase Canadian culture, like the Canada Council, Telefilm Canada, and the National Film Board.
Mr. Speaker, a roundtable was held at the Barbara Mitchell Family Resource Centre. The Parliamentary Secretary for Finance and I met with members of community organizations to discuss poverty and housing issues. Stakeholders discussed the urgent need for affordable housing and that such housing needs to be part of a larger community plan in mixed neighborhoods, creating an ecosystem of community housing that supports people through training programs and other services. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 proposes to double the current federal funding under the Investment in Affordable Housing Initiative, create an affordable rental housing initiative fund to test innovative business approaches, such as housing models with a mix of rental and home ownership, to invest in renovations to existing social housing. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 will lift 300,000 children out of poverty. It will offer 9 million Canadians a middle-income tax cut, which I really haven't spoken of today. It will improve living conditions for 1 million seniors through a 10% increase in the guaranteed income supplement. There is $8.4 billion of new funding for Indigenous education and infrastructure, $2 billion for arts and culture over 5 years, and Canada's largest ever infrastructure program is being introduced in this budget. I'm very proud to support this budget. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, I was pleased to hear the honourable member for St. Boniface St. Vital underline the need to replace the Louise Bridge in his speech. It is indeed a project long overdue. One of the kind of connected projects or an important infrastructure need that's adjacent to where the new Louise Bridge would go is the Columbus Housing Co-op. The riverbank around the co-op has been eroding and is now actually quite close to the housing complex and risks the housing on that land. It is City of Winnipeg land. I'm wondering if the member would agree with me and whether his government agrees that federal infrastructure money should be able to be applied to riverbank reinforcement projects, especially when doing so could help save housing in Winnipeg.
The honourable member for St. Boniface St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did have the opportunity to also speak to the honourable member from Elmwood Transcona about the Louise Bridge earlier in the year, and I know he's a big proponent for that, as is the councillor from Elmwood Transcona, from Elmwood, I believe. And absolutely, the problem, being a councillor for many years, I understand that the problem is that there are simply too many priorities and not enough funding resources at the city to take care of all the priorities. That's why it is so very important for the federal government to make good on its infrastructure commitments. We've introduced the largest infrastructure program ever, $120 billion over the course of 10 years. And certainly, I know a huge liability in the city of Winnipeg is riverbank protection. And I believe that we would be willing to sit down and discuss those options with our provincial government as well as our municipal government to see what is achievable and what can be done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux féliciter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague from St. Boniface St. Vital for his excellent speech and tell him that one of his predecessors. I want my colleague to talk more about the direct impact on the infrastructure and on young people in his riding and how it will help his community. Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Vital, Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, in Winnipeg and in St. Boniface, we have tremendous challenges with regard to infrastructure. As a former councillor for many years, I know that there are more projects than there is funding to go around, and that is why it is so important that the Government of Canada has formed a partnership with the City of Winnipeg and the Province of Manitoba on all kinds of projects, road projects, bridges, bike paths, and by doing so, we are creating jobs. And that's my goal, is to ensure that when these jobs are created, we can hire young people who live in the community, to give them experience, to give them a good job, and something so that they can support their families. Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make it as short as possible. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I want to ask him something that has not yet been clarified by the government. That is the definition of what the middle class is. Because I believe that in their so-called middle class tax cut, they refuse to define what they mean by the middle class. Whereas some of my colleagues have already pointed out that you have to make $23 an hour and work full time to be eligible for their so-called middle class tax cut. So perhaps my colleague could at least define what the middle class is. $21 or $3 an hour. Is that a middle class salary? Very short answer. The honourable member for Saint Boniface, Saint-Vital. Thank you very much. What is very clear is that if a Canadian makes between $44,000 and $90,000 per year, that person will receive a tax cut. That is very clear, and that is a benefit that will flow to thousands of, 9 million Canadians. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with all the members in this House.
Rise, and it's a big honor for me to rise on behalf of the citizens of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Today I'm going to be focusing on C-15. C-15 obviously being Loi portant exécution de
the bill implementing certain provisions on 2016 budget, which was tabled on March 2nd, 2016, and with consequential amendments.
Number of items in this. Again, previous members pointed out this Budget Implementation Act, like most budget implementation acts, tries to amend multiple different bills. Again, 35 different pieces of legislation here. I would first like to thank the government for hosting a technical briefing that went through each section. I also want to thank the government for making sure it wasn't in a small room that was quite hot, as has been previous years. Those technical briefings, Mr. Speaker, are very important when we're talking about larger pieces of legislation. Now, I will be critiquing the legislation. I'll be speaking directly to items that are in here, Mr. Speaker, but also I just want to point out that this particular argument I'll be making today seeks to hopefully that the government will have the ears to listen and hopefully consider some of the things that this member of Parliament has to say on behalf of his constituents. So I'd like to start with, first of all, the bail-in legislation, Mr. Speaker. La section 5 de la...
Section 5 of Part 4 amends the bill on the Employment Insurance Corporation in order to help the condition of and it also amends the Banks Act in order to allow the designation by the Chief Superintendent of Financial Institutions to ensure that it maintains a minimal capacity to absorb losses.
Legislation. First of all, this idea arose in Pittsburgh as part of this discussion, G7 discussions, on how best for us to tackle the issue of failing banks. And in Canada, of course, in 2007, 2008, we were very fortunate that all of our banks, were sufficiently stable, and it's something that this country should be very proud of. But again, we've heard things can always be made better, and I'm a big believer in that. And the Prime Minister of the day had suggested that we look at bail-in legislation. So one of the things I've been fortunate enough in the Finance Committee to learn through the officials that were there and through the technical briefing the government gave is, first of all, I do believe there are some unintended consequences. And that has not been thought of in legislation, although it has been thought of, and this was confirmed by government officials, that, first of all, new instruments will be sold in the secondary markets. And what I mean to say that, some people will hold short or long positions on the viability of our banks, of whether the question of whether they are bailed in or not. Now, this happens all the time, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, these kinds of instruments get traded by very sophisticated people, and that's par for the course. But on the same token, more and more Canadians are heavily invested in, whether through mutual funds or through pension funds, because the stock market offers a better rate of return, oftentimes, given our considerably low interest rates. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, the more money there's in the stock market, whether it be through mutual funds, RSPs, tax-free savings accounts, etc., the more risk that there can be. And obviously, the government has time and time again, and quite rightly, said that depositors should not worry. And I would just like to reaffirm that if there was an issue with the bail-in. But I would also say, because more and more people are going to be trading these new instruments, Mr. Speaker, shorting and taking long positions, and also because more and more people, particularly pension funds, are investing in it, I do believe that it's important for the Office of the Superintendent for Financial Institutions to start publicly tabling the stress tests. And the reason for that is simple. We understand that there's going to be these actions in the secondary market. We understand that people and pension funds, which are a larger part of that capital asset allocation, they should be able to have that information, and it should be transparent. I believe that if the government looks at it, they would find that that would work. Now, I'd also like to speak about la section 9.
Section 9. Section 9 of Division 4 amends the Old Age Security Act to increase the single rate of the guaranteed income supplement for the lowest income pensioners by up to $947, and to repeal Section 2.2 of that Act, which increases the age of eligibility to receive a benefit.
About those two things is, first of all, as a Conservative, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there is a direction this government is going. Now, I also like to say from time to time that good politics is a destination. Good policy often, though, is a direction. And while the government campaigned on a promise to restore old age security from 67 to 65 was good politics, I don't believe, and therefore a destination, I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, it's good policy for this country. And the reason why I say this, Mr. Speaker, is we had much in the last Parliament where there was much to do about a Public Budget Office report, where the Public Budget Officer said that with the changes that the previous government had made to the Health Accord, by basically, instead of continuing on a 6% escalator till forever, that it was affordable for not having to keep the old age security, bumping it up to 67. Now, we have, this government has reversed that. So, again, in 2023 or 2029, when originally it was supposed to take place, that will not happen. People will continue to get 65. Contrary to what other countries such as Japan, the United States are doing, Mr. Speaker. what that does is it puts us where eventually we're going to have to tackle our demographics. Now, previous prime ministers such as Mulroney, Chrétien, and Martin all tried to put forward ideas on how we can address the coming demographics, particularly when it comes vis-a-vis to old age security. And the previous government took action in a way that allowed people to change their behaviors over a period of time. Now, that's going to be reversed in this budget, Mr. Speaker, this Budget Implementation Act, and that's the wrong place to go. We want people thinking about saving. No one likes the idea of having to work longer, but we are living longer, and so there should be some adjustment. But I also will say on the topic of guaranteed income supplement, I'm not a big fan of deficits. In fact, I'm going to be voting against budgets that are like this, but I will give some credit. Helping those who are most in need, particularly widowed female seniors, that will be a big help. Now, it may undercut the Finance Minister's discussion on enhancing the CPP, because that area was the one that most people would say that the academic reports had shown that those were the most at risk, Mr. Speaker. And so I think that undercuts the need to make further reforms, at least on that premise. Lastly, I just would like to encourage the government in their budget document, not in this act, there was some talk about credit unions, particularly when it came to international FACTA rules. Now, FACTA, is obviously was a big issue in the last Parliament, but more or less, Canadian institutions, all shapes and sizes, have been able to follow up with it. But now the government is talking with other governments around offshore tax evasion and bringing international FACTA regulations, a different regime, and bring it to Canada. Whether or not a small institution has sufficient foreign nationals investing their money at a large percentage or not. And so what I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, is we're going to end up with an administratively burdensome system, one that does not actually reflect the needs. Again, credit unions, I have very small credit union in Summerland. Again, they have a very small staff. They try to, and they're compliant on all things, Mr. Speaker. But again, a proper risk assessment should be taken when we talk about these international FACTA rules. Mr. Speaker, again, I hope that the government does take some of my criticism and reflects upon it, and hopefully we can see in future legislation some of my concerns dealt with. Again, things like old age security. Mr. Speaker, we all want to see a great system where people can retire with dignity, but we have to make sure that it's sustainable for the long term. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The
honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his speech and for his efforts in French. He did a very good job. He talked about the policy of changing the age of eligibility for OAS. I asked one of his colleagues yesterday, and he said that if we leave it at 67, it will that people from 65 and 67 won't be well taken care of, and I think it's another way of offloading the responsibility to the provinces.
Député de Central.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
We can't run away from our demographics, and I do appreciate the seriousness of the question. This is actually unfolding like a debate should, talking about important issues. But when it comes to our demographics, Mr. Speaker, we are living longer, we are living healthier. We should celebrate the fact, but we should also be making sure that our government institutions are also moving in lockstep with that. Many advanced countries, such as Japan and the United States, have already tackled this issue. And in some cases, they've actually pegged whereas when the average lifespan increases, so does the retirement age. And so if the current government does not like the form of the change that was proposed by the previous government, I hope that the member opposite will say that he believes also in the function, that we need to tackle these demographics, especially given low growth, especially given low interest rates. We have to be able to show that we can move with the times and make sure that all, whether they be current seniors or seniors 50, 100 years from now, can retire with dignity.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him, because at least for me, for the past 2 days. I've been here, very present here in the House. I heard a very simple response that gave us an explanation as to why the taxation rate that had been promised during the election campaign for small businesses was not delivered on. Has he heard a good response to that, or has he just heard a lot of zigzags from the government?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Well, again, the government has clearly made it a non-priority. That speaks volumes. It doesn't matter what other members have to say about it. Its non-action speaks louder. So I would simply suggest that the government does not feel that that tax that was promised by all, that tax rate to lower it from 11% down to 8% by all parties, Mr. Speaker, doesn't need to be honored. And I'm not sure if it just feels that that constituency is doing well enough, or if they don't believe that they should follow up on their promises. But again, Mr. Speaker, again, governing involves making decisions, and the Liberals have made theirs.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. A very brief question, please. He has about 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to come back to a topic that my colleague mentioned during his speech, and that is the old age security benefits. He did not mention even once a study that shows that the Canada Pension Plan is in difficulty if the age is not raised. And yet there are many studies that shows that leaving the age at 65 does not compromise the Canada Public Plan either. So I would like him to ask if he can cite a study that shows that the government was obliged to keep the system viable by hiking the age.
Yeah, well, again, I wasn't sure if the member was speaking specifically to the Canada Pension Plan or the old age security. What I will say, and what I did mention in my speech, is the Public Budget Officer put out a statement saying the changes to the Health Accord and allow for the age of retirement to stay at 65 over a long-term basis. Well, Stephen Gordon, and he's a professor at McGill, actually did a blog post on that particular subject and found, Mr. Speaker, that if the Public Budget Officers, their assumptions were off by 0.01, so we're talking less than 8%, by that much, then the whole thing, the whole rationale was off. And so now the Liberals are speaking about a new health accord, which increases costs. They're talking about bringing back the old age security to the original age, Mr. Speaker. And on top of that, we see things like wildfires in Alberta, flooding in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, etc., that these unforeseen events have a real cost to government. And obviously the federal government is the only government agency that's able to stand those losses. So, and to come to the table to help those provinces to go. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a delicate balance when we talk about these razor-thin margins. And I think the government's playing, too loose a game.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Desnethe Mississippi Churchill River on health, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands on railway transportation, and the honourable member for Vancouver East on transport.
Debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to talk about the federal budget 2016. This being my first speech in the House, I'd like to begin by thanking the wonderful people of King Vaughan for placing their trust in me. Serving as their representative is an honour, one I take very seriously. I also want to thank my supporters who worked so hard through my nomination in the long election campaign. It was during this campaign that I came to fully appreciate the challenges and opportunities across my large and diverse new riding. Finally, I need to publicly thank my family for their support, patience, and understanding. They've made this challenging transition to life in two locations manageable. As everyone ever elected to this House knows, the unsung heroes of parliamentary life are our family members who shoulder the additional burdens maintaining a home and family while we immerse ourselves becoming effective representatives. Mr. Speaker, from my seat in the far corner, in a spot where I look out upon everyone in this chamber, a new MP can't help but quickly gain perspective. perspective on the formidable but resolvable challenges facing the country, perspective on the impressive talents and breadth of experience members from all parties bring to the national debate. Let's not forget that our time here is brief. Serious issues are confronting Canadians. Let us be bold enough, wise enough, selfless enough to do what is right, rather than what appears to be politically opportune. With that perspective, Mr. Speaker, I want to use my maiden speech to reflect upon the government's budget as it relates to my constituents, the diverse, compassionate, and hardworking people of King Vaughan. Succinctly, Mr. Speaker, this budget is about people, a transformative plan for investments in our families, communities, and in Canada. My riding is both urban and rural. In the south, there is a rapidly growing suburb transitioning to a more urban context. The northern portion has small towns in an agricultural setting. However, some of those small towns are now transitioning to a suburban context. It is multi-ethnic mix, and overall, it's been a story of success. Native-born Canadians and immigrants together striving and achieving prosperity, security, and growing desirable communities. Overshadowing the success story, however, is a looming challenge. Housing affordability has become precarious, especially for young families and seniors. Without solid economic growth bringing high-quality jobs and good rates of return on investments, many will have trouble meeting the high cost of home ownership in my riding in the years to come. During the campaign, when I knocked on doors, parents told me they needed more money in their pockets. Seniors told me they could not keep up with the rising cost of living in their homes. They wanted to stay in their homes but were worried the money was not going to last. Youth told me rising university and college costs were making it difficult to invest in their futures, and the lack of good-paying jobs made it difficult to pay off their student debt. And everywhere in King and Vaughan, people were concerned about the congestion on the roads and the lack of accessible transit options. However, I believe the government's priorities will help address my constituents' concerns, both in the near and long term. This budget builds on our campaign promises. We promise to strengthen the middle class. When we have a strong middle class contributing to our economy and communities, everyone benefits. With our tax cut, we are putting money back into the pockets of middle-class Canadians. It's well understood that the majority of those benefiting will spend it right back in their communities, supporting local businesses and their families, fueling growth. With the new Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 families will get more help than they do under existing programs, and that benefit is tax-free. This program is the most significant social policy innovation in a generation and will lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. Important as those tax cuts and the new child benefit are for my riding, ensuring future prosperity and quality of life will largely depend on wise public infrastructure, investment on roads, transit, housing, water and wastewater services, and communications. It's the smart thing to do, and it's a two birds with one stone initiative. Good middle-class jobs necessary to support a family will flow as major projects move forward. And these improved services will further attract employers and more investment. But it's not just spending to create jobs. This spending is long overdue. Woefully inadequate infrastructure in my riding already hampers economic activity and decreases quality of life. Ask any of my constituents about traffic congestion and you'll get an earful, and rightly so. Before becoming a Member of Parliament, I was a regional councillor in the City of Vaughan and York Region. I was well aware of how important it was for York Region to have strong representatives and a good partnership with both provincial and federal government to help invest in infrastructure solutions. We asked the federal government to be a true partner, invest a third, and lift restrictions that did not work in the best interest of municipalities. I am delighted to see this government listen to the needs of municipalities and commit to investing as an equal partner and lift the P3 restriction. I'm now privileged to be one of those strong voices in Ottawa, and I'm pleased to see funding being committed for important transformative projects, not just in my riding, but across the country. Helping to protect the local environment first drew me to becoming involved in public affairs. I'm honoured to be the chair of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development and have the opportunity to work with experienced and knowledgeable colleagues as we transition towards a more sustainable, clean and green economy, while protecting our environment and our health. I think those of us living in quickly growing suburban communities, areas facing pressure to expand and consume ever more farmland, areas where everyday life often seems centered around our automobiles, have a particular challenge to helping Canada get on with a transition to a more sustainable future. And when we envision a sustainable future plan, a plan for that future, and take concrete steps to make it happen, we are reducing the economic burden our grandchildren will have to bear. Good news is that people within my community will benefit at every turn from this transition. When we move to new, innovative forms of energy, high-skilled jobs will come. When we build efficient transportation mechanisms, we get cars off the road and shorten commute times, benefiting everyone trying to get home to see their kids' soccer game or just spending more quality time at home with family and friends. When the government puts forward its new innovation agenda, which will outline a new vision for Canada's economy as a centre of global innovation, King Vaughan will be ready to take advantage of these opportunities and has the workforce ready to play its part. All that makes sense in King Vaughan, a region dedicated to providing good opportunities and quality of life for current and future generations. Mr. Speaker, Canada's future depends on ensuring our children get the education and skills necessary for their success. However, post-secondary education is becoming increasingly expensive. The government recognizes it must do its part to make post-secondary education more accessible. I'm very proud of the program so far to help our youth, and I look forward to more in the future. At the opposite end of the age spectrum, too many Canadians find it impossible to save enough before reaching retirement age. Too many of our seniors live in poverty, in particular our single seniors. The Minister is committed to working with his provincial and territorial counterparts to enhance Canada Pension Plan before the end of the year, which will go a long way to improving the future for seniors. In this budget, the government is increasing the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors, and this will improve the financial security of about 900,000 of our most vulnerable single seniors in Canada. We will see investments in social infrastructure funding for seniors housing and affordable housing. I want to touch on what government has committed to for small business. Budget 2016 supports Canada's innovators and entrepreneurs. It gives them the help they need to access expertise, identify new markets, and scale up for future growth. Small businesses are the backbone of my riding. What I've heard from small business owners is they need customers with money in their pockets. This is what will drive our economy. The middle-class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit does just that. Put more money, ultimately, in the hands of small business. Spending any time at all in King Vaughan, and you'll see that people from right across the world have settled there. It's a microcosm of Canada. My constituents come from just about every country and speak about 100 different languages. We obviously have many different backgrounds, but we share this in common. We came to Canada at some time in our family history for peace and opportunity. And the riding demonstrates what I think is one of the fundamental truths about our country. We are stronger because of our diversity. The diversity that King Vaughan offers Canada is also offered to the rest of the world. My constituents have the requisite contacts, language skills, business interests, religious associations, and most of all, a desire to weigh in and contribute. The government's action in seeking to address past wrongs with current shortcomings with our First Nations communities, working in equal partnership with them, is perhaps the most crucial step in celebrating and maximizing the potential Canada's diversity brings and growing our economy. Mr. Speaker, like all members of this House, I am extremely proud of my community. Some of you will know our attractions: Canada's Wonderland, the Canadian McMichael Art Collection, the Village of Schomberg and Kleinberg. However, I'm especially proud of our people. I'm not sure if there's a more generous community in Canada. I cannot keep up with all the fundraising and volunteering efforts going on every week. Let me conclude by reiterating that I am proud of this budget and believe it's an important step to putting Canada on a path to a bright, sustainable future. We have seized the opportunity to invest in our people, offered immediate help to those that need it most, and invested in future growth that will benefit all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for King Vaughan for her speech on this. It's a question I've asked before in this House to members of the government and members of the government caucus as well. In the Budget Implementation Act and the budget document on Annex 1, page 240, when you look at the child benefit program, in total numbers, when we're talking about the total amount the government will spend on this over the timeline presented in this budget, the numbers actually begin to go down as of fiscal year 2017-2018. It drops every single year till it reaches 2020-2021. And I would like to hear from the member an explanation on why that is. Is it because the government intends to not inflation adjusted? Do they intend to lower the benefit? Or do they simply believe that Canadian families will be making a higher income, therefore won't qualify for the child benefit program being proposed in this budget? So I'd like to hear the member's explanation for these numbers. Thank you.
Honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much to my colleague opposite for asking that question. As you know, we are trying to consolidate quite a few programs that have been available, and it's a very disparate, disjointed support network for families. So we are trying to put them all in one, make it more simplified, and make it tax-free, because that's another challenge that we found, especially when I was out campaigning. The previous government ended up providing a benefit and then taxing it back. And many families, when they were ready to do their taxes at the end of the year, were surprised to find they had to find money that they didn't have. So we're trying to simplify, and I think this is part of the process, is looking at how we'll go forward and make sure that we simplify all of the initiatives that are there to support families. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my Liberal colleague what she thinks of the fact that, with regard to employment insurance, initially 12 regions were designated to get extra weeks, and then 3 more regions were thus designated. But Quebec ends up completely by the wayside. It's not included in that list. There are many jobs in farming, tourism, or even teachers whose jobs are very precarious, nurses in my riding. In Salaberry-sur-Roi, there are many workers who would like to benefit from those extra 5 weeks. These are workers with families, middle-class people. These are people who will not benefit from this extra EI benefit, which is very unfair and means that there's a double standard here depending on where you live in this country.
Thank you very much for that question, and it is something that I'm sure many Canadians are asking themselves, so I'm going to do my best to try and put it in a frame. Obviously, we have a challenge in our economy at the moment, and certain areas are more challenged than others and have had precipitous drops in employment. So the intent here is to support those areas that have had an unexpected high drop in the employment rate. Because it's obvious this is a support to get you to your next job. And if those jobs aren't available in the area, it's going to take longer, and it's obviously difficult for people to be able to bridge that gap to the next job. So we really identified areas based on the assessments done on the employment rates and the drop in employment rates. Where we saw a change, we've amended. I'm sure that the government's going to continue looking at this across Canada and see where Canadians need the most help and try to be there for them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. You know, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister went all across Canada talking about change. And over the last 7 months, as evidenced by Budget 2016, Canadians have gotten change. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it isn't the change that was promised, and it certainly isn't change for the better. Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberals made a commitment to run a $10 billion deficit, which they characterized as modest. But they promised that by 2019-2020, the budget would be returned to balance. And then, barely after the ballots were counted, the finance minister was trotted out and he admitted that, oh no, they're not going to be able to bring in just a $10 billion deficit, that it would be billions and billions of dollars more. And boy, Mr. Speaker, did it ever turn out to be billions and billions of dollars more. $30 billion, more than 3 times what the Liberals committed to. And then what about that commitment to balance the budget by 2019-2020? Well, much like the Liberal promise to run a $10 billion deficit in 2016-2017, that promise was another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken. Now the government admits that in 2019, instead of a balanced budget, they're going to deliver a $17.9 billion deficit. Mr. Speaker, and no wonder, because over the next 4 years, this government plans to borrow an unprecedented $113 billion. That's $113 billion that Canadians don't have. Now, Mr. Speaker, taking a step back, one might ask, why is it that the Liberals during the election campaign promised to take the $1 billion surplus that they inherited from our Conservative government and turn that into a $10 billion deficit? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals said that there needed to be some short-term spending in some critical areas, such as infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, what do the Liberals have to show for not a $10 billion deficit, but a $30 billion deficit in infrastructure? Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 provides no new funds for roads, no new funds for bridges, no new funds for railways, no new funds for ports, no new funds for highways. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, aside from some new funding for public transit, all of the new infrastructure spending in Budget 2016 is dedicated to ill-defined green and social infrastructure. But more significantly, Mr. Speaker, much of the $30 billion deficit is not attributable to increased spending in public transit or even spending in green and social infrastructure. Rather, much of this $30 billion deficit is attributable to a 7.6% increase in discretionary spending, a 7.6% increase that will do absolutely nothing to create jobs and growth, but will do plenty to saddle Canadians with more debt. Indeed, much of the spending in Budget 2016-2017 is permanent and ongoing rather than temporary and cyclical. As a result, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 sets Canada on a path to long-term structural deficits. And while, Mr. Speaker, there was no plan in the budget to create jobs and growth and prosperity, there is a plan certainly in the budget to tax job creators, particularly, Mr. Speaker, small businesses who constitute the backbone of the Canadian economy. This government wants to eliminate and is going to eliminate the hiring tax credit, the student tax credit, and what about the 9% reduction, the reduction of the small business tax rate to 9% that the previous Conservative government introduced and that the Liberals during the election campaign said that they would implement? You guessed it, another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken, because now, Mr. Speaker, the government has announced that, in fact, they're reversing the small business tax cut. And then, Mr. Speaker, what about that middle-class tax cut that the Liberals touted with such enthusiasm during the election campaign, the revenue-neutral middle-class tax cut? Well, it turns out, Mr. Speaker, the revenue-neutral part of it is, again, just another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken, because it turns out it's not revenue neutral at all. But that is just the beginning, because what we begin to find out is that the Liberal middle-class tax cut is actually a Liberal middle-class tax cut fraud. Why is it, you say? Well, because, Mr. Speaker, the average middle-class Canadian, if they're lucky, would receive $1 a day under the Liberal middle-class tax cut. And what do they lose as a result? Well, talk about eliminating the textbook tax credit, the sports tax credit, the arts tax credit, income splitting for families, and on and on and on is part of the Liberal middle-class tax cut shell game that is making more Canadians worse off than better off. So, Mr. Speaker, as I say, the Prime Minister talked about change. The government has brought about change. Unfortunately, as I said, it's not change for the better. Regretfully, it's change for the worse, and it's why Budget 2016 and Bill C-15 must be defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member spoke a great deal about the issue of deficit and his concerns regarding deficit. And I think that many Canadians are concerned about how tax dollars are spent, justifiably so. But what I have a difficult time with, Mr. Speaker, and maybe just ask the member to reflect on this, is that the Conservatives, I would argue, are in no position whatsoever to give advice on deficits. They, in fact, inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. They converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and that was even prior to the recession taking place, Mr. Speaker. And then they left us with a deficit, contrary to what members might like to think in their minds, Mr. Speaker. The reality is they created a deficit, they ended in a deficit, their total deficit of over $150 billion of debt added by the Conservatives. My question is very specific. Why does the Conservative Party, in particular this member, believe that this government should take advice from a government that failed miserably in terms of the issue of debt?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has nothing to apologize for when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Indeed, when the Conservative Party formed government in 2006, it set out to pay back the largest amount of debt in Canadian history. It was in the sum of $38 billion in the repayment of the national debt. And, Mr. Speaker, there was, of course, the recession of 2008 and 2009, and my honourable friend is correct. There were deficits run at that time, but they were short-term deficits based upon short-term stimulus spending that allowed the Canadian economy to recover at a faster rate with stronger growth than any country in the G7. And we then returned the budget not only to balance at 2015, but in fact there was a surplus. That's what has been confirmed by the PBO, and it's also been confirmed by the Finance Department. I don't know what the honourable member is talking about, but again, we certainly have nothing to apologize on this side of the House when it comes to fiscal responsibility.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Perhaps he could comment on one. Is the interpretation working, Mr. Speaker? Is there a problem? Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask my colleague a question about one of the broken promises by the Liberals, which was described as a betrayal by the Federation of Independent Business. They said it was a betrayal the Liberals reneged on a campaign promise repeatedly when they said they would reduce the small corporate tax rate from 11 to 9%, and suddenly they changed their tone and reneged on their promise. Can my colleague comment on that broken promise? Because there were others, of course, too. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank the honourable member for Sherbrooke for that question. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the Liberals ran around Canada saying they were committed to a small business tax reduction, and then, quite simply, they broke their promise, just like so many other promises that they've broken since the election. You know, every single day seems to bring about another new Liberal broken promise from the election. This is going to cost small businesses. The Finance Department estimates it's going to cost small businesses some $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. And I should remind honourable members, Mr. Speaker, that small businesses constitute 40% of Canada's GDP and represent 98% of companies in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, those are precisely the job creators that need support, and instead, at this time, this government is penalizing them with tax increases.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is June 7th, a day to celebrate according to the Fraser Institute. The Fraser Institute says today is Tax Freedom Day, although those in Quebec will have to wait just a little more longer, at least a week. Well, if it sounds like you're paying a lot of taxes in this country, we do. We pay income tax, payroll tax, health tax, sales tax, property tax, fuel tax, vehicle tax, profit tax, import tax, along with various sin taxes. Mr. Speaker, we'll see next year if the Liberals have increased all our levels of taxes. Well, provinces like Ontario and Newfoundland, run by the Liberal governments, I might say, are running massive deficits right now. So with the election of these Liberals to run our country, we are seeing that trend continue. It's called spend, spend, spend. In reality, this budget is all about spending. After breaking their major election promises, including capping deficit at $10 billion, why should we trust this government? The Liberals' budget is a plan for reckless spending that offers higher taxes, billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, in new debt, and yet we have no real plan in this country for jobs. At the recent G7 meetings in Japan, the Prime Minister was determined to sell the merits of deficits to grow the economy. Fortunately, it was met with major resistance. Large-scale deficits and debts are weakening investor confidence. Other countries, Mr. Speaker, have chosen to cut their deficits. Many countries in the G7 have been rewarded for their efforts, but this Prime Minister sought to promote deficits backed by growth at the recent G7 meetings. Many around that table didn't buy it. Many saw firsthand the positive effects of curbing the spending, in fact, reducing their deficits, like the previous government here. There was no appetite for adding the deficits around the world, so why then is this Prime Minister promoting deficits to the G7? Stimulus requires international cooperation. Stimulus spending will have a marginal impact on the open Canadian economy when dealing with our trading partners. The result, though, will be bigger deficits and certainly more debt. The point I'm making is that it appears Canada is on an island all by themselves when it comes to spending and adding more debt. The G7 meetings recently in Japan showed that this government has little or no respect among our trading partners. The Liberals have also picked winners and losers with the EI program. 12 regions qualified, including my city of Saskatoon, along with northern Saskatchewan, but then you didn't include South Saskatchewan, where the resource sector suffered tremendous pressure with job losses. Weeks later, because of our relentless pressure, Mr. Speaker, the government then decided to include South Saskatchewan along with the Edmonton area for improved EI benefits. You know, I've said in this House before, and I'll say it again, Canadians want to work. Saskatchewan people, where I come from, are known for their work ethic. They want to wake up in the morning with a job and with a purpose. They want a future to provide for their family. While unemployment rates in Saskatchewan and our neighboring province next to us, Alberta, have spiked since the Liberals have taken office, we should be reminded that Canadians need more job support, not simply longer periods of EI benefits. When is this government, for an example, going to support the oil and gas sector? Pipelines are needed, Mr. Speaker, to move products safely. Yet we constantly, every day in this House, see delays. This is costing us jobs, like Evraz in Regina, which manufactures pipelines. They were forced to lay off workers mid-February. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? They laid off another 50 workers just last month. Cameco, the largest uranium manufacturer in the world, suspended its Rabbit Lake mining, putting another 500 people out of work. This mine was an economic engine for northern Saskatchewan, employing many First Nation peoples. These positions had very good paying jobs, creating wealth in our northern region of Saskatchewan. But the Liberals have taken their frustration, as you know, Mr. Speaker, entirely out on small businesses. It's unfortunate, really, Mr. Speaker, that 700,000 middle-class small business owners who employ about 95% of working Canadians are the target of this government in the recent budget. The Liberals have ended the hiring credit for small businesses. They've cancelled their planned youth employment hiring credit. Liberals have broken their clear promise to small businesses in this country to proceed with just that small tax rate reduction to 9%. Plans for any small tax cuts, in fact, will now be deferred, maybe forever with this government. And according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, the decision will cost small firms over $900 million per year to 2019. The Finance Department has estimated that this broken promise will actually cost small business sector $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. All signs, Mr. Speaker, point to trouble for Canadians. The Finance Minister is planning another hit to Canada's small businesses by increasing the CPP premiums. This would, in my estimation, would send more people to the unemployment lines in this country. An employer with, let's just say, one employee would see an increase in the CPP to $880 a year. Well, imagine, let's say, if you had 15 employees, you'd end up paying over $13,000 per year. For small business, this is a direct payroll tax. And for the self-employed, you would be paying an additional $1,700 a year. That would certainly be a big hit for those who have decided to be entrepreneurs and do business on their own. This spells big trouble for our economy. Higher labor costs with little or no productivity. This would lead to more job losses, possibly wage cuts or even freezes, putting everyone at risk. The Chamber of Commerce is also very concerned, Mr. Speaker. They stated recently that the importance of businesses have really plummeted in this budget. As we all know, during the election, the Liberals said publicly that small businesses are just tax havens for the wealthy. Well, business owners are middle-class people. Far more, make less than $40,000 per year than what the Liberals think they make, $200,000 plus a year. So by increasing taxes on job creating, the Liberals are discouraging success, and they're really not promoting entrepreneurship or even innovation in this country. As we all know, saddling businesses with higher taxes will not create jobs. Previous tax breaks for middle-income families have been taken away for the arts community and for fitness, which included sports, and even the most popular family income splitting. the reduction of the TFSA limit, where hardworking Canadians actually had an opportunity to prepare for retirement. In fact, I was home this past weekend for a barbecue. Many came up to me asking what can they do with this unnecessary spending leading to a greater deficit that this country will share. We should always try to run our country like we run our households. Live within your means, especially when the circumstances don't justify the spending. We're really not in a recession, yet this government is determined to run up huge deficits. The former Conservative government created jobs, and during the worst economic downturn in this Great Recession, Canada, it should be noted, had the best job creation, Mr. Speaker, for economic growth during the G7 countries. We balanced the budget. In fact, we left the Liberals with a surplus of over $3 million at the end of 2015, and we lowered taxes for Canadians, their lowest point in 50 years. A typical family of four saves $7,000 a year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have just heard the buzzwords in this budget. Soon they will realize it's not what it's cracked up to be. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you very much.
For his speech, and I would like to remind him here, he was saying that this government is spending and not creating jobs. He must correct himself by saying this government, Mr. Speaker, is investing in order to create jobs. If all of those huge investments in infrastructure, in green technology, in protecting the environment, in supporting the middle-class family, in lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, in social housing, if all of those, they don't create jobs, Mr. Speaker, may I know from my colleague other side, what kind of what are the other elements and the other means they may create jobs in Canada? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's interesting because in our city of Saskatoon, we have two infrastructure projects. They were actually promised by the Conservative government. They were shovel-ready. We had overpasses at Boychuk and one at McCormick. We had the money sitting there. The infrastructure minister came to my city about 2 weeks ago and delivered the message. Why? Because it was our government that promised those two overpasses. Exactly. We have no other instance of new plans in Saskatchewan with this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. I just share that with you for infrastructure in my city, a population of 250,000.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to talk about the improvisation of the Liberals with the 12 and now 15 regions that were chosen for enhanced EI benefits, including his region of Saskatchewan. I was wondering if he could elaborate or perhaps explain why the government chose some regions and not others. What were the facts behind that? Why were some similar regions excluded from those enhanced benefits for EI? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
I want to thank the member for Sherbrooke for that question. That's a very good question that he came up with, because I was at the original news conference in Sask Poly when the minister started talking about the 12 regions. First of all, I can say this. During the news conference, she didn't know that Region 42 existed, which was Saskatoon, and Region 43, Northern Saskatchewan. It's just simply picked winners and losers, Mr. Speaker. I had toured the province. I knew that Estevan and Weyburn and even Regina were in serious trouble because of the oil price. And then, of course, Edmonton, the hub of Alberta, along with Fort McMurray. We all know A lot of people work in Fort McMurray, but they live in Edmonton. They were excluded from this.
Totally excluded.
A lot of people that from my city worked in Fort McMurray were also excluded. So I don't know why. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, they realized their mistake because they did include South Saskatchewan and Edmonton area. After hours of debate in this House, I might say, led by our side of the House. So that was a very good question. It's too bad they selected winners and losers.
We have time for an extremely brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you. I'll be brief too. Since I've heard from the other side that they won't take any lessons from anyone, it's unwise not to take lessons, especially from such fiscally responsible side of government like ourselves. The question is to my colleague is that if a government that wants to borrow money and has no plan to pay it back, what do we call that economically and fiscally?
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood in 45 seconds or less, if possible.
Well, I just want to thank the member from Edmonton Manning. This affects me because during the campaign we had our first grandchild in August. And I look at my two kids knowing that they're going to be heaped with this debt. But not only them, is my new grandchild. And I'm appalled by what really has happened here by this Liberal budget. They haven't saddled me as much, but my kids and now my grandchildren, and that's the story of all Canadians that they'll have to face in the mirror 4 years from now.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Yes.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very brief. I suspect that if you were to canvass the House that you would find unanimous consent for the following. There have been discussions with the parties, and if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the third reading of Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures may be taken up in the same sitting during which the report stage of the said bill is disposed of.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am going to speak to the Budget Implementation Act. And if you would allow, I'm going to talk about a few points that are particularly important for my riding. And I would also like to talk about the mining exploration tax credit. And I'm just going to provide a bit of context about what my riding represents in the mining sector. The mining industry in my riding affects 1 out of 6 people, 16% of jobs, direct and indirect. In my riding, there are mining investments of more than $1 billion in 2011, and because of the slowdown in 2014, we were talking about, it was about 780 million. So there are some 370 mining businesses, either with manufacturing products or directly in the mining, excavation industry. So this is very important for my riding, and that is why I want to come back to the mining exploration tax credit. This bill renews the tax credit for mining flow-through shares, so exploration activities for mining corporations. So obviously we support that tax credit for mining exploration, but unfortunately the Liberals have lost out on an opportunity to make this tax credit permanent. And I think that it is particularly important to make this tax credit permanent to make life easier for mining companies. We have to understand here that never being able to plan ahead has a major impact when companies try to plan their exploration activities. So sometimes the companies need to hurry up and plan, even though they don't know if certain activities will be able to be carried out. And we have to understand the importance of the mining cycle here. When we talk about mines, if mining companies wait for metal prices to be good before starting to prospect, well, by the time they get through all the steps before setting up a mine, the metal prices have often dropped by that time. So when the metal prices are low, then that is the time to prospect and explore, so that when gold prices are back up, the mines will be open and will be able to go into the production phase. That is the logic behind the mining cycle. When we look at this tax credit as well, and that is why it needs to be made permanent if our mining sector is to be able to develop more intelligently. When we talk about a mining cycle, we're talking about prospecting, exploration, and that usually covers a period of about 5 years. So when there is a deposit that is suspected to be somewhere, well, you know, the mining companies do research, they take samples, they establish the boundaries of where the deposit is located. Well, so that covers about 5 years. So ideally, that period should take place when the price of the metal in question is low, so that when it rises, the company is ready for production. So our mining companies must not be abandoned, especially mining companies that are just starting up, because that is precisely when they need help. And unfortunately, when the metal prices are low, it is much more difficult to attract investors who want to support them in their work. So that is another argument to make making life easier for our junior mining companies that do exploration and prospecting. When we talk about establishing technical parameters, the feasibility studies, the environmental and economic studies, that's a period of some 3 to 8 years. And when we talk about management and production as such, that's about a 10-year period when the mine is actually in production. So that is a look at how the mining cycle works. And then you've got the shutting down and the decommissioning, if you will, and the cleanup. That's about 1 or 2 years. So that is one of the elements that I wanted to explain with regard to the mining exploration tax credit. Something else that was pointed out to me on many different opportunities are the eligible expenses. More and more, during the prospecting and exploration phase, the mining companies must consult local populations to tell them about their activities. Sometimes they conduct environmental assessment or wildlife surveys to ensure that they do not disturb the environment or the wildlife, for example, moose and other wildlife. So even before a mining company begins prospecting, they have to do certain consultations and environmental assessment studies. And unfortunately, given that those are not expenses that are involved with taking samples or where they are on the ground for mining work, then they are not considered eligible expenses for exploration. So perhaps it would be a good idea to include those expenses as eligible spending on mining exploration, because it means that these projects would unfold more harmoniously. And the reason this money is being spent is to make mining companies more responsible towards communities and towards the environment. So I think that should also is something that should be considered by the Liberal government in its budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move on to another matter, that is the fact that the addition of feminine hygiene products as products that are de-taxed, that will not be taxed. Now, that is a good thing that the NDP brought forward under the former government, and I think we can be proud of what we accomplished in that regard. Now, I would like to remind the government that I did table a bill to also de-tax essential products, essential supplies for babies. These products are detaxed in most provinces where there is no HST, so in all provinces where there is a provincial tax, obviously, and where it is harmonized, then those products, those supplies, are part of the products that on which tax is not charged. So there must be a better coordination between the federal government and the provincial governments. We don't have to wait until my bill it goes to second reading, because I have a number of other good bills, so I wouldn't be unhappy that if this matter was fixed before my bill comes up for second reading. I'm perfectly happy to allow the government to look after that all by itself and to implement these measures before it's debated. I'd be very pleased. And I think that it will make life easier for so many parents who purchase essential supplies for their babies. I'm talking about stuff that is absolutely essential for caring for babies. So I think there are many parents who would be very grateful to the Liberal government if it took action on this sooner rather than later. Another point that is important is the fact that the Liberals backed down on reducing the small business tax rate to 9% as it had promised. I think that small and medium-sized businesses in my riding are going to be tremendously disappointed, especially given the fact that in my riding, I would say that the vast majority of jobs are created thanks to our SMEs. These businesses are really at the heart of all our villages. We have villages that function simply because of SMEs. For example, in my hometown, there are small companies that work with metal products, so they hire welders, people who work on cutting tables. If it wasn't for these businesses, there would be not much in these villages. There wouldn't be a lot of job creators. So not supporting those businesses by relieving their tax burden is something that really hurts ridings like mine, rural ridings. So I think it is very important to support those businesses. We're talking about local jobs. That is what allows many villages to come back to life, if you will. And I think I have very little time left, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to thank you for granting me this time, and I will be happy to answer questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, and if I may pick up on the member's last comments in regards to just the importance of our small business being the backbone of Canada's potential job growth, and just to provide assurances to her and others that might be listening that this government takes it very seriously. When you talk about the middle-class tax break, where we are injecting literally hundreds of millions of dollars into Canada's middle class in terms of their pockets, you will see higher disposable income that's going to help small businesses in all regions. It's also going to directly support those franchise owners, the small companies that the member makes reference, because they too will be getting a direct tax. So whether it's indirect or direct, this budget in several ways supports small businesses. And I'm wondering if the member would not at the very least acknowledge the fact that there are both direct and indirect advantages for small businesses in this budget.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems that I'd like to point out to my colleague is that most people in my riding do not have a sufficient annual income to be eligible for the so-called middle-class tax break. Perhaps they thought that they were part of the middle class, but according to the Liberals, they're not. There are many people in my riding who don't make the $45,000 they need to even be able to have access to $1 of tax reduction. Now, in many villages, we're lucky because the cost of living is not too high. Houses are much cheaper than they are in Toronto, for example. We can find houses that cost less than $100,000, which is quite different from Toronto. But most people will not be able to benefit from the middle-class tax break because they don't make enough income to be able to benefit from it, to be eligible for it. So that is a shame. People really have the impression that the Liberals have turned their back on them. If, as the NDP has suggested, the tax break had been applied to the first bracket, then many more people would have benefited from it. But since the Liberals refused to do so, that means that now there is a vast majority of people in my riding who simply do not earn enough income to benefit from one single cent of that tax break. The Honourable Member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. It was clear, articulate, and she really told us about her local population, the measures in place, or the measures that are needed to support people and to support small business. I agree with her when she says how disconnected the Liberals are. The difference is that the difference between what the Liberals promised and created these high expectations and what was actually delivered. So doesn't she think it's a shame to see that there were such high expectations and at the end of the day, the Liberals simply did not deliver. The Liberals didn't deliver for the aerospace industry either in Quebec. Doesn't she find it a shame to see that this election campaign was simply smoke and mirrors to try and move things forward with a monstrous deficit? And that the promises simply weren't delivered on? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And I think that it is definitely a problem in general. In 2015, it was my fourth election campaign since 2006 that I had run as a candidate in different campaigns. And people are sick of being lied to. They simply want to hear the truth. If they, when someone can be honest with people, then that is where they score points. People don't want to hear, yes, everything will be fine, and then that doesn't happen. They just want the truth. It's not complicated. And when I worked as a nurse, it was the same thing. Patients don't want to hear, sure, you're going to live forever. No, they want to hear the truth. They want to know when things are going badly so that they can plan ahead. So what people want is an end to the lies. They want to hear the truth. And they want to stop. They want to be able to make informed decisions, so that when something is promised and then exactly the opposite happens, people become cynical of politicians, and that's a shame because it has an impact on us all.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure today to stand in the House and to speak to Bill C-15. And it's a bill, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that will implement a number of the measures that the government had previously announced in the budget that was tabled here in Parliament on March 22nd. Now, today I'd like to outline the various reasons as to why I am very opposed to this bill and also to the fiscal plan of the government more generally. And the main reasons, Mr. Speaker, why I'm opposed to this budget include larger than promised deficit, not just larger, huge. Removal of the universal child care benefit and other beneficial tax credits, gutting of the Canadian military, lack of support for small businesses, and the list goes on. But, Mr. Speaker, what really irks me and most Canadians is that the Liberals brag about a middle-class tax break when we all know that in reality it's really a middle-class tax fraud. But I want to carry on with the topic of deficits, Mr. Speaker. This was perhaps the most disheartening part of this budget, and many Canadians were very disappointed that the Prime Minister broke his main election promise to Canadians to keep deficits at $10 billion or less. Budget 2016 misses this target by a country mile. The budget projects deficits of $29.4 billion in fiscal 2016-17, $29 billion in 17-18. $22.8 billion in 2018-19, and further deficits past 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is not what was promised to Canadians and is not a fiscally responsible plan. This government has the arrogance and audacity to plan for deficits far beyond even their elected mandate. What is most concerning is there is not a clear plan or pathway to balance the books. When the global economic crisis hit in 2008, former Conservative government and my good friend, the Honourable Jim Flaherty, recognized the need to run deficits to stimulate the economy and create jobs for Canadians. However, it was always made clear to all that there was a plan to return to balance. And Budget 2016 provides no such plan, and the economy is far better off today than it was in 2008. This government seems content on running deficits simply for the sake of having a deficit. The most recent Fiscal Monitor was very telling of this. It showed us that from April 2015 to February 2016, the government was running a $7.5 billion surplus. However, the government posted what has been called a blockbuster deficit of $9.4 billion in the last month of the fiscal year, and therefore we were left with $2 billion deficit for 2015. This is shameful, simply doesn't make any common sense, and it certainly doesn't make any economic sense, Mr. Speaker. But moving on from there, I've heard from a number of families in my riding who are very concerned with the benefits that this budget takes away from hardworking families. Most notably, Budget 2016 removes the following tax credits: the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, the Children's Art Tax Credit, and tax credits for post-secondary education and textbooks. Mr. Speaker, these measures were widely supported by families in my riding and across the country who enrolled their children in minor hockey, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and by those who enrolled their children in dance classes, piano lessons, and other arts and culture activities. Furthermore, the tax credits that supported those in post-secondary education were vital for helping families afford to send their children to school beyond high school. All gone, Mr. Speaker, the floor swept clean of good programs just because they were initiated by the previous government. While in government, the Conservative Party reduced taxes to their lowest point in 50 years, which resulted in a typical family of four saving almost $7,000. We brought in concrete measures that allowed families to keep more of their hard-earned money. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, these were fair measures that benefit all families, in particular low and middle-class families. Did I happen to mention that middle-class fraud, class fraud, Mr. Speaker? In keeping with the topic of keeping taxes low, I was also very disappointed to see two measures in Budget 16 that are bad news for small businesses in Canada. These include keeping the small business tax rate at 10.5% instead of lowering it to the scheduled 9%, and ending the hiring credit for small businesses. These were big items, small potatoes for a government, but big items for small businesses. Small businesses, Mr. Speaker, in my riding and like most ridings across the country, are the lifeblood of the Canadian economy and are especially important in rural communities, and are responsible for 82% of jobs in Canada. In my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, the local economy depends on a healthy community of small businesses. I strongly support measures to ensure that small businesses keep more of the money they earn so that they in turn can hire more staff and grow their business. That's how the economy works. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this budget removes two key measures that have and would have continued to support small businesses in Canada. Furthermore, this budget is a slap in the face to the Canadian Armed Forces. We all remember too well the 1990s and what has been called the decade of darkness for our military under the previous Liberal government at the time. It appears as though while sunny ways are supposedly shining everywhere else, our military is once again being left in the dark. Budget 16 removes $3.7 billion out of the budget of the Department of National Defence, which was earmarked for vitally important procurement projects. What this means is that under this government, the military will not be able to upgrade important military equipment. It is my fear that we're in for another Liberal attack on our military. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the military is under attack, and it's not by ISIS, but it's by this government. Finally, I wanted to comment on Canada's recreational fishery and the importance that this industry has to the economy as a whole. And like my riding, I know, Mr. Speaker, that your riding depends a lot on this. Myself, I have fished up there, and it's anybody that goes and does recreational fishing, no matter where it is, they leave money behind, which supports small business. My riding is surrounded by the Great Lakes on 3 sides. And the recreational fishing industry is a vital source of economic activity for a number of communities. For example, every year the Owen Sound Salmon Spectacular draws anglers from across the country and out of the country and other provinces to the area, which is fantastic for local businesses. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that every year recreational fishing in Canada adds approximately $8 billion in economic activity, more than the commercial fishery. Supporting this industry has always been a top priority for me, and I wanted to spend a few moments presenting an issue that I feel was overlooked in the creation of Budget 16. The Great Lakes Fishery Commission plays a vital role in protecting our Great Lakes and the recreational fishery, and the Commission was established in 1955 by the Canada-U.S. Convention on Great Lakes Fisheries. The Commission has a mandate to conduct research on the Great Lakes and to protect the fishery from invasive species such as Asian carp and sea lamprey. However, Mr. Speaker, while the United States has increased annual funding to the Commission, Budget 216 contains no new funding. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a number of the Great Lakes state governors have written to the Canadian ambassador outlining their disappointment, and I'm with them on that. I'm also disappointed that the budget did not address this problem. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more from their government than what they are getting with this budget. Canadians did not vote for spiraling deficits with no plan to return to balance. They did not vote for an assault on our military, and they did not vote for irresponsible economic policy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, they did not vote for a middle-class tax fraud. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with the member. I believe that this budget delivers what Canadians wanted. This budget delivers on a number of election platforms, and let me just cite a couple of examples of that. We talked about caring for our seniors, and we got the poorest seniors in Canada through GIC, our single seniors in particular, receiving significant increases, something in which the Conservative government failed to do. This budget delivers the most generous Canada Child Benefit Program that we've ever seen in the history of our country, which is literally going to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Again, something that the Conservative government failed to do. This budget here is going to deliver a substantial tax break to 9 point some million Canadians of a middle class, Mr. Speaker. That's hundreds of millions of dollars going back into the pockets of Canadians. This budget commits to the hugest amount of dollars in terms of expenditures and infrastructure in every region of our country. This is a budget that Canadians wanted, and my question to the member is, and I'll narrow it down to one issue for the member, how does this particular member, or how does the Conservative Party justify in their own minds voting against one of the most significant tax breaks that we have seen to Canada's middle class? How do you vote against that?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, he left that pretty wide open, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is, I don't know where the honourable member gets his numbers from, Mr. Speaker, but this is a budget that absolutely doesn't help the middle class, and I'm going to concentrate on that because that seems to be the big item that they want to talk about, how the middle class. Well, the middle class, in their terms and definition, Mr. Speaker, are people who make the same money as members of Parliament. And anybody that up to making $200,000 a year, in their wisdom, in their minds, is included in that. How could, what do I tell a family, and some of them both working, both spouses working out, making 40 to 50 grand a year, and tell them that they're in the middle class while a member of Parliament, is included in the same? I don't think many of them will buy it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Do we have a point of order, I understand? Or? Okay, very good. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I was wondering if he could tell us more, given certain statements by my colleague. What does he think of welfare programs for the poorest in Canada? One could refer to OAS, for instance, employment insurance. So what does he think of any assistance that Canada may offer to the poorest among us and what was proposed in the budget? So I'd like to hear his general views about any aid that the government can give to Canadians.
Yeah. Well, I thank my colleague down the aisle here for his question. And we all know that programs, the first one that he mentioned was welfare. And welfare is out there, like a lot of government programs are, for those who, have found it tough and, circumstances in life that have got them there. So I fully support that, Mr. Speaker. And, employment insurance, I mean, that's there for people who lose their jobs. It's not there for somebody to use it as a plan as part of their, it's there for if you lose your job, and I fully support that. And, the previous government, as my honourable colleague will know, the previous Liberal government took, I believe it was 52 or 54 million out of the EI fund, which they had no right to do, to put it towards general coffers. So those programs are in place, and I fully support that.
Reprise du débat.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to discuss Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, regarding the budget of March 22. At the outset, I'll be very clear. I'm very, very worried, Mr. Speaker. This government doesn't know what it's saying and doesn't know what it's doing. It's spending without thinking. It has no plan. It's sprinkling money throughout the country, coast to coast to coast. It has no structure. It has no limits. I must say they are poor managers. Let's look at the facts before October 19th, 2015. I must use the plural here about the promises, plural, of our friends opposite before they became the government. They said that they would balance the budget at the end of their 4-year term. What they were criticizing us for, and I'll get back to that unkept promise later, the second unkept promise, a modest $10 billion deficit. It informed us that it intends an astronomical $30 billion deficit in the first year. They had promised to reduce corporate income tax from 11 to 9%. That's not true. They haven't done that. So they didn't keep that promise. Once again, they told Canadian voters, trust us, we will restore door-to-door mail delivery. Not true, once again. They created an emergency with refugees, and unfortunately, the party that was ahead became third. They became first, promising to bring in 25,000 refugees before December 31st, 2015. That was not kept. They said they'd fund their middle-class tax cuts by thousands of dollars. It will cost $1 billion minimum. They said they'd paint the Quebec City Bridge in my region. No problem. There are 2 weeks left. 23 days to be more specific. But I can announce already, Mr. Speaker, that they will not respect that promise either. They said that they'd change the way they do politics. Well, that's funny because we've never seen the gag as often as we've seen with this government. They are unable to manage responsibly. Canadian families must not follow their example. I have a family, Madam Speaker, and if I managed my budget the way this government is managing our economy, we'd be bankrupt. We have to be rigorous as managers, as parents, as adults. Yes, sometimes in specific situations, we may borrow to develop our legacy, but not in an abusive, uncontrolled way. All Canadian families know full well that sooner or later they have to pay the bill. We have a rendezvous. That's the law. That's quite natural. When you borrow money, you have to pay it back. This is not a bottomless well. We have to meet our obligations. As a government, that was what was announced in the last budget. It's a structural deficit that the Liberals have just created. We'll need a horse bill of some kind. In 4 years, Canadians will have a chance to elect a Conservative government. Who's going to pay for this? Our children and grandchildren. Parents in Canada, what if they said yes to their children all the time? There are mothers and fathers here who have children back home. If they don't impose limits, if they have no structure, if they always say yes to their children's whims, their nuclear family will implode, and they will go bankrupt. Give a kid a credit card with no limit. In no time, you'll be in the hole. And that's what the Liberal Party opposite is doing with our wonderful country. This government must govern and make decisions that aren't always very popular, not always easy. But they're so important and responsible. Their decision to bring back the OAS to 65, that's popular, but is it responsible? That's the question. I must say, no. It's quite simple. Fewer people are contributing to the till. More people have their hand in the till. You don't need a university degree to understand that this can go nowhere. Are they even aware that longevity increases? People have incredible expertise. They're in good health. Why remove them? Even an expert in a financial company that was very successful congratulated the Conservative government for making this difficult but responsible decision. You know what this expert is doing now? He's the Minister of Finance of Canada. Things are not going well here. How can we trust this minister who changes his mind now that he's responsible for the budget? That's as if I would get back my child care benefits when I have benefits, but then when he's Prime Minister, he has 2 nannies and keeps his child benefits. They can't even admit the facts that have been confirmed many times by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We Conservatives left a budget surplus after having gone through one of the worst world financial crises ever. And our former leader wasn't a drama teacher, he was an economist, and he managed to get Canada out of that situation and be an economic leader in this world, and the top country in the G7 to hold our head above water. We should be proud of that as Canadians. This government said it was going to govern differently. Well, it's not governing, it's just surfing the wave while taking selfies. Instead of making decisions, the Prime Minister, these are words we hear regularly during question period. We will consult, we will analyze, we will restudy reports produced by officials. They don't even trust the public servants in the government. At Economic Development Canada, there was a survey to determine what to do with subsidy programs and what sectors must be supported, Madam Speaker. We have to be more serious than this. Where is that plan that they had announced during the election campaign? How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? Oh boy, I better hurry up here. I visited companies that told me what the paper burden was like, how it discouraged them. From a fiscal standpoint, company owners have to have fiscal policies that allow them to keep their companies in Canada and sell them to family members without being completely stripped of everything. Right now, tax law does not favor that. Why not inspire ourselves from what's happening in Quebec? We should keep our companies here in Canada and allow managers, mothers or fathers to transfer their interests to their family members. Why not implement facilitating measures like that? Another file, Bombardier. They haven't said whether they'd support it or how they'd support it. They said they'd tell us 10 days before the budget or on budget day. Here we are, June 7th, and Bombardier's management still don't know what to expect.
An easier thing could have been done, Madam Speaker, a simple thing. It wouldn't be complicated, it wouldn't cost anything, but because it would be easy, the Liberals would never opt for that. Nothing for the regions in the budget. We have to activate the regions. All there is something for broadband to allow internet access. Our regions deserve more than that, Madam Speaker. They need to be developed with regional in hand with regional stakeholders. Madam Speaker, I'll speed up. I know I have to wrap up. You know that the lowest debt to GDP ratio was under a Liberal government in '76, and the best ratio was in 2009 under the Conservatives and economist Stephen Harper. Why would we trust drama teachers instead of economists? I hate to interrupt, but I just should remind the member that he can't mention by name a member who's currently a sitting member in the House. And your time is up, to boot.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only rich thing about the Conservative heritage is their own description of that heritage. Canadians, well, that's not exactly up to date. The Conservatives didn't manage to balance the books in the entire 20th century. The only time they succeeded was in the 19th century. That's the only time they managed the books well. So anyways, I really doubt what the member said about the last Prime Minister. Can the member tell us about the true history of the Conservative record? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a good one, and it gives me the opportunity to tell the House that once again, the Liberals are not able to admit the facts. We did balance the budget in 2014-15, and we left the economy in good health. So I'm sorry, I don't know what planet the Liberals are living on right now, but it's not true what you're saying. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to procedure, how is a member supposed to withdraw the facts when he says things that are untruthful? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to revisit one of the issues he raised. I wish he'd said more about it, and that is the old age security program. He said it was irresponsible for the government to bring the eligibility age back down to 65, and that apparently there were studies that showed that the program wasn't viable with age 65 as the eligibility threshold. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate on what he was saying about the need to raise the age to 67. Are there any studies to back that up? Are there any studies that show that the program wasn't viable with 65 as the eligibility age? Is there at least one study to back that up? The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, look, on this side of the House, on the official opposition side, I mean, because, of course, the other opposition party shares this side of the House, but I'd like to thank him for his question. Our vision is to create wealth. You have to kickstart the economy. You have to invest in the regions. You have to get Canadians to work. You have to give them that so that that puts money in their pockets. And if there's money left over, yes, you can improve the social programs. But it's a principle. You need money first before you can invest anything. If you have no money left over, you can't afford to invest in things. You can't spoil yourself. You can't take holidays, for example, with your family budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague who serves on the Public Accounts Committee with me for his hard work there and a great speech that he gave today. There has been a number of questions referenced about 2008, and the speaker before him spoke about the Honourable Jim Flaherty and how in the first 2 years our government was in power, we paid down $38 billion in surpluses. So we balanced the budget. We had a surplus. We paid down over $38 billion in national debt. Then in 2008, the largest recession since the Great Depression hit. And yes, we did go into deficit spending with infrastructure and funding, investing in things that would help create jobs. And Mr. Speaker, Canada was the last to enter the recession and the first to come out of it. And so, Mr. Speaker, it showed that it was good fiscal management. We had balanced budget legislation that said if we are not in recession, if we are, the economy is growing, that we will have balanced budgets. This government has thrown that out. They've gone from $10 billion to $20 billion to $30 billion projected deficit.
Perfect. Just want to give him a chance to respond, and I just want to remind the member I am Madam Speaker. And so, the Honourable Député de Portneuf-Jacques.
Now, a member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, yes, indeed, we did the job in the 9 years we were in office, but unfortunately for Canadians, for our constituents, for the next 4 years, all that is being destroyed. Canada is being destroyed. And what's happening currently is marijuana is going to be legalized for young people. The vulnerable are going to be able to commit suicide, and
Je m'excuse. Je vois que c'est un débat assez passionné.
I see this is quite a passionate debate. Unfortunately, there's no time left. There are other people who want to ask questions and participate in the debate.
For Battle River Crowfoot?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding Standing Order 93-1B, at the conclusion of the debate on Bill C-239, if a recorded division is requested, the division be deemed deferred to Wednesday, June 8th, at the conclusion of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to have one Madam Speaker on behalf of my colleague here earlier. I guess there are so many reasons that this legislation is bad for Canadians that I hardly know where to begin. The excessive spending the Liberal budget sets out is untargeted and will end up hurting businesses, families, and hard-working Canadians in the form of future tax increases. This budget is about spending. It will stifle economic growth, and the Liberals are hoping that by throwing out buzzwords like infrastructure and innovation, Canadians won't notice their true intentions. When the Liberals took office, taxes were at their lowest point in 50 years. Transfer payments had reached all-time high, and the economy was leading the G7 in job creation and growth since the recession, and the budget was balanced. The Liberal budget is a plan for reckless spending that offers higher taxes billion in new debt and no real plan for jobs. It is a fundamental conservative principle that Canadians should be able to keep their hard-earned money in their own pockets. Madam Speaker, before the people of Edmonton Manning gave me their trust as their Member of Parliament, I was a small business owner. I have owned and operated a number of businesses since coming to Canada in 1990. I know in firsthand the importance of balancing the books. I understand the importance of meeting payroll and how much leaving a good, steady job meant to my employees. I work hard to build my business because I know that in Canada, success comes with hard work. My experience is the same as that of thousands of Canadian businessmen and women. We work hard and have the satisfaction of creating something. We are not rich, but we earn a living, and through our businesses help others earn a living too. That may be why I was so disappointed to hear during the last election campaign that the Liberal leader thinks small businesses are just a tax haven for the rich. I'm not rich, Madam Speaker, but I have worked hard for what I have. I did not grow up with a trust fund. Roughly 2/3 of small and medium-sized business owners fall directly into the middle class. Employers are about 4 times more likely to be earning less than $40,000 than more than $250,000. We know that small business create jobs. According to Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, small businesses account for more than 98% of all firms in Canada and play a large role in net job creation. Small businesses created 77.7% of all private jobs from 2002 to 2012, a little more than 100,000 jobs each year on average. Given those statistics, it would seem only logical that governments should encourage small business owners to grow their business, that government would create a climate in which entrepreneurs would want to invest in expanding their companies, creating more jobs in the process. There's no logic in this bill. We know that the Liberals will have to raise taxes to pay for their out-of-control spending. It's unfortunate that 700,000 middle-class small business owners who employ 95% of working Canadians were the finance minister's first target. The Liberals ended the hiring credit for small businesses. The Liberals cancelled their planned youth employment hiring credit. The Liberals have broken their clear promise to small businesses to proceed with a small business tax rate reduction. Our previous Conservative government encouraged job creation. Job creating small business by cutting the rate to 10.5% for 2016, with a plan under further reduction to 9% to encourage growth and jobs. In 2015, the Liberal Party told Canadians that, if elected, they would also implement these planned cuts. Apparently, a year ago, they recognized the importance of a small business. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The Minister of Finance has said that the planned cuts defer. He has not given a concrete date for implementation. Perhaps we can expect him to live up to his election promise when we see a herd of unicorns on the front lawn of Parliament Hill. What we do know, Madam Speaker, is that the Finance Department has estimated that this broken promise will cost the small business sector $2.2 billion over 4 years. By increasing taxes on job-creating small businesses, the Liberals are discouraging success and entrepreneurship for the whole country. They are hurting the middle class. Another one of the provisions of this bill that I find profoundly disturbing is the repeal of the Federal Balanced Budget Act. This is a subject that I would hope would be of concern of all Canadians. Allow me to quote from the preamble of that act. I quote, "A sound fiscal position is crucial to economic growth and job creation over the longer term. Attaining and maintaining a sound fiscal position requires that Government of Canada achieve annual balanced budgets and reduce debt over then when a recession or extraordinary situations occurs. Maintaining balanced budgets and reducing debt helps to keep taxes low, instill confidence in consumers and investors, strengthen Canada's ability to respond to longer-term economic and fiscal challenges, and preserve the sustainability of public services. Reducing the debt burden will help to ensure fairness for future generations by avoiding future tax increases or reductions in public services." End quote. The Federal Balanced Budget Act requires the Minister of Finance to be accountable to this House. If he wants to run a deficit, he would need to appear before the appropriate committee, make a case for the deficit, and present a plan for a return to balanced budgets. I can understand why this is a concern for this government. After 6 months in office, they have discovered that, despite their leaders' assurance, budgets do not balance themselves. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Is the House ready for the question? Monsieur Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. À mon avis,
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
le vote par appel nominal sur la motion.
The recorded division is deferred.
The recorded division will also apply to motions number 2 and 3. Madame Mahachuk, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Mahachuk, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moves that Bill C-15 in Clause 212 be amended by adding after paragraph 12 2.8c that it enacts the following.
Southern Interior British Columbia described in subsection 7.1 of that schedule. Shall I dispense?
Yes.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. À mon avis, les...
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Le vote par appel.
The recorded division, no?
Okay. I declare the motion carried. Monsieur Caron, appuyé.
Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 233.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. À mon avis, les...
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division is deferred.
Le vote par appel nominal s'applique.
The recorded division also applies to motions 6 and 8.
Motion number 9. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 237. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor will please say yay.
Opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division stands deferred.
Report stage, taking of deferred recording divisions. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the vote be deferred to Wednesday.
Madam Speaker.
I haven't finished yet. Thank you. June 8, 2016, at the conclusion of the time provided for oral questions.
Madam Speaker will accept. Therefore, the vote is deferred.
It being 6 p.m., the House will now turn to private members' business as indicated on the order paper.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-239, the Fairness in Charitable Gifts Act, in the name of Mr. Falk.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for the Musqueam-Témiscouata-les-Basques has 7 minutes remaining from the last debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise once again in this House to debate this bill. In fact, sometimes we are pleasantly surprised in life, and between the time I finished the first portion of my speech, which, as you know, deals with the tax treatment of charitable organizations, and so between that time and now, an interesting event occurred, which was the publication of the report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer on this bill. And it corresponds to the expectations I had of this bill. We know that initially the sponsor of this bill talked about the fact that the tax expenditures linked to this bill would amount to some $100 million, but the PBO was quite a bit clearer when setting the scope of this bill, and he said that by 2020, this bill could incur an additional shortfall for the Canadian government between 1.7 and $2 billion. So we're talking about a measure here that would hurt the country's finances. And as you know, this bill seeks to amend the tax credit that is given to people who make a donation for charitable purposes to put it into line with the kind of donations made to political parties. So instead of the exemption that instead of the system we have now, there'd be an exemption of 75% for the first $400, 50% for some between $100 and $200, and so on. The problem is that the bill doesn't mention any kind of cap or maximum at all. And we know that for political parties, the cap is at $1,500. So that is problematic because not only did the Parliamentary Budget Officer evaluate the cost of this measure for the public purse, he also evaluated who would benefit from it. So who in Canada provides, makes charitable donations and who would benefit from this tax credit. And it turns out that most donations come from people who are in the highest 10% of income earners. So people who make from $91,000 up and up. So it is impossible to support. It is good to support charities, and you will see that in the last Parliament, the NDP supported a number of these measures. For example, the super credit for a first donation to a charity, and that was supported by the NDP. But at a certain point, we have to wonder what kind of support do we need to provide for these donations? And I personally judge, because this is a private member's bill, and we don't vote on these bills according to party line, but according to personal beliefs. And I believe that this bill would unduly recompense the people who earn more money. And so in that regard, I think that this is a bill, the scope of which is different in scope than the other measures that we debated, for example, the super credit for a first donation. But there were also other measures that were supported by the NDP, for example, dealing with the tax treatment, fairer tax treatment for donation in terms of works of art, property, or public assets or shares. And I think that if we went in this direction, it would be exaggerated, not only because of the cost, but also because of the fact that it would not necessarily support the donations as much as it would support the large donors, that is, people who earn the most. We also have to ask the question, and I don't believe we have gotten an answer yet, at least not a satisfactory one, and that is the fact that this is usually combined with the provincial tax credit. And I would say that when you combine the impact of this measure at the federal level with the impact of the tax credit in the provinces, this would mean that for certain tax brackets, the tax credit would be higher than what was actually paid in terms of tax on this income. So we'd be in a situation where to save taxes and to ensure a net gain, then we would have to give more and more to charities. So not only is this a measure that supports charitable donations, but it would not be out of selflessness, but really it would be for the purpose of paying less tax. So the donation would not be done for charitable purpose as such, but rather it would be made to ensure that people would earn back more in their tax return or in their tax credit than they had actually given to a charity. So how does the Government of Canada want to help these different causes? If we remove 1.7 and between 1.7 and $2 billion of fiscal capacity for the government, then what would be affected in terms of public services that are provided? The fact that the government seeks to take care of the population by ensuring that public services are properly funded means that these sums are much more significant with regard as compared to a charitable donation to a charity that is chosen by the individual. I'm not saying that these are not worthwhile causes, but the fact that $2 billion of fiscal leeway would be removed means that the government would have to examine public services and make sure that the outcome is not to the detriment of the common good. So in that regard, I am going to be voting against this bill, CT39, at second reading, because it costs way too much money to the public coffers, because there is no provision putting in place a cap on these amounts, because there have already been a number of measures that were voted on during different parliaments, especially during the last parliament, that already seek to stimulate charitable donations, and also because at the end of the day, there are a number of perverse effects in terms of taxation that mean that this donation would not be made in a selfless fashion, but rather simply for tax planning purposes. So for all those reasons, I'll be voting against this bill, and I would urge the member in his reply to respond to some of the arguments that I have raised and these concerns. The time has elapsed for your speech.
Member for Perth Wellington.
C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act. Before I begin, I do want to say a special thank you to the member from Provencher for bringing forward this important piece of legislation. It is a good bill and it is an important bill for the Canadian charities. I personally am exceptionally proud to be the seconder of this piece of legislation and will be voting in favour of this private member's bill. To begin, I think it's important to review what this bill does. It makes those donations that are made to a charitable cause receive similar tax treatment as donations made to political parties. I firmly believe that Canadians are generous people. They give freely and willingly of their hard-earned dollars to support charitable causes in which they believe. With these donations, charities and charitable causes do exceptionally good work locally in our communities, across the country, and globally. And from time to time, here in this House, during statements by members during SO31s, we had the opportunity to highlight some of the great charitable work done by charities in our ridings. I was proud to highlight the work of the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of North Wellington a couple months ago and the hard work that they do in the north part of Wellington to serve young people in our communities. And as a Member of Parliament for a great riding, I often receive invitations to a number of charitable events supporting a number of different research funding opportunities, whether it's for research into deadly diseases or opportunities to help combat and raise awareness of violence against women. And just last month, Madam Speaker, I was driving through the north part of Perth County, driving through the small town of Moncton, Ontario, and came across a group of 3 young kids hosting a lemonade stand. They were raising funds for the Canadian Red Cross to help those who've been displaced by the wildfires in Fort McMurray. That's the type of charitable giving and charitable opportunity that I want to see expanded across our country. And in the same vein, Madam Speaker, I was pleased to learn that a grade 2 class in my riding, the grade 2 class at Central Perth Elementary School, Mrs. Ingalls Eckmeyer's class, themselves were raising funds for the Canadian Red Cross and for helping those who have been displaced by the wildfire. They hosted a bake sale, but just raising that money alone wasn't enough for them. They wanted to do more, so they took to social media. They used the hashtag KidsHelpYMM and issued a challenge to neighboring schools across the region to do their part as well to help raise funds for this important cause. In Stratford, we had the House of Blessing. They helped to provide food and shelter and clothing to those in need. Florence and Norman Kale founded the House of Blessing more than 33 years ago, and they founded it on the simple motto and simple purpose to serve those who are hurting and in need. We have so many great organizations and charitable causes in all of our ridings, and it's incumbent on us as parliamentarians to support them in any way in which we can. They struggle to raise funds, and yet they persevere. I've heard from a number of constituents across my riding in support of this bill. One constituent from Arthur in the township of Wellington North wrote, "I kindly ask you to consider supporting this bill, as it will be beneficial for many charities in Canada." Another constituent from St. Mary's wrote, "I want to let you know that I am in favour of this bill. Charities rely on donors, and I believe that this will encourage more people to donate." And from Mount Forest, a constituent wrote, "I urge you as my Member of Parliament to help all charities with your support of this bill." Madam Speaker, this bill has support among the constituents of Perth Wellington, and I think you will find that this bill has support across Canada. And often when you ask an individual why they don't donate, often the challenge is they can't afford it. This bill, however, will encourage those people to donate for the first time, encourage those who already donate to donate more. It will increase the size of tax credits available, and makes it more affordable for those who want to donate more. Madam Speaker, I think Canadians would be surprised when they learn that the tax treatment of charitable donations is so different than that of political donations. It does not reflect our values as Canadians, and Canadians do not believe that funding political parties should be more important and more lucrative than funding charitable causes. Bill C-239 is an important step forward in supporting the many great charitable causes in Canada and making the Income Tax Act more fair. By increasing the value of tax credits given to Canadians for charitable donations, this House can do tremendous good for our country. Raising the value of tax credits for charitable donations has several benefits. First, it lowers taxes for Canadians who choose to donate their hard-earned money to support charitable causes. I believe that every member of this House would agree that we as a Canadian Parliament should reward those who donate to charitable causes. Second, it increases the likelihood that Canadians will donate to charities, and we've seen how this has worked in the past. In 2013, our former Conservative government introduced the first-time donors tax credit. In that year, we saw an increase of almost $100,000 Canadians donating to registered charities for the first time in 6 years. Third, increasing the size of tax credits for charitable donations make it more affordable for Canadians who already donate. A simple example, Madam Speaker, donating $200 to a charitable cause such as the Canadian Cancer Society or the Alzheimer's Society will provide an average Canadian a tax credit of about $30. Under this new bill, that same donation will receive about a $150 tax credit. That donor can now provide that difference of about $120 they can donate to the same charitable cause or to other charitable causes that they might see fit. It gives more benefits to Canadians in their donations. And that leads me to my fourth point, Madam Speaker. This bill will increase donation revenues for charitable organizations and charitable causes and enable them to further the good work that they do in all of our communities. Charitable organizations are an incredibly effective and efficient way to deliver help to those in need. In my own experience, I have often found that charities are more efficient often in delivering services than government. Governments ought not always be the default source of services to Canadians. Governments should provide services when the private sector or the nonprofit sector has challenges in doing so. The recent example of the Fort McMurray wildfires shows the way in which we as a country and the government relied on the charitable causes to the Red Cross to help deliver services to those in that region. Madam Speaker, this bill will enable charities to provide more services to more Canadians and more people in need. The Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act is good for charities. It is good for donors and it's good for government. And it will fix an unfair double standard in the Income Tax Act. My colleague from Provencher put it best. Feeding a politician should not be more important than feeding a family. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud to support this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank my honourable colleague for his great work on this piece of on the private member bill. I mean, we have enormous respect for the work that is being done by every member when they present private member bills. And the member knows, because we did talk to each other on that, and he knows how much I respect his work and how much I value his contribution to public debate in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, life is about choice. And I will outline you why, as government, we won't be supporting that bill. And I'll try to explain to the member in the most respectful way what are the reasons for that in our choice. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we recognize the good faith of this bill, Mr. Speaker, which seeks to amend the Income Tax Act for charitable donations. Our government obviously commends the major work done by charitable organizations in Canada and the spirit of generosity that prompts Canadians across the country to contribute to charitable organizations each year. That being said, the government will not be able to support this bill for a number of reasons. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that if this bill was implemented, it would cost the government some $1.7 billion over and above the amount spent in 2006 and $1.9 billion more in 2020. He said that this tax credit would amount to some $4 billion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important to point out the considerable cost of this proposal and the fact that tax incentives for charitable donations are already very generous in Canada.
Canada has many different sources of aid that can count on the generosity of Canadians. They show compassion, tolerance, and goodness. They give their time for fair and just causes such as refugees, the poor, hospitalized patients who are far from their families, or taking care of their environment by taking part in cleaning our lakes, rivers, and shores. The generosity of Canadians is so significant. It represents 5% of the GDP. That's more than the auto industry or retailing in this country. These organizations have a role to play in Canadian society. They improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods, solidify our communities. They are indispensable to social cohesion. That is why the Government of Canada supports them, especially when it comes to taxes. First of all, charities are already exempt from income tax. Moreover, Canadian taxpayers and corporations that make donations can receive some tax relief. Every Canadian can receive an average of 46% of every dollar paid above $200 if you include all tax relief, federal and provincial. Moreover, charitable donations can represent up to 75% of someone's net income and be deferred for 5 years. Federal assistance to charities is truly significant. It's estimated at about $3 billion a year. That is one of the most generous regimes in the world. Of course, Canadians give generously. Let me give you the total amount of donations to charities and nonprofit organizations. In 2013, Madam Speaker, we're talking about $12.8 billion Canadian. I would point out that even without a tax credit, we all know that Canadians are very generous. Statistics Canada proved that in its General Social Survey of 2015. In 91% of cases, Canadians give out of compassion, and 88% because of personal values and beliefs. Only 1/4 of those surveyed indicated that the tax credit gave them some incentive to give. We can underline proudly that Canadians are agents of change for their country. They're active in their community, their entourage, but also politically. It is to encourage the involvement of Canadians in political life that changes were made to the legislation on political contributions. It was decided that an annual ceiling should be imposed on personal contributions to a political party. The tax credit must be claimed the year the donation is made. Contrary to charitable donations, it cannot be deferred, and the maximum amount that can be requested is much lower. The charitable tax credit, with the limit of net income and its 5-year deferral, is much more generous for large donations. We have two types of donations that are very different, and therefore two deduction structures that are different. For the charitable donation tax credit and the one for political parties have very different objectives and are therefore structured differently. The first encourages taxpayers to make larger donations to registered charities and other recognized organizations. It gives an ever larger tax credit as the or tax exemption as the amount increases. Now, the political contribution regime encourages political involvement by giving a large tax credit for modest contributions to political parties. So it gives an ever smaller credit as the amount increases. One must avoid comparing apples and oranges here. Some studies have shown that if Canadians had to choose between making a political donation and a charitable donation, they prefer to give to both. Canadians are prepared to invest in political life, and they are committed, and they expect that the government, as promised, will act in favor of greater transparency. We want to restore the public's confidence in the political system by showing Canadians that they do contribute to our policies. The first stage will be to have a national dialogue on the reform of our electoral system. Secondly, we will establish a special committee made up of representatives of all parties that will make proposals for reforming the electoral system. A good government is an open and transparent one, Madam Speaker. That's why the 2016 budget provided for $10.6 billion in the next 4 years to organize activities that will encourage Canadians to take part in the change process. This will be an open and transparent process in keeping with our commitment. In order to serve generous Canadians, it's important that our government look at its spending carefully and eliminate programs that no longer meet our objectives. In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the House of the work this government has done in order to support the middle class in this country. We've reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians. We've introduced the Canada Child Benefit that will be fairer, more generous, and simpler than what the old government provided. We've invested in innovation, infrastructure, First Nations, and youth. This bill would increase tax credits for charitable donations by about $1 billion a year and reduce the government's capacity to fund significant, important public programs Canadians count on. And indeed, it would reduce our ability to invest in the future of our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here today to speak on Bill C-239, Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act. I'd like to congratulate the member of Provencher on being chosen to be the first to introduce a private member's bill to this House. And I'm very proud to be here today to represent my riding of Yellowhead, home of so many generous Canadians. We have numerous charitable organizations, food banks, animal rescue centers, historical foundations, art centers, just to name a few. And these are located on every community in Canada, anywhere you go. This is a good bill, Madam Speaker. It's a great bill for all the members in this House in their ridings. It will help every riding in this country. The depth and scope of nonprofit and voluntary sector in Alberta has seen a wide variety of services that they provide to the communities. Nonprofit and volunteer organizations, Madam Chair, touch virtually all aspects of our communities. 8.5%, as just mentioned, of our gross domestic product is made by charitable organizations. More than 86,000 registered charities, 81,000 nonprofit groups or corporations, and more than 750 community agencies. These all play very vital roles in our communities. But one of the most important things they do, they leverage volunteers. Volunteers from across Canada, millions of volunteers who put countless numbers of hours helping our community. There's no doubt the generosity of the people in Alberta and the generosity of Canadians is so broad and so wide. I don't think this could be any more clear than what's transpired in Fort McMurray in Alberta in the last month. Donations flooded in to charities from across Canada. Hotels opened up their doors, and people donated personal money, food, rations, gas. And I'd just like to speak of a little story. 2 days after the fire started, I was en route back to my riding of Yellowhead. And I was stopped at the Toronto airport, and I was having a meal. And there was a lady sitting beside me, and we started a conversation. And I said, "Oh, are you coming or going?" She says, I'm going. I said, "Where are you coming from?" She says, "Fort McMurray." I says, "Oh my God, you were there?" She says, "Yeah, right in the heat of the fire." But she says, "You know, I'm going home to Nova Scotia." That's where she's from. And she says, "We traveled. We ran from camp, grabbed our vehicle with the fuel it had in it, and we headed south." And she says, "You know, we ran out of fuel. we got stranded. But lo and behold, a person comes driving up in a pickup truck with jerry cans of fuel and gives them fuel free. And she says, I was taken back by that. And why I mention this, Madam Chair, is because of the generosity of Canadians. Canadians give. Maybe we can give back a little bit, and this is what this bill does. So far, as of yesterday, I checked on the computer, $125 million have been raised by Canadians to give to nonprofit groups and charities for the Fort McMurray fires. That's $125 million. Our government has to match that. It could be up to 126 today. It's very interesting to note how Canadians pull together in all parts of this country to support services in their communities. And it's the generosity of donors that make these agencies, such as the Red Cross, animal shelters, senior centers, community groups, work. But you know, Madam Chair, over the last 25 years, we've seen donations drop. And not a small amount, Madam Chair. We've seen donations drop of approximately 33% in the last 25 years. That's a lot of money. And charities are suffering, and they need that money to operate on, Madam Chair. The Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act will help. What's alarming to me, and it was mentioned here earlier, is that there is more money given to campaign funds or donations than there are to charitable organizations. And I find that alarming, Madam Chair, that people will not give more to charitable organizations that look after people in need, animals in need, communities in need. It needs to change, Madam Chair. We need to be able to give more money to these organizations. Bill C-239 is a great initiative to level that playing field, Madam Chair. Its primary motivations in donating is a compassion and personal belief of most people. And I think people want to give. Some people find it harder than others. Those that are more affluent can give more. But if they can get a tax benefit from doing so, even those that are less able will probably contribute some money if there is a tax return for them. Bill C-239, Madam Chair, ensures people who want to give a larger amount will be able to. It'll be much fairer. It's been mentioned here that our government of today is their desire to strengthen the middle class, giving more help to those who need it and less to those who do not. Madam Chair, this is exactly what Bill C-239 is doing, giving more money to those who need it and less to those who do not, and allowing those who have more money to give more than those that do not. And if we had a fair tax exemption program, as this bill is asking for, Madam Chair, people would give more generously. Now, I've heard mentioned across the floor that this tax benefit would cost $1.7 billion a year to our national coffers. And I'm going to read a quote. It says, increase the cost associated with tax credits for charitable donations by about $1.7 billion a year, which would diminish the government's ability to pay for important public programs that Canadians rely on. End of quote. Well, Madam Speaker, yes, it's a lot of money. and it may increase as time goes on. But we need to look at what the charitable groups, nonprofit organizations in this great country of ours do for the communities that they serve. If they were not there, and they were not helping the needy, the hungry, the homeless, looking after different programs within their communities, the cost to government, whether it be municipal governments, federal governments, provincial governments, would greatly, the $1.7 billion would just be a little bit like that. Madam Chair, they say it will be a serious economic impact. Well, Madam Chair, I say to you that it will be a lot more serious if people were to stop giving to the nonprofit groups and the charitable groups. So let's encourage Canadians who are so generous, and we know that. Canadians are probably the most generous people in the world. Let's give them the opportunity to give more freely and more comfortably, and let's give them a little bit of a tax benefit for doing so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all the members for their consideration of my private member's bill, Bill C-239, the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, and I know I have support in all the parties. I don't know how much, Madam Speaker, but I know that all the parties have members that have indicated they will support this bill, and for that I say thank you. It's an honor for me to rise in the House today and talk about my bill. I wish I could spend a little bit more time talking about some of the information that was given here this evening to clarify some of the statistics that were given and also the numbers, but I don't have that much time, and so I will stick to the speech that I've prepared, and hopefully we can move this bill onto committee for further study where we can evaluate its merits. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that I know is a fair bill. It's a bill that will benefit all Canadians, and it's a bill that's going to foster a culture of generosity here from coast to coast. The aim of this bill is to strengthen charities and encourage Canadians to engage and promote charity. This is a nonpartisan bill. This is not a bill for rich people. It hardly benefits the rich people or those that are making big donations. And it's a bill that for the most part will help the middle class. And that's something this government has said that they're all about, helping the middle class, and that's what this bill is about. The impact that charities make across Canada in all of our communities is evident, and it was most recently demonstrated during the recent forest fires in Fort McMurray. The lives of tens of thousands of Canadians were turned upside down. But through all that devastation, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and many other charitable groups rose to the challenge and were there to help. And the help from charities will continue. Long after the government, long after the cameras, long after the media are gone, the charities are going to be there to continue that good work, to help the residents of Fort McMurray recover from the trauma. They're going to help them rebuild their homes, and they're going to help them reestablish their shattered lives. Where would the residents of Fort McMurray be without these charities? Bill C-239 is a bill that will re-inspire Canadians and continue to foster a culture of generosity, a characteristic that I believe is central to our country and its people, a characteristic that has been evident with the support for Fort McMurray. This bill will make it more affordable for Canadians to donate to charitable causes. Because, you know, causes that don't get national media attention, they don't catch the eye of the camera, but they're just often as individually devastating to those people experiencing those as they are to the residents of Fort McMurray. They just don't happen to capture the attention of the national media. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, every day, every night, right across Canada, tragedies happen. Folks lose their jobs, illness attacks, families are broken, and people's lives are shattered. But Madam Speaker, there's good news. The good news is that charities are there to provide food for the hungry, beds for the homeless, help to the hurting, support for the aging, and hope to the sick. Where would we all be without charity? Canadian charities do more than just that, though. They do more than just crisis intervention, more than just assistance to those folks that are needy. They conduct and advance scientific research. They promote medical research. They promote education. They promote care for our environment. The list could go on and on, Madam Speaker. And charities have also been very instrumental in resettling of our refugee families. And we heard from our immigration minister today the way that charities right across Canada have ponied up and they've come to the table and they're waiting for their refugees. They've made commitments to help settle these folks, and that's what charities here in Canada do. And yet, despite all this good work that they do, the incredible impact that charities have had on our lives, in spite of all that, the fact remains that the charities all cite the #1 reason for their inability to do more is lack of funding. Canadian charities are faced with an aging and an ever-declining donor base. In fact, the number of Canadians donating to charities and filing a charitable donation on their tax return has dropped from a high of 29.5% to 21.4% over the past 25 years. So the donor base is declining, and that's something that this bill will address. Madam Speaker, this bill will incur a cost to our government. There will be a dip in revenue, but what would cost even more, and what we cannot afford, is to create a capability gap for our charities due to lack of donations. When surveyed by Stats Canada, 71% of Canadians stated that the #1 reason they don't give is because of lack of money, because they just simply can't afford to give more. So how are we going to address that challenge? Madam Speaker, currently the federal tax credits for political donations far exceed the federal tax credit for donations to charities. Are you indicating I'm just about out of time? Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage the members in this House to support this bill, get it to committee, and let's continue to study further its merits and make this happen. Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Falk, seconded by Mr. Nader, move that Bill C-239, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, charitable gifts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 8, 2016, at the conclusion of oral questions. À l'ordre, à ce moment.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and accepted. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Mississippi, Churchill, River.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I am eager to stand in the House today to bring up an important issue that has been continuously repeated in this chamber since the tragedy that occurred in my riding on January 22nd of this year. But also with the suicide crisis that we are witnessing in Attawapiskat, La Loche, Cross Lake, Northern Manitoba, and other communities, it is more urgent now than ever to intervene and provide the mental health services community so desperately need. I stood here several times along with my colleagues to call on the Minister of Health to urgently invest in culturally sensitive and accessible mental health services for communities in northern Saskatchewan and across the country. I don't want to sound repetitive, but I truly believe that when constituents of my riding sent me here, when they elected me, they mandated me with this great honor to represent them in Parliament and to voice their concerns as loudly as needed. This is why I'm here to raise once again this matter to the Minister of Health through you, Ms. Speaker. In fact, the annual suicide rate in Saskatchewan's Keewatin-Yathe Regional Health Authority, which includes La Loche, is the highest of any health authority in the province, at 43.3 suicide deaths per 100,000 people between 2008 and 2012. The Northern Health Region has a suicide rate more than triple the provincial rate of 12.7. To add pain to injury, since the tragic event in La Loche on January 22, 2016, a great number of youth, their families, and community at large have been suffering with post-traumatic stress disorder, a mental health condition that's triggered by a terrifying event, either experiencing it or witnessing it. Symptoms may include flashbacks, nightmares, and severe anxiety, as well as uncontrollable thoughts about the event. For a community that has had a high suicide rate, you can see the urgency of providing accessible mental health services. Since the event in La Loche, there has been several suicide attempts due to PTSD, and some were successful. We know that the government's budget allocated $0 additional for mental health care despite the urgent need. In fact, last week in committee, we've learned that there is a $30 million cut in the Health Canada mental wellness funding for Indigenous peoples. Mental wellness teams are also saying that they need $40 to $50 million to be able to provide the ideal level of service for every community. According to the World Health Organization, and I quote, "The social determinants of health are the circumstances in which people are born, grow up, live, work, and age, and the symptoms put in place to deal with illness. The circumstances are in turn shaped by a wider set of forces, economic, social policies, and politics," end quote. Research show that Canadian Aboriginal people, including First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, face gaps and disparities in dynamics such as economic opportunities. Literacy and community well-being, the government can play a huge role in tackling these disparities. In April, the Prime Minister told students in Oskayak High School in Saskatchewan that he will make significant investment in Project Venture. In fact, Project Venture was highly appreciated by the community in La Loche. It offered a range of hands-on cultural activities for youth, from rabbit snaring to canoe trips. These were activities that kept our youth engaged and happy. This program was cut in 2015 by the...
I'm sorry. Your time is up for the 4 minutes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the member from Disnethi, Mississinapi, Churchill River for her tireless advocacy on behalf of her constituents and for her tireless work in reminding this House about the importance of our support for that community and Indigenous communities right across Canada. Madam Speaker, our government was elected with a mandate to renew the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. We are moving forward and away from the previous government's style of relations with First Nations. We've committed to implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, and our government recognizes that addressing mental health and wellness issues are important priorities for Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, providing mental health services is a shared undertaking by federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Our government supports First Nations and Inuit community mental wellness through a number of programs and services, including activities aimed at mental health promotion, suicide prevention, addictions treatment, aftercare services, counseling, and other crisis response services, as well as supports to former students of Indian residential schools and their families. The goal of these programs is to provide First Nations and Inuit individuals and communities with culturally appropriate mental wellness services and supports that are responsive to their needs. Madam Speaker, we are investing $271.3 million in 2016-2017 for these programs and services. This amount includes $13.5 million annually for the National Aboriginal Youth Suicide Prevention Strategy, which supports 138 community-based suicide prevention projects in First Nations and Inuit communities. In addition to community-based mental wellness programs and services, the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program provides access to mental health counseling benefits to eligible First Nation and Inuit individuals. This demand-driven benefit is often used to deploy additional professional resources in communities where there is a need for a surge capacity. This program has a list of registered mental health professionals that can supply support and where there is a need that exceeds the local capacity. That in 2015 and 16, expenditures amounted to $16.2 million for mental health counseling within this program. Building on best practices, we know that the support provided to individuals, families, and communities should be culturally safe and community-driven. Lasting solutions require work with our partners, including First Nations and Inuit organizations, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, with the communities themselves. Health Canada, the Assembly of First Nations, and Indigenous mental health wellness leaders co-developed the First Nations Mental Health Wellness Continuum Framework. Through this process, communities were engaged and brought their ideas to the table. Culture emerged as foundational. Community innovation, partnership across government, collaboration and coordination across sectors, and linkages between programs and services are identified as being crucial for moving forward. This framework has been ratified by the Assembly of First Nations Chiefs of Assembly. Health Canada is a partner in implementing the framework, which calls for integrated models of service delivery that focus on community strengths and Indigenous knowledge. This framework is guiding our efforts and investments in mental wellness for First Nation communities moving forward. And we are also now, Madam Speaker, working on an Inuit Tapirit Kanatami to develop a mental wellness continuum framework for Inuit people. Expected to be completed during this fiscal year, and it will support an Inuit-specific approach to mental wellness. Strategies to prevent suicide and improve mental health for First Nations and Inuit need to be developed, planned, and managed in partnership with First Nations and Inuit people. Our government remains committed to working with Indigenous leaders at the national and regional levels to ensure that we have strategies that are grounded in culture, based on evidence, including Indigenous evidence, and where First Nations and Inuit play a central role in defining the goals, planning, the approach, and managing services. This approach recognizes that there are distinct differences between and among Indigenous peoples and communities and is respectful of their unique needs, cultures, and
The honourable member for Missinippi, Desnethe, Missinippi Church Hill River. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up. I appreciate the feedback that you provided just now. However, on the ground at the local level, not just in La Loche, but in communities and in the constituency throughout Canada, I was at the hearing, I was at the committee work today. Even in the Inuit spoke about some of the framework that you're speaking to. Again, those are still discussion stages, and there's the urgency right now. How can we ensure to make sure that the immediacy is still supported, and making sure that the community members feel like they have something to look forward to?
And I just, before we continue, I just want to remind the members that they are to address their questions to the chair and not to an individual member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the member for her question. With respect to La Loche, I want to assure her that this government recognizes the urgency of the issue in that community and many Indigenous communities across the country, and we are committed to continuing to coordinate our actions with other federal departments, provincial ministries, and key First Nation partners. The framework for the Inuit people, for example, is very much under discussion, but we recognize its urgency, and we have made a commitment to deliver on that framework in this fiscal year. In addition, in La Loche, we are working with our First Nation partners, including the Meadow Lake Tribal Council and the Clearwater River Dean Nation. And in particular, government officials are working with those organizations to provide surge capacity, as well as looking at the long-term mental health needs of that community. Madam Speaker, long-term recovery and response planning discussions have begun in the community with their leadership to develop a response plan and to link appropriate services. We are all mindful of the urgency and the need within that community. We will work diligently together to address those concerns.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour today to rise in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked in question period on March 9th. It pertains to a new report. It was commissioned under the previous government, chaired by former Cabinet Minister David Emerson, and is focused on Canada's transportation system. There is much that is good in this report, and there is much that is food for thought. But in the absence of any national transportation policy or strategy, I have to say that I found much of what was in this report quite alarming, particularly as it relates to Via Rail. Now, what I asked on that day of the Honourable Minister of Transportation was whether the minister could confirm that the government will protect Via Rail and restore and invest in our Trans-Canada Rail service. The response from the Minister of Transportation was to say that other levels of government and stakeholders have an opportunity to review this report and share their perspectives before the government addresses specific recommendations. So let me just turn to the specific recommendations related to Via Rail, which are on page 182 of Pathways, Connecting Canada's Transportation System to the World, a report by, as I mentioned, a Commission on Transportation established under the previous government and chaired by the Honourable David Emerson. The report's recommendations are not entirely bad in relation to Via Rail. Very significantly, they recommend that there be a legislative framework for our passenger rail service, in contrast to Amtrak in the United States, where there is a statute, a legislative framework that says the purpose of Amtrak is to move people around, to provide efficient passenger rail service. Via Rail has been given a very disadvantageous position, created when CN and CP were rolled out and parts were privatized. Via Rail was left without a legislative framework and without access to dedicated rail. A lot of Canadians won't know this, but passenger rail service depends on freight giving passengers the right of way, because freight owns the rail lines, therefore they own the traffic lights. And that's why those of you who've ever gone on Via Rail will say, why did we spend a half an hour on the siding for a train that was coming so much later? Freight in Canada and the length of rail cars have become, not the cars themselves, but the number of rail cars in a single train on freight have become so long that they don't fit on any siding. But passenger rail fits on sidings. So passenger rail gets shuttled to the side so freight can go by. I like the fact that this report says that there will be a legislative framework that articulates government policy on passenger rail. What worries me deeply, Madam Speaker, is this recommendation, that the government should consider the elimination of subsidies for the Toronto-Vancouver service. Note that word subsidies. We never hear any level of government talking about subsidies to our highways. We subsidize our highways for sure. Large trucking companies get a great subsidy because the people of Canada keep repairing the roads that their heavy vehicles wreck. They are subsidized. But when you talk about highways, politicians always say we invest. Well, we need to invest in Via Rail, because I can tell you as a frequent user, yes, believe it or not, at least once a year I go Toronto to Vancouver. I'd like to do it more often if it was faster. But it's not just tourists on that run. There are families, and it's their main way of getting from Edmonton to Saskatoon, for example. A route where you can travel with your children for free. If you're reliant on air traffic, your whole family has to pay per ticket. Via Rail offers something that flights don't and that privatized rail never will. We must protect it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to have this chance to highlight our government's recognition of the important role intercity passenger rail plays in supporting Canada's overall economic prosperity and in the well-being of individuals. Historically, intercity passenger rail networks have played an important role in linking communities in our country from coast to coast to coast. Today, Canadians continue to benefit from safe, efficient, and reliable passenger rail service for traveling between communities, whether for work, vacation, or visiting family. Via Rail carried more than 3.8 million passengers to various destinations throughout the country in 2015. While a majority of these passengers travel between Canada's most populous cities in Ontario and Quebec, approximately 90,000 passengers traveled on Via Rail's Western Canada long haul, the Canadian, which operates between Toronto and Vancouver. Given the importance of passenger rail services, I am pleased that it is featured prominently in the final report of the Canada Transportation Act Review, or the Emerson Report. Specifically, the review was mandated to consider how federally regulated passenger rail services can be delivered to meet travelers' needs while minimizing costs to the public purse. As you know, our government tabled the review's final report on February 25th, 2016. The final report provides important findings on a range of issues pertaining to Canada's transportation system, including intercity passenger rail services. Our government is carefully considering the report's findings and any actions required to further strengthen Canada's transportation system. As well, we are looking forward to engaging further with Canadians on the report and its findings. On April 27, 2016, the Minister of Transport launched an engagement process with Canadians, stakeholders, and provinces and territories to take place over the course of the spring and summer 2016 in order to hear views and discuss ideas that will inform the development of a long-term agenda for transportation in Canada. There are a range of recommendations relating to passenger rail services presented in the review's final report. At the same time, there are also important considerations relating to various options for the future of passenger rail in Canada. For example, VIA is putting forward a case for revitalizing services in the busy Quebec City-Windsor corridor. On February 22, 2016, the government released Budget 2016, which includes $3.3 million to support an in-depth assessment of Via Rail's high-frequency rail proposal. In this context, the government will want to take the time necessary to determine the best approach to providing safe, efficient, and reliable passenger services in Canada that meets the current and future needs of Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a joy to participate in a debate in adjournment proceedings where the comments from a parliamentary secretary are relevant to the topic at hand and actually responsive to my concerns. It's new in the 42nd Parliament, and I want to thank the parliamentary secretary. But I would love to find out how we can do more. I'm very concerned that Via Rail needs to have the full board of directors fully appointed. There are vacancies on the board of Via Rail. There are qualified Canadians who care about passenger rail service who should fill those vacancies. From coast to coast, we have, as a result of Sir John A. Macdonald's national dream, a rail service. But it should not resemble an antique or a historical artifact. We need to modernize. We need to make sure that we offer people an option that gets them off planes and out of their cars and enjoying Canada from tracks that are modern and efficient. This is a tall order, given the neglect of our rail service for so long. I welcome the interest of the current government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Across Canada, passenger rail services link Canadians with other communities, allowing them to visit family and friends, pursue professional opportunities, and enjoy a range of cultural and tourist activities across the country. Our government recognizes the importance of Via Rail. We will want to take a carefully considered approach to ensuring passenger rail services meets the needs of Canadians today and 30 years into the future. The government's decisions will be informed by the findings presented in the final report of the Canada Transportation Act review, which includes several recommendations that relate specifically to passenger rail services in Canada. Our government looks forward to considering the report, its findings, and possible actions to enhance Canada's transportation system. To that end, we are in the process of developing a forward-looking agenda for Canada's transportation system, including passenger rail services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm here to hold the Liberal government accountable to one of the major promises that they made to Canadians during the election campaign. The Liberal government has promised to make environmental assessments credible again. In their platform, they stated the following, and I quote, "We will immediately review Canada's environmental assessment processes and introduce new, fair processes that will restore robust oversight and thorough environmental assessments," end quote. 7 months after the election, we're still operating under the old Conservative environmental regime. Major projects such as Kinder Morgan is approved with the Conservatives' environmental processes. For the port, there's no difference. Under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act of 2012, in conjunction with the powers and authorities granted to the Canadian Port Authorities, Port Metro Vancouver can assess and approve their own projects. Surely, this is not what the Liberal government envisions as robust oversight and a thorough environmental assessment process. For the residents of East Vancouver, we're alarmed by the Port Metro Vancouver's proposal to infill 7 acres of the waterfront at Crab Park. The Vancouver East community have fought long and hard for the establishment of the community's only public waterfront green space, Crab Park Beach, in 1987. This fight included a staging of 75-day occupation of Crown land in 1984 by the founder of Crab Park for Life Society, Don Larson. Crab Park today is also a sacred place, and it is home to the Missing and Murdered Women and Girls Monument. When community members began to learn about Port Metro Vancouver's proposal, Centrum Expansion Project, many of the local residents have begun to share with me their concerns. They feel that this major expansion poses a real threat to Crab Park. They also have indicated that their concerns that this expansion poses significant environmental risks to the area. In addition, they have raised the issue around increased level of traffic on both land and sea, along with concerns regarding the potential need to construct a 5th rail track. With the proposed expansion, these are some of the questions that we have for the minister and for the port. What is the size of the container ships currently, and will that change with the expansion? Where will the container ships waiting to load or unload be docked? Will the amount of hazardous materials entering and exiting the port area increase should the expansion move forward? If yes, what hazardous materials and how much will be increasing in volume and frequency? What is the projection in the increased traffic, both by sea and by land, in the area with the expansion? What plans have or will be made regarding the expected increases to shipping, rail, and road traffic in the area? As a result of the concerns stemming from the March 2015 chemical fire at the port, what changes, if any, have been made with respect to the safety and emergency preparedness plans of the port? What additional measures will be taken to ensure that, if approved, the safety and emergency plans of the port will be adequate for a larger port with increased traffic? What plans are there for cleanup in the case of spills and accidents in a crowded harbor, and how will traffic be coordinated? What measures will the port implement to mitigate the effects of expansion on climate action? In addition, Madam Speaker, my constituents would like to know what are the plans of the port to consider the input of community groups in the application process? How will impartiality be maintained? How will the issue of conflict, perceived or otherwise, with the port for being both the proponent and regulator of the project be addressed? Aside from the Centrum proposal, we also have heard from a wide array of people who are concerned that successive governments have significantly increased the autonomy and authority of the Canadian Port Authorities. I'll have more to say about this with respect to the issue of accountability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada Port Authorities were established in 1998 by means of the Canada Marine Act. They are shared governance organizations designed to be commercially competitive. In fact, under the legislation that established Canada Port Authorities, the Canada Marine Act, port activities have to be self-sufficient. 18 Canada Port Authorities exist today, established as such because they are deemed to be of national significance to Canada's economy. It goes without saying they are critical drivers to local economies and also are a wealth of well-paying jobs for residents. Approximately 35,000 people are employed at the Port of Vancouver. We depend upon these ports for a large portion of Canada's trade with the world. In fact, according to the Association of Canada Port Authorities, 310 million tons of goods went through this country's port authorities in 2015. They connect Canada to world markets. The Canada Port Authorities fall within the portfolio of the Minister of Transport. However, under the current legislation and regulations that Canada Port Authorities must follow, it is the Board of Directors that are responsible for the day-to-day management activities of the port. This governance system also requires Canada Port Authorities to hold public annual general meetings, make public their annual reports, and to post quarterly financial statements as well. This system also prevents governments from interfering in and politicizing the operations of these entities. Port of Vancouver is Canada's largest port and a key economic enabler. It is a gateway to Asia-Pacific markets and our largest Canada Port Authority. Port of Vancouver handles 26% of all maritime tonnage in Canada, including close to 54% of all marine container traffic. Our system of port authorities has served our country well for nearly 20 years. The government is looking at ways to ensure it will continue to serve the economy, the environment, and the country for the next 20 or 30 years. The government is looking at how Canada Port Authorities balance their need to remain competitive in global markets while being responsive to local communities and protecting the environment. I appreciate the member of Vancouver East's concerns about the activities of Canada's largest port and can assure that the port is strongly encouraged to work with local communities. In fact, the port has a strong track record with respect to building habitat restoration areas and protecting the environment while responding to growing trade demands. The Port Authority's Habitat Enhancement Program was intended to create, restore, and enhance habitats that would benefit the region's fish and wildlife. There are currently 5 ongoing Habitat Enhancement Program projects proposed by the Port Authority, including the Point Grey Tidal Marsh and New Brighton Park Shoreline Habitat Restoration Project in Vancouver. These are the kinds of activities that are central to the port's ability to both meet its mandate as a key economic and trade enabler for Canada and to ensure it protects the environment and meets local needs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Previous governments gave the port sweeping powers, including the right to override land use decisions and the right to assess and approve their own projects. It is the opinion of many that we need to change the environmental assessment processes to make it completely independent, transparent, inclusive, and consultative. As well, we feel that the port needs to make consultation more meaningful in affected communities. The port's current process only assesses projects in isolation and does not consider the cumulative impacts of the many heavy industrial projects under review. Many also believe that the federal government should put in place a completely independent, science-based overriding assessment process to review cumulative impacts, as these projects need to be dealt with on a collective basis. These views are shared by many, and we want public accountability for the Port Metro Vancouver. So I'm calling on the government to act. The government has the ability to do that, to take those authorities and put it back into place.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can appreciate the member of Vancouver East's concerns about accountability and can assure that Canada Port Authorities are encouraged to hold themselves to high standards of transparency and accountability. It is my understanding that the proposed Centerm expansion project is currently in the preliminary design phase. As a federal authority under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Port of Vancouver is required by law to conduct an environmental review of any proposed project on federal lands to determine if potential adverse environmental effects would exist. Notwithstanding, we encourage Port of Vancouver and local communities to continue to work together to find long-term solutions that address the needs of the port as well as those of local communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.